where a number of tracks representation of the human foot was 14 inches and had 6 toes instead of 5. Morris's Universal Geography, according to the priest, gives this account of a number of tracks or foot impressions found in rocks in the mountains of Tennessee. Along these were a number of tracks representing human feet, and they uniformly had 6 toes on each foot.
The Smithsonian comes up a lot when you talk about giants. There's a lot of controversial ideas. They have the secret vaults of skeletons, giant skeletons, and all these types of things, and they've covered up evidence. And I would just say to that, I don't trust institutions and corporations as far as I could throw them, but when you have independent researchers working all around the country, there's no vast conspiracy there, but I believe agenda and the human ego is the conspiracy, where these ideas are not accepted and they're not looked at through any favorable light.
The smell of the pickles is so strong right now that my mouth is pursing and I haven't even put them in my mouth yet. And it's just like, I'm like experiencing the sour sensation through smell. She's like, wow. I'm tasting this. The scent. That is
the Smithsonian was out buying these skeletons. There's one famous, the San Diego giant. The Smithsonian in the late 1800s paid $500 for. I don't know what that is in in present day money, but it's a lot of money. And it turned out to be a hoax, but I'd love to know what they did with it. But that's just indicative of, they seem to have an interest in this because they paid for this known giant skeleton.
The Eastern Mounds Division in the late 1800s was led by the Smithsonian, and their own scientists unearthed numerous skeletons, well over 7 foot tall, 8 foot tall, giant skulls, double rows of teeth, jawbones that fit over the face.
It's
all right there on the record.
First.
There could be some slight mismeasurement, but everybody knows what a skeleton looks like. When it's laid out on a table, you can't turn a 5'4" skeleton into an 8 foot, 9 foot giant.
The Smithsonian was shipped enormous skeletons.
This is your brain when you're struggling to focus.
Yeah, it's so strong.
And this is your brain when you're in the zone. But
over 8 foot tall, over 9 foot tall, and then they claim that the largest one they have is a Sioux Native American that's 6'3" with acromegaly, a disease condition. So there's no reference to their own scientists unearthing 7 foot and 8 foot tall skeletons. So
if you're asking me, I'm gonna collab with porn stars on OF. The answer is no.
Think of it what you want.
I do not partake in the mixing of genitals. Okay, that is.
Again, I don't want to get into conspiracy talk, but
I do not partake
trust institutions
in the dance
and corporations
of
at all.
Genitals.
During the past few years, a huge
it just feels gross to me to be like, let me fuck this person who fucks other people for a living. I don't think of how many people you're fucking indirectly. That's like, even if they're clean, even if they just showered, it's just
controversy has emerged, accusing the Smithsonian and a host of skeptics and archaeologists of covering up the discovery.
I'll collab like in a Twitch stream, but I will not bump uglies with them.
Of hundreds of giant skeletons
we can hang out.
Native American Indian mounds.
We just can't.
Jim Ferreira is one of the key people who began uncovering hundreds of newspapers.
Oh, that's what you mean? Oh, okay. I thought you were asking if I was going to collab on OF stars, and I'm like, I don't.
Accounts of giant skeletons. To date, Ferreira has pulled together about 1,500 accounts from newspapers and books published in the 1800s and early 1900s.
I want to have somebody hang in with me, though.
One intriguing set of giant skeleton reports he found factual was the Arkansas Chickasaw Mound reports of many large skeletons found at the site. Many skeletons ranging from 8 to 9 feet in length had been found there. As late as 1976, a 7 foot tall skeleton was found at the site. For the Smithsonian to have found skeletons that were 7 feet tall by chance alone is improbable. The height of many of the individuals entombed in ancient American mounds was far taller than the general populace, far beyond what could be explained by simple chance. Why would the Smithsonian cover up such a find?
Because it doesn't fit the narrative. It's because we'll start asking too much questions if we take the evolution theory out of the picture, because that can only validify the Bible, creation, giants, Satan, all of it. And if we have that as 100% concrete proof, science didn't magically poof us into existence here, then we'll start questioning why the elites are doing satanic rituals, and we can't be doing that. So they don't want us to ask the hard questions.
Skeptics have related that the disorder of giantism probably was the cause of many reports, but they actually cite no evidence for this assertion.
Where are the Epstein
It is a
files?
weak attempt to explain away and dismiss the issue. Giantism is exceedingly rare. So rare there is no actual evidential statistics for it. America has less than 100 cases of giantism recorded in its history. In fact, the overwhelming vast majority of tall people today who's reaching or approaching 7 feet do not have the disorder of giantism. The actual percentage of modern humans who reach 7 feet in height is 0.00007%. In the ancient world of America's mound builders, the percentage of the population that reached 7 feet in height would have been much lower. Skeptics claim that freezing and thawing make skeletons so big they might look like a giant. It was found to be completely wrong and baseless. Modern paleopathology texts and sources relate that buried bones that freeze.
I don't think TwitchCon is a place to have a conspiracy panel, because I could see that becoming an anti-Semitism thing really fast. We already saw how they handled the Sabra hummus rating. Okay, we don't need more. I don't think that's the place.
Can shatter, and most buried bones actually lose mass. They get smaller.
That entirely.
There are also a host of Native American legends that were reported to ethnologists detailing a race of giants who invaded the regions where mounds were found. These giants became the leaders and priests of the tribes. Over time, these ruling people, chosen through heredity, became corrupted and were exterminated.
Even if I don't go deep, somebody is gonna come there and start talking about Jews. Some fucking IRL troll streamer.
The various cultures collectively termed mound builders were thought to be inhabitants of North America who during a 5,000-year period constructed various styles of earth and mounds for religious, ceremonial, burial, and elite residential purposes. These included the pre-Columbian cultures of the Archaic period, Woodland period, and Mississippian period dating from roughly 3500 BC. The construction of the Watson Break to the 16th century and living in regions of the Great Lakes, the Ohio River Valley, and the Mississippi River Valley and its tributary waters. In America, in the 1800s, the mound builder myth was created to justify the displacement of native people and the taking of their lands. The theory was that another more ancient race built the mounds of ancient America, and the natives killed them off. What the natives actually said in their oral traditions, recorded by ethnologists and missionaries, was that the tall ones showed up from a lost land after a great flood and joined with them and guided them in mound construction.
Interesting.
These beings were described as giant-sized and possessing supernatural abilities and anatomic anomalies such as elongated skulls and 6 fingers and toes. This same story is found in Samaria, Peru, Mexico, China, the British Isles, and other locations around the world. These tall ones were considered benevolent culture bringers who interbred with natives and created a royal class of shamans and leaders, and this royal class is who was buried in the mounds, where skeletons of great height were reported, often found with copper crowns and precious artifacts like pearls.
So you have this ancient notion of a parent race, if you will, that was polydactylous and giant. And is portrayed not in just in myth and legend in, documented Sumerian and biblical texts, but also, in the iconography of the statues itself around the world, the most ancient ones. Beings with 6 fingers and 6 toes who were often giant, who may have interbred with humans. Native Americans have ideas of an ancient war between 6-fingered and 5-fingered tribes. And there are, in fact, petroglyphs in Baja California that portray that, as well as the entire world is littered with giant hands and feet in rock art. Easter Island, Hawaii, all around the Pacific, Australia, all around ancient America. You have this staring in our face, but it's just viewed as kind of a, just a mythological idea. But I say there's something to it.
The Denisovan are an extinct species or subspecies of archaic humans in the genus Homo. In March 2012, scientists announced the discovery of a finger bone fragment of a juvenile female who lived about 41,000 years ago, found in the Denisova cave in the Altai Mountains in Siberia.
So if these giants were into humans, fucking them, would they be homosexual?
Cave that was also inhabited by Neanderthals and modern humans. The mitochondrial DNA of the finger bone showed it to be genetically distinct from the Neanderthals and modern humans. A 2013 comparison with the genome of another Neanderthal from the Denisova cave revealed local interbreeding with local Neanderthal DNA, representing 17% of the Denisovan genome, and evidence of interbreeding with as yet unidentified ancient human lineage. Denisovans and Neanderthals split from Homo sapiens around 744,000 years ago and diverged from each other about 20,000 years later.
What if ancient text that called people to not be homosexual was really made for giants or Nephilim, and it wasn't about boy on boy action at all? It was really about mixing with humans. I don't know. Probably not.
As soon as we realised the significance of the Denisovans back in 2012, or shortly after,
don't be fucking the humans.
News of the genome, it became obvious that the teeth of the Denisovans were of huge size. I mean, in fact, so large that they were initially mistaken for those of a cave bear.
What occurred there was a series of teeth were found, so large they thought they were the teeth of a cave bear. They took them to the Max Planck Institute to get them sequenced, and it was figured out that they not only are our human cousin, but they interbred with humans and Neanderthals, once thought to be an anthropological heresy. So this is a complete, game changer. And there are other osteological evidence that's been found. Like,
what if God, it wasn't about like the fact that it's boy and boy, the reason why he didn't like sodomy, but maybe it was just unclean, like some of the animals to eat. It's unclean. Don't be all up in somebody's poop hole, I don't know.
A huge skull fragment that's indicating we have a giant human ancestor who looks like they might have been part of the giant story who interbred with humans.
I believe that the giant skeletons of North America are the descendants of human Denisovan or human Denisovan, possibly even Neanderthal hybrids that reached the Americas at a very early date, possibly 20, 30,000 years ago, and survived in the continent right the way through to the Adena period during the first millennia BC, and possibly onwards through until the time of first contact, the beginning of the historical period in the 15th, 16th century.
That's another layer of this mystery too, is what was going on in ancient America. It certainly doesn't look like a purely hunter-gatherer civilization mobile, just following the buffalo around, that especially around Ohio, there are incredible stone structures everywhere. And there was a very sophisticated culture. And now with the discovery of Denisovans, it looks like they might have come island hopping through California. And now it's becoming accepted that there might have been interbreeding between Denisovans, Neanderthals, and humans. So how much of that took place in ancient America?
Across the U.S., there are burial mounds, or at least their remnants, some as extensive in size.
What if Neanderthals were just another type of hybrid made by the fallen angels? What if it was like they fucked some monkeys or something? I don't know.
As the Great Pyramid of Giza. The Cahokia and Monk's Mounds in Illinois and Missouri are two thought to have been built by pre-Columbian civilizations. Monk's Mound is just as tall with a 1,000-foot wide base. But what makes these and other mounds of their kind even more intriguing is what has been found buried inside of them. The Chickasaw Mound in Arkansas is another instance of the uncovering of a giant skeleton under similar circumstances. The ancient mound had its name taken from the chief of the Shawnee tribe, who was essentially known to be a giant with incredible strength. Chief Chickasaba lived in that area of Arkansas. And when the mound was uncovered, the skeleton of a massive human was found. Subsequently, other skeletons up to 10 feet tall were unearthed in the same area, all with similar burial artifacts found with them. Some reports claimed the length of the skeleton's legs to be 5 feet alone.
It looks a lot like the blue people build. What does James Cameron know? What does he know? He must know something. And they also mentioned the finger thing too in Avatar.
The skeleton of a massive human was found.
Blah, blah, blah.
I don't know. She's just looking at the sand.
Huh?
They have 4 fingers.
What'd you say?
Are you some kind of freak? He asked if
4 fingers! Verse 5 instead of 5, verse 6.
No.
Are you sure? I mean, you're not even real Nazi. Look at these hands. I mean, look at them. Hey! Back off, fish lips. Oh, another 4-fingered freak. Oh, it's this little baby tail. Don't touch me. Oh, baby tail.
Leave us alone.
That is not normal. Look at his tail. Oh, baby tail. It is so cute.
You heard what she said. Leave them alone.
The hybrid hands. Normal hands.
Back off.
The normal hands have different amount of fingers. But the hybrids have 5 fingers.
Smart choice. And from now on, I need you to respect my sister.
Shit. The hybrids.
Skeleton's legs to be 5 feet alone.
One of the fascinating aspects of this mystery is that there are megalithic sites that Hugh and my brother and I have visited all around the planet that have not only giant lore and mythology attached to them, but literal giant accounts. Like at Stonehenge, we've unearthed 9'4" account of a giant unearthed there, 14'10", if you can believe that. And then you get down to where Viracocha created the giants of Peru, and you have not only skull elongation at ancient sites like Pumapunku and Sacsayhuaman, you have these giant accounts of 8 foot and taller skeletons. In Malta and Sardinia, the temples of the giants are specifically noted in the historical record to have contained tombs of 8 and 9 foot skeletons over and over again. So megalithic sites and giants are interwoven in not only mythology, but in the historical record.
Jim and Bill's intensive investigation into burial grounds across America and the documented cases of giant skeletons being unearthed from within these structures led them to a startling discovery: that in their own backyard in New England was an ancient burial ground known as the Goshen Tunnel. Adding to the intrigue was the revelation of a secret chamber within the mound that may likely contain the skeleton of a giant. A mission was formulated to excavate the site and, if their theory was correct, unearth conclusive evidence.
What was the tunnel called?
It's the Goshen Tunnel.
Goshen Tunnel. What does Goshen mean? Wicked, bad-natured. Is that the same word or no? Oh no, it's more to explore. Fertile land settled by Israelites in Egypt, light shone there during the plague of darkness. Interesting. I don't know. I was just wondering because it sounds kind of like the Goddard Tunnel or whatever. And I'm just wondering now, are there giants in there? Probably.
Adding to the intrigue was the revelation of a secret chamber within the mound that may likely contain the skeleton of a giant. A mission was formulated to excavate the site and, if their theory was correct, unearth conclusive evidence that an ancient race of giants truly existed.
So right here in our backyard in Western Massachusetts, we have probably the greatest stone mystery in the United States, a location called the Goshen Mystery Tunnel. It was originally found about 200 years ago in the early 1800s by 2 boys who were hunting a rabbit, and the entire site was sodded over. And what it is it's a 20-foot massive stone shaft that goes off into 2 different tunnels, one 20 feet and the other over 100 feet in the other direction. And it might have gone further in the past, we don't know, but it's down about 20 feet below. So it was this massive construction that occurred right at the time of colonists showing up, if it was done by colonists. And we believe that it may be an ancient burial because it lines up with all these ancient tombs that were found in the area that are listed in Smithsonian ethnology reports. So our focus is to find this lost chamber that is associated as an offshoot from this main mystery tunnel.
That there's this thing called the Goshen Mystery Tunnel several miles from my house, and I'm a stonemason, and I'm looking into these stone structures and then find out about the Goshen Mystery Tunnel. It's better than money. I don't know how to put it. You know, it's the most fun thing that there is to do, in my opinion, is this historical detective work around a mystery like this. So it was a massive undertaking for no known reason. There's been speculation that, you know, it might be some sort of aqueduct or well. It's dry. That it might be for the Underground Railroad, which is not feasible. The tunnel nobody would be down there for any length of time. There's a story about counterfeiters using it for some reason. It's again not feasible. So there's nothing in the town that talks about its construction. There's not Old Man Johnson was building it and he died or anything like that. So it's just a crazy, great story that we get to participate in. It's just, I feel so lucky.
Yeah, well, what got my attention when visiting the Goshen Tunnel was the fact that it's so well buried. I mean, it's one of, we've been to many of these megalithic chambers all over New England. We've seen the interior of some of the mounds in the Ohio area where they appear to be stone construction, but this is quite unique. It's got the whole kind of almost like a well, like a stone well going down. This sort of cylindrical bit you drop down, and it goes through to these different areas. Very, very long, almost going parallel to the ground level above it. I mean, so what's that all about? I mean, it's such an unusual construction, yet it's such high quality construction, and yet it was completely hidden. So to me, that does have a tomb-like quality about it. They're trying to hide it, making it very difficult to get into, to try and, if you want to steal anything from it, and things like this. So the fact that there's a hidden chamber within that could be very important. It could be something really, really interesting still down there.
Hugh, my brother, and I investigated the site several years ago with a team from UMass. An archaeological dig was conducted there. And we concluded that through the evidence that it was built at least earlier than the late 1700s. We've done a number of tests, dug trenches, investigated the tunnel itself, went in 70 feet and found these strange zippers that are a poor construction technique, stonemasonry-wise, which is not indicated anywhere else in the structure. And what we believe it is hiding a side shaft. So the enigma of the construction is the entire area here for hundreds of feet was dug down 15, 20 feet. 20 feet. 20 feet, the whole length of it. Massive 1 and 2 ton capstones were laid on the top after all the sides were built and backed up. And then it was covered over. And UMass determined that it was built before these fields were plowed. Correct. So it was built before.
Maybe it was like a pantry for giants. They would just like throw humans down there to eat later.
This town was settled. One of the things about the site is that it really lines up with these ancient stone tombs that were found in the eastern part of the country that were thoroughly documented as having enormous skeletons associated in a burial. 7 and 8 foot tall skeletons littered throughout the eastern states in stone tombs, documented by Smithsonian scientists. So we believe this fits into the category. And one thing is that the Adena people, who were extremely tall, and the royal class elongated their skulls, the belief is that they may be part of the stone building natives that came all the way into New York State and Massachusetts. So that's another mystery that we're trying to uncover here. And the excavations in the 1980s by Jim Whittle and others were based on trying to find that. So we think there's a side shaft, which could be where the chamber is. Right. It seems like an enigmatic construction here where something is being hidden. There's no question about it. That's part of this. There's like something off to the side. So that's why we're here continuing.
The combination
Seems
of the smoke
legit,
test
Tino.
and the sand and the lintel, the stone being at the exact right height for a side shaft. There were so many things pointing to a possible side shaft in that tunnel right now that it's hard to imagine there's not.
What really caught our attention was how similar this construction is to so many of the mound building sites with these long passageways with capstones at the end with the massive burial in the Smithsonian records, 7, 8 foot tall. Even into New York State and other areas close to here, we have these stone tombs, found everywhere. So that's our thought is this an ancient stone tomb, which would be pretty cool.
We recently got the green light from the owner to dig over our geoprobe hole. So we intend to do a dig right down over this, what we're hoping is a side shaft or a hidden chamber of this tunnel.
So I'm down at the base of the Goshen Mystery Tunnel. In this, right here, the tunnel goes out 100 feet, or it did go 100 feet in that direction. It's about 4 feet wide and about 3 feet high, 4 feet high. This is the north. Nobody's in there. It goes about 20 feet to the north. It's dry laid, there's no mortar, and although it looks like a well, there's no water. So, just an incredible, massive construction for no known reason.
A lot of these ancient sites were built and organized by, say, diviners first, where there's magnetic anomalies, places like Machu Picchu, but it could be
Are you having trouble trying to keep up with your professor? You've got to try Otter. Here's how it works. Let's say I'm in class. I just hit record, and as you can see, everything I'm saying is turning into a transcript as I talk in real time. Because Otter is transcribing everything, I can actually listen to the professor rather than trying to type everything down, or I can zone out for a minute. I know that nothing is going to be missed, and I will be
some kind of metal in there. It could be a treasure in there. It's, artifacts. We really don't know. It seems to indicate that there's something metallic going on, whether it's natural or not. We hope to answer that.
So basically, there are 2 walls on either side, about 3 or 4 feet apart, and the walls are about 3 feet high, 4 feet high, and then big lintel stones that are about 5 feet wide at least, and they're about 4 feet, so they're like 5x4s, run the whole length on top of this structure down here.
As it stands, this is such a huge undertaking. 20 feet down had to be excavated, this massive construction with multi-ton stones laid deep down in the earth, then covered over again. It really smacks of some organized, huge project. And there just wasn't the population for that at the time it was purported to be built, if it was colonial.
This is the north tunnel. It's a little skinnier.
Another strange aspect of the tunnel is right where we believe there's a side shaft, there is a strange magnetic anomaly. And this was verified by the safety guy who was there, who is a world traveler and is, understands all the equipment. And he was blown away that it was, the needle was moving 15, 20 degrees right over there. And he kept going back and forth and showing us. So it wasn't our wishful thinking, it was a seasoned professional telling us that there was a strange magnetic anomaly right on top of where we believe this chamber is.
The south tunnel plunges down 20 feet. Where I am, I'm probably 17 or something. It goes down and out, and I can disappear.
And you can go about 70 feet into there.
We use the quarry that's only a couple hundred yards from this site. So this stone is plentiful around here, but still you'd have to find all those pieces. I mean, there's hundreds of lintel stones in this construction.
And bring them all to the site.
You'd have to bring them to the site. We capped the tunnel entrance with plywood and pumped smoke into it. And the smoke traveled along the known tunnel, which is underneath me right now, and goes out in that direction. And this is where we think there's a side shaft. So the smoke had to travel from 12, 15 feet down over, and smoke came out of this geoprobe hole, which this sleeve goes all the way down and sits right on top of what we think is a capstone.
I also thought I
And if there's not anything there, then that smoke had to travel through solid.
Because streamers.
No. All right. Well,
have a good one.
Be safe.
I'll be back sometime tomorrow.
Okay. You still taking the person to Austin?
Yeah, that's the idea.
All right.
All right, see ya.
All right, bye. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Play to get all the way over here and come up, which I just can't imagine doing.
There was also the drafty cold air and the chemical smell of the smoke coming through the pipe too.
Yeah.
So that would have made it all the way through the clay, which is really improbable, That's why we think there's another mysterious passageway here.
That there's some
hidden chamber.
Some hidden chamber or side passage to the Goshen Mystery Tunnel.
Many different points of evidence are all telling us that there's something down there.
Giant skulls and skeletons of a race of giants have been found on a very regular basis throughout the Midwestern states for more than 100 years. Giants have been found in Minnesota, Iowa, Illinois, Ohio, Kentucky, and New York, and their burial sites are similar to the well-known mounds of the Mound Builder people. The spectrum of Mound Builder history spans a period of more than 5,000 years, a period greater than the history of ancient Egypt and all of its dynasties. Most scientists believe that we have an adequate historical understanding of the peoples who lived in North America during this period. However, the long record of anomalous finds like those at Lake Delavan suggest otherwise. The January 13, 1870 edition of the Wisconsin Decatur Republican reported that two giant well-preserved skeletons of an unknown race were discovered near Potsy, Wisconsin by workers digging the foundation of a sawmill near the bank of the Mississippi River. One skeleton measured 7.5 feet, the other 8 feet. The skulls of each had prominent cheekbones and double rows of teeth. A large collection of arrowheads and strange toys were found buried near the remains. While a normal-sized skeleton of a supposed mound builder is on display at the site of several large pyramidal monuments near Madison called Aztalan State Park, the Goliath remains of Wisconsin's giants have vanished, along with the hundreds of other discoveries throughout the Midwest. Why? Is there some conspiracy to hide these giant artifacts from the public? Giant skeleton finds have not made the local or national news much since the 1950s for the most part. It seems the opinion is that they fear that people would question evolution. During the time of these discoveries, the Smithsonian was taking possession of nearly every giant skeleton found throughout the entire country, including the largest discovery of skeletons found in the Great Mound in Ohio. What the intent of the institution was for the giant skeletons has never been discovered, but several investigators today believe the Smithsonian was founded, at least in part, to take the skeletons and hide or destroy them, dumping some by the bargeful in the Atlantic Ocean. Why, one might ask? Some believe it was to hide the true history of the Earth, as giant skeletons were being discovered throughout the world in the late 1800s. And some believe it was to back up Darwin's theory of evolution. If such entities lived on Earth thousands of years ago, then Darwin's theory would be automatically called into question. Never included in history books is the fact that every Native American tribe in America tells the same tale of having to fight and kill the giants because they were man-eaters and were decimating the native tribes. Perhaps because the giants were so large, the tribes mounded dirt to bury them instead of digging graves, which would explain the hundreds, if not thousands, of mound burial sites throughout America. Giant skeletal remains have been found from Brooklyn, New York, to the Channel Islands off the coast of California. Most of the remains are mass burials with signs of violent death, as if a huge battle had been fought, then won, and the massacred buried deep in mounds to contain them. Most, if not all, of American history textbooks never mention Cahokia, America's greatest city for its time, a very large Indian trading city, 3.5 miles in size, on the site of where St. Louis now stands. It was built about the same time of the Mayan culture and was surrounded by 120 pyramids and farmland. At its zenith, the city had 15,000 inhabitants, which compared to Paris population-wise at the time. The city existed at the same time of the mound builders, and it is surmised that they were the ones who built Cahokia. But the mystery remains, who were the mound builders? In 1170, a mysterious fire destroyed the city when it was rebuilt. Defense walls were built and new buildings, which were all smaller and fortified. The city was never populated or as powerful following that fire. No one knows how the fire started, but the homes that burned were built with thatched roofs and were easily destroyed. Archaeologists have surmised that rebels burned the town and instituted a sun imagery that was used thereafter. But if you put the pieces of this puzzle together, you might come up with an entirely different history. Considering the tales of modern Native Americans whose cultures related stories of the giants, you can imagine that they were the ones who burned Cahokia to destroy the giants within the city. When they rebuilt, the victorious Native Americans put up defenses and built much smaller homes to live in because they were not giants like
more ads.
Their predecessors. The homes they built were more regulated in size and did not reflect the wealth and stature that the previous larger homes of the giants displayed.
The team continues to search for ancient monolithic sites in New England, including a location in Vermont they've never explored. One of the biggest stone chambers is called Calendar 2 in South Woodstock. Calendar 2 measures 10 feet by 20 feet on the inside, the same geometrical ratio as the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid, and the door aligns with the solstice sunrise.
These are huge. These go all the way across there.
Every one of them does. There's 7 of them. And they go deep in, like 14, 15 feet long.
It's funny. I always thought that they'd be like schist or granite, but these are all
Salacious
limestone, which around in New England, people prop these up in their yard and stuff because they're anthropomorphic. I have one in my garden. We call it the fish rock. And you would have to go hunting to find these.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're kind of a rare thing. There's some big stones in there.
Yeah, look at this.
Look at this bottom one.
There's strange carvings as well. This could be done later. And there is supposed to be, according to Barry Fell, some kind of runic
Ogum or something like that.
Carvings in there somewhere. But what is modern and what is ancient is a big mystery.
It's new.
We've got stuff down here.
I should say that one's the biggest one. Yeah.
Yeah, that is huge.
So, but even like, this is quite an engineering project. These stones.
Yeah. I imagine, looking at it, the way it's on the outside is you put the stones in, you start building up, and then you build yourself a ramp to get these big ones on as you build up. And then once you have all your walls done, you know, you can start with one lintel and then work over the top, dropping them down all the way across. But sourcing them is the problem. Is like they're so rare to find.
This long, right?
Yeah, this shape and this material. It's like, how do you source them?
Yeah, it's rare to get like 10 or 12 footers that you could put in something like this. So they probably got to bring them from a distance to make this.
Who could have done it?
Them.
So we also have these unusual features just to the side
of the chamber. We have this large megalithic block in this kind of pit, which is clearly being carved out of the ground. And I would imagine there are stones all around the edge. There's the main chamber there. Over here is the most impressive one. If we look at this, you can clearly see, once you go down in here and have a look, you can actually see that this, not only does it have many stones in it, you can see the chamber there in the background, but look at this, all around here you've got big blocks just making up a wall of like an interior space, like that goes underground. And this goes all the way around. It's probably like 40, 50 feet wide, square. Can't get above it really though because of the trees with the drone or anything, but still worth noting here. And some of these stones are huge, absolutely massive. If you go over here, you see these ones here. This was probably all completely covered up when this was first, first people came to live here in the early 1700s. Clearly, this is a very ancient megalithic complex, not just the calendar tomb, not just the chamber there, but actually the entire hilltop. It's like a hill fort. Massive megalithic block just there. Absolutely incredible. What? So this is, and then you get the walls going all the way around the edge, which are thought to be massive hexagons stretching across the landscape. Something about this place, it's really got this whole magical, very strange feel about it.
If giant footprints are not enough to convince even the most hardened skeptic, then giant tools and artifacts might not budge their restricted perceptions either. However, consider these. In June 1936, Max Hahn and his wife Emma were on a walk when they noticed a rock with wood protruding from its core. They took the rock home and later cracked it open with a hammer and chisel. What they found within seemed to be an ancient hammer. A team of archaeologists checked it and determined the rock encasing the hammer was dated back more than 400 million years. The hammer itself turned out to be more than 500 million years old, according to the same measurement. Apparently, it's so old that a section of the handle had begun the transformation to coal. The hammer's head, made of more than 96% iron, is far more pure than anything nature could have achieved without an assistance from technology. There have been a number of intriguing finds in Indiana over the years, including the discovery of 8 skeletons, one clad in copper armor, buried in a perfect circle. In 1888, the Logan Greys, a military group led by A.M. Jones, were conducting military exercises on a small island on Eagle Lake near Warsaw, Indiana. Under a flat stone, they discovered a hole that led to an entrance to a secret cave that was 25 feet long, 15 feet wide, and 8 feet deep. Inside was the skeleton of a 6'9" giant, buried next to a stream that led to what was called a sacred pool. In 1889, near Kewanna, standing stones were found on a mound, and underneath, another giant was unearthed. While in Whitlock, Indiana, another giant was found in association with a group buried in a seating position.
There's certainly evidence of that, yeah, that there is, it's evidence of geomancy and massive surveying over the landscape, acoustics, and working with the natural energies. So these are all things relating to these sites, I believe, on a global scale. I believe, quite strongly, with all the legends associated with the giants, that they were involved in their construction. I think we have to take that seriously, because there's too many stories, there's too many accounts here and in England
that talk about this. Because even in New England, as you know, Jim, you found a whole bunch of accounts here, and they're never too far from the chambers. No, they're not directly next to them, but they're close enough to warrant, at least speculate that they may have been built by giants.
An account in Vermont of a stone mound, a stone cairn that an over 7-foot skeleton was found, which is very interesting. Because
it's a direct connection.
Yeah, archaeologists don't even think that Native Americans built with stone at all in New England, but we have, like at Monument Mountain, the natives built a huge stone mound there, and Ezra Stiles, the president of Yale, went there and talked to the native chief and basically verified that it was of native construction, and they call Monument Mountain because of the stone monument that was once there. And it's actually the place that Melville met Thoreau. It's kind of interesting as well. But there is this lore of, stone construction and all around the hills here.
In 1754, George Washington was colonel of the Virginia Colonial Militia. When hostilities broke out with France, he supervised construction of Fort Loudon in Winchester, Virginia. Laborers digging the fort's foundation uncovered.
EVE Online is a vast universe, alive with the unrelenting activity and combined history of its players. Pursuing lives of adventure, warfare, and prosperity, they share this existence in the biggest single shard, free-to-play MMO of all time.
Can't tell this.
Set 21,000 years in the future, EVE takes place in a distant cluster of over 7,000 star systems known as New Eden. It is a rich and diverse universe featuring densely populated havens of
A cemetery of 7-foot skeletons and what appeared to be Native American artifacts. The skeletons were viewed and reported by Washington. It is not known what happened to them. This discovery gives credibility to reports of 7-foot-tall skeletons discovered in West Virginia, Kentucky, southern Ohio, and southern Indiana. Thousands of years ago, giants roamed the West. Their crude camps and ferocious ways terrorized the early native settlers that had wandered across the land bridge into the North American continent and traveled south and westward into what later became the West and Great Southwest of the United States. Tribes still speak of these ancient days when their ancestors fought desperate battles against the marauding, loping giants, some towering 12 feet tall or taller, that roamed the land, viciously attacking settlements, brutally carrying off screaming women and wailing children for food.
Yes, I think that's what this did.
Who were these mysterious people that roamed America long before the woolly mammoths became extinct? Were they our ancestors or another race of giant humans from a civilization that predates our own? From the time settlers first set foot on American soil, we have been finding evidence of giants. Most of this evidence has been destroyed or sequestered away in order to either hide the truth or make it difficult to quantify artifacts and harder to study. There does appear to be a conspiracy to shelter evidence of giants, and it has been going on since science has been aware of the bones and materials associated with these anomalies. Our whole history would change if all the evidence of giants could be revealed. Perhaps our civilization is not yet ready to accept the existence of those lofty beings that roamed the earth centuries ago. Or perhaps others have made that decision for us, and we are left with only scant remnants of a civilization larger than life. Eventually, more evidence and artifacts will be discovered. Perhaps then we'll have a more complete picture of our gigantic history.
Jim and his team continue to study giants in America and worldwide. One aspect that surfaces is fake images and doctored photographs that appear on the internet. These fakes often turn away scientists who would study the mystery and often add to the noise that is prevalent in any scientific study.
Every day, it seems, there's some new, it's a Denisovan discovery, or in South Africa there's some discovery. We have all these accounts. When you lay them out, you talk about all the different ways that people try to debunk this story, and then we have newspaper clippings that debunk the debunkers, that they talk about this would be, oh, they're just trying to sell newspapers. So many of these accounts, it's just like this tiny little blurb about yesterday in Youngstown, they dug up a 7-foot skeleton, and that's it. And it's on page 18. What, why would you put that in there if it's not true? And it's easily found out. So, they talk about mastodon bones. Oh, these were all mastodon bones. These are burials. I just feel like with these 1,500 accounts, all the new information that's out there, that Occam's razor is
Did it go back? Or is
with
it
us
just.
now.
Oh, no, I guess
And that this story is totally plausible. It doesn't have to be Jack and the Beanstalk and some, 50-foot giant. These are just, humans, a race of humans that might be 7 to 12 feet tall.
You have this interwoven narrative in ancient civilizations about giants and the gods and who was worshipped and who created us. The giants were supposed to be creators, and they were also portrayed as being created by other gods that were androgynous, like Viracocha. And you have this all around the world, the same strange and specific and ubiquitous nature of these stories. It's not just myth and legend, it's oral tradition, it's secret society literature, it's religious documents, and historically verified information as well. All these ancient sites tell the same stories, whether it's an isolated Pacific island or Australia or the Middle East. So I can't get around that. How can you conjure it up? I believe in Jung's collective unconscious, but I also believe in a lost mother culture in Atlantis, if you will, or a Lemuria, where all these traditions came from. And the great mystic Edgar Cayce, in fact, said that giants and little people were part of the civilization of Atlantis that sank in the middle of the Atlantic 13,000 years ago, and their peoples and culture were dispersed around the world, and that's why we have that ubiquitous nature found everywhere. There was a new AI simulation that was just run recently. A new study came out that there's another mystery ghost species that we know nothing about, and we only know it from its DNA fingerprint right now. So who knows what science is going to reveal in the future.
Jim, Hugh, and Bill continue to search for more evidence of giants in America and worldwide. For them, the case is solid, and there will be new discoveries that substantiate the existence of a culture of giant people that predate our knowledge of human existence. The study of the monolithic sites and the unveiling of more skeletal remains will eventually bring this study into mainstream academia.
Anthropology seems to be missing the mark in regards to human origins, that there seems to have been flood survivors in island nations in the Pacific and the Atlantic that were drowned 12 to 50,000 years ago, and their refugees were of different proportions. They're little people and giants are talked about existing in these lands with strange anatomic anomalies like 6 fingers and 6 toes. And you wonder, are we reading this backwards? Because a lot of these rare genetic conditions are interwoven in human genetics. Now, is this ancient interbreeding with different people that weren't Homo sapiens, with different beings? That's the question.
between? I think there is one in between. Yeah. So what the fuck happened here?
If you got hit, even if you were not driving, you need to try this.
Because if you were in a car accident in the last year, you could be owed a large cash payment and not even know it. Even if you weren't driving, all you have to do is click the link in this video, answer 5 simple questions about your accident, and see if you have a case that could be worth money, like this, or even like this. If the accident wasn't your fault and it happened in the last 12 months, you could be owed a lot more than you think. And this doesn't just apply to drivers. If you were a passenger in an Uber, walking, riding a bike, or on a motorcycle, you may still qualify. Most people never check, and insurance companies are hoping you don't. So, don't skip this. Click the link and see what your case could be worth. People all over the country have already received checks for tens of thousands and sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars. And they did it without going to court. That's because there's money already set aside for accidents like these. For example, Stacy didn't think her accident was a big deal, but after checking, she ended up receiving $90,000.
Oh my God!
And if your accident wasn't your fault, you may be able to get money for time you missed at work, medical bills, pain and suffering, damage to your car, and you don't have to pay anything up front. You don't have to fight insurance companies, and you don't have to deal with lawyers trying to take advantage of you. Checking is easy. Just click the link and answer 5 quick questions. It takes about 30 seconds. Most people think, whatever the insurance company offers me is all I can get. That's not true. That's what Jessica thought too. The insurance company told her her injuries weren't worth much, even though her medical bills kept going up. Then she found auto relief assistance, and she ended up getting 5 times more than what the insurance company first offered.
Why
her final
is this not
settlement
lining
was
up?
$72,000.
I'm going crazy.
For $72,000.
Oh my gosh, are you serious?
If you're even a little curious what your accident could be worth, click the link and check. Here's what happens next. Within minutes, an accident analyst in your local area will call you directly to review your accident. They'll determine right then and there if you have a case. And if you do, they handle everything
I'm
for
so
you.
confused. It's not matching up, even though it was the last step was. Make it make sense. Hmm. Hmm. I haven't seen this. But I probably should watch something I can just listen to. Let me see. Let me try and figure this out first, I guess. 1. Oh my gosh, stop. It's 1. Okay, why is this being retarded? Pull through nicely. Okay. Two. Three. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. Okay, thank God. Now it lines up. Oof! Alright, I fixed it. We're good! Alright, I don't know what went wrong before. Okay. What have we got lately? Fairies. Do we watch this one? I don't remember.
Today, I'm talking with Joshua Cutchin, a researcher who spent the last decade building the case that every paranormal phenomenon we've ever recorded is a different facet of the same thing. UFOs, fairies, Bigfoot, ghosts, near-death experiences. His book, Ecology of Souls, argues that all of it connects to death, or whatever's on the other side of it. This theory is being taken seriously by serious people. Jeffrey Kripal at Rice University teaches it to his PhD students.
Yeah, the lizard people are not gonna like this theory.
Today we're covering how he built that theory, what the fairy literature gets right that ufology keeps ignoring, and his latest book, Fourth Wall Phantoms, which is about fictional characters that cross into real life.
Oh, that one's true. One day on Hollywood Boulevard, I saw Spider-Man, Thor, and 2 SpongeBobs.
We also talked about how ChatGPT is addicted to goblins. This is a true story. You're going to want to hear it. After the episode, I'll do a quick breakdown of what we covered and what I can prove. Now, let's go down to the basement. Josh Cutchin is here. Welcome to the basement.
Thanks so much for having me. I'm still in shell shock, but
are you?
Yeah, it's just it's a lot to take in, and it's always I'm always under the assumption that people have no idea who I am. So, hot dog vendor. Remember I said that earlier. So
no, people in this space know who you are.
Well, I appreciate it, and everybody here has been so welcoming and hospitable. So it's wonderful to be invited into this fairyland, this subterranean fairyland, really.
Everyone's nice because you're nice. Not nice people don't get to the studio. We send them home.
Fair enough.
Goodbye. So you study tuba.
I said to my wife, I said, there's going to be an icebreaker question. And I know exactly what it's going to be. It's going to be the tuba question.
Tuba under Fred Mills, Canadian brass, one of the best players of his generation. He says that the tuba is underestimated as a storytelling instrument. You're a storyteller and a tuba player. Do you agree?
I would.
What are we missing?
Yeah, no, I would. So yeah, oh man, we could do a whole podcast about Fred Mills stories. They broke the mold with Fred. I worked with Fred at the University of Georgia in the quintet setting, which, if you're going to work in a brass quintet setting with Fred Mills, who was head of the Canadian brass, that's quite a privilege. But yeah, the tuba it gets pigeonholed a lot as being like, the jokey, farty kind of instrument.
Yes.
But it really has so many different types of characters that it can be. There's a powerful and there's a menace to it. If you go back and listen to some of those John Williams scores, you've got Jim Self playing a lot of these tracks and these themes, and like Home Alone, there's a playfulness to it.
That's
and
true.
Sort of an impishness to it. So
I think of Peter and the Wolf.
Yeah. Well, and it's just I think that it's kind of been an interesting journey for me because I go into the music space where I have a lot of my friends, and gig, because that's a big part of still what I do. And they're always like, so what's up with the UFO thing, Josh? And then I go into the UFO space and they're like, what, the tuba? Like, where does this come? So I kind of feel like outsider everywhere.
Well, yeah, you're the jazz playing, tuba playing UFO researcher researching alien food offerings. So how did that? What was your household like? Is the weird stuff always around?
Well, that's a really good question. And so as far as this current author journey that I'm privileged to be on, the only person in high school who really wanted me to go into music was my high school band director. Because as we were saying a little bit earlier, I always had to work at the music stuff. The writing stuff just kind of tumbled out of me. But as far as my household growing up, I've always kind of been befuddled by people who say, I grew up in a conservative Christian household, and we weren't allowed to talk about ghosts or anything strange or supernatural. And I grew up in a household that pretty much acknowledged the fact that the Bible is the most paranormal book ever written.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, was it like a heavy Christian upbringing?
Yeah, at the time I didn't think so, but now in 2026,
sure.
I don't know, or vice versa. I just thought it was, just basic North Carolina Christian home. But yeah, there was never a hesitancy to say like, yeah, people see strange things, My father claimed, maybe this could be in your fact check at the end of the episode, my father claimed to have subscribed to a newsletter that the BFRO had at one point. So so we wrote...
The BFRO?
The Bigfoot, Field Researchers Organization. Yes. So we were always talking about Bigfoot, and that really was my first love, was Bigfoot. So there never was a concerted effort to shut down these areas of inquiry. And I came to the UFO question rather late because I was kind of perceiving a lot of the skeptical arguments, like why are there so many types of craft? Why are there so many different types of entities? I can believe that we're being visited by one species, but not 240. I sort of Goldilocks my way there, as is obvious from me sitting in the basement. But yeah, it was a very supportive household in terms of just being curious about stuff.
So your dad, Bigfoot, you started with Bigfoot. I've got friends. They're fascinated by Bigfoot. I'm not. Like, my audience wants Bigfoot stories all the time. I'm like, really? The hairy ape thing? What is it about Bigfoot that's so awesome?
I think that...
Is he the tuba of the cryptids?
Is
he underappreciated?
Yeah, kind of a punchline. Yeah, I can definitely see that. No, I think that part of what it is about Bigfoot, it's the same thing that we see when we see chimpanzees. It's like, this is so close to what we are, but not. And if Bigfoot is a relic primate, which I don't think it is, but if it is,
you don't think he's
even closer?
A primate?
I think it's more in line with the UFO thing. I think that it's something that loves wearing that as a mask.
Yeah.
Because there's so much. This is awfully early in the discussion to be derailed by Bigfoot, but
well, we'll get into trickster and all that stuff later.
But I think that there is so much symbolism embedded in something like the wild man archetype, that I think that it's a great mask for this thing to call us back into right relation with the environment, to remind us that the edge of town is still a precarious place, right? And I think that, to paraphrase my co-author and friend Timothy Renner, I think that the wild man archetype is still out there, and a lot of times it manifests as footprints and howls in the night, and on especially rare occasions you're lucky enough to see this archetype somehow embodied. And it's kind of weird because Bigfoot's having a moment right now. It's been having a moment for the past 10 years or so. We could probably go out in the parking lot across the street and find at least one car with a Bigfoot decal. It's as ubiquitous as the gray alien was in the 90s, I think. And I think that says a lot about where we are at this moment in terms of being severed from our naturalistic origins. I think it says a lot about a lot of the ecological anxieties that we see. I think Bigfoot has become an avatar for that part of ourselves that really wants to go back to the forest.
It's interesting that you said it on the edge of town, because I think liminality and thresholds are going to come up a lot today. I think.
They tend to follow me, yeah.
What's your take on the Patterson film?
Oh boy. So this is the part where I like make half the people mad and half the people happy.
That's the world I live in, is everyone's angry.
Yeah, I mean, I'd heard rumblings a while back that it wasn't everything that it was cracked up to be. I think that, look, at the end of the day, it's a remarkable bit of footage, right? Because it's either proof of Bigfoot or it's a hoax that lasted, coming up on 60 years?
Mm-hmm.
And I think either way, like it's incredible and should be regarded as that way. I think that it's fascinating to me that like 90% of Bigfoot iconography is based on a possible hoax now. Like it's always the same pose.
Yep.
But yeah, I feel like the real people who lost out on this possible outing of the Patterson film as a hoax are probably the forensic analysts, because like if you can't get to the bottom of this over 60 years, like how foundational is this science, right? Like, are we incarcerating people with the same techniques that were used to analyze the Patterson-Gimlin footage? But,
I tried to debunk it in my Bigfoot episode. I couldn't. It's good.
It's great, and look, and that's what a lot of my work in recent years has sort of been angling towards, is just taking the pressure off of any one of these things, so that I don't have to have my entire worldview collapse if something's outed as a hoax, right? I mean, I think that there are people in these communities who base their entire careers around a single bit of evidence. And then when that falls through, sometimes they're very hesitant to step forward. Someone who I will sing his praises all day is Peter Robbins. When the Rendlesham case seemed to be less than what it appeared to be, Peter said, yeah, I can't vouch for this anymore, which is a remarkable thing for somebody in this space to do. And I wish I saw more of that decorum from the Bigfoot community. In regard to that, you don't, and
because Rendlesham was a great example, because I feel like that's debunked, but that people don't like hearing that.
Well, and here's the thing: it's like you get into these sort of both and, right? That's the line that I try to toe all the time. This doesn't mean Bigfoot doesn't exist,
right?
It means that we have a piece of evidence that isn't what it appeared to be. It's still a part of the history. I do think it's interesting to see how much of what we assumed about Bigfoot from a primatological perspective is downstream of the Patterson film.
That's true.
To this day, I will still press my copy of Jeff Meldrum's Sasquatch Legend Meets Science into people's hands if they're interested in Bigfoot. It's a great book, but from what I understand, some of the stuff about mid-tarsal breaks and some of this primate anatomy stuff was based on his assessment of the Patterson film. And so for me,
that's the feedback loop that we're probably going to talk about.
Yeah, it's the feedback loop, and I'm trying really hard not to have a certain level of Schadenfreude or to sound like, I told you so or any of that stuff, but I do kind of have to smile a little bit when I think about the position that I've been occupying and that Tim Renner's been occupying. That is like, this is the wild man. This is not necessarily a hominid, a primate that you can catch and bag and tag. This seems to be something older and weirder and deeper. You can find antecedents for it very clearly in the old world. And I think that as a lot of the biological stuff seems to have been built on a foundation of sand, we're going to see more acceptance of the high strangeness in Bigfoot reports. And that, again, is at the heart of a lot of what I do, is because I've gotten tired of seeing people be treated as sensible and, foundational witnesses when they see a big monkey cross the road, but then to have their report tossed out when the end of the report is, and it turned into a ball of light.
Right.
It's like, we're all living in glass houses here. This stuff is very strange. I believe in believing experiencers, and in sort of like a flip of Blackstone's formulation, I'd rather believe 9 hoaxers than to toss out one person who's generally wrestling with what they saw.
Summer is here, and if you want to actually feel confident, less bloated, and energized this season, it starts with your gut. I thought bloating after every meal was just normal. It's not. Once I fixed my gut, everything else followed. And the one thing that made the biggest difference is cow head, whack, tiger hair, get what?
I think that's fair. Did you ever get to the bottom of your honeymoon Bigfoot story? That was a weird story.
No, not to this day. I haven't. Yeah.
Can you tell us what happened? That was crazy.
Yeah, I was being a drunken idiot. Yeah. So we had gone to Blue Ridge, Georgia, for our honeymoon, which is little did I know at the time, actually a pretty active area for Bigfoot. And I was always interested in this stuff, not writing about it, not as immersed as I was. And I was in the hot tub and I was drunk and I was shouting across the valley. Beautiful location. But this cabin was at the top of I've retold it like different times, and the angle of the driveway and the length of the driveway always changes. But let's say something substantial, like between a quarter and half of a mile. I will say very, very sharp incline. And so it wasn't some place that you just like walk alongside this house and like see this house. So that's all set up. It's all preamble. Because the next day my wife's taking stuff out to the car for us to go home. And she takes a small bag out and she comes back in and she's like, "Why did you do that?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" She's like, "Why did you do that?" And I said, "Well, look, we're,
your first night.
6 days. Yeah, we're 6 days into the marriage. Why are we, have an argument over this? Like, what is this?" And she said, "Come out and look." And behind, as I recall it, my rear driver's side tire is a rock, like about this size. I used to have a photo of it. I lost it. But a rock about this size that's like kind of wedged behind the tire. I sure as heck didn't drive over that thing.
No.
Because this was like a staycation. Like, we just sort of stayed in the cabin doing what newlyweds do. So I didn't drive over it. I'm looking around, like there's kind of a garden over here, but there's not a big, because that would leave a hole if you picked it up off the ground. Anyway, didn't seem to have fallen off the side of the mountain, which was all red Georgia clay, because that stuff stains everything. And it was right after this hooping and hollering that I did. I said, I did all that preamble about the length and the angle of the driveway, because if you're going to prank somebody, I don't know if I'd walk up that steep slope in the middle of the night. And if I'm going to put a rock somewhere, I'm going to put it on the hood of their car or on the top of their car. I'm really going to, get to them. But this was just like, "Hey, stop messing around. Leave." Like something like, "We're here. We're listening. Stop messing around." So that was my first, I call it a Sasquatch adjacent experience. Yeah.
Did you feel like that was a signal? That was a message? That was an invitation?
I'm inclined to now with the trajectory that my life has taken. There's so many things that kind of came together in that moment because, as is part of my story, I did, this is 2013, 7 years later, check myself into rehab for alcoholism. So that was kind of an interesting thing to have happened after an especially drunken night.
Wait, what year was that Bigfoot rock?
That was 2013.
That was a big year for you.
Yeah.
What triggered going into rehab, if you don't mind?
Well, so 2013 was the honeymoon, and
because you're, I guess, halfway between being a famous writer and sobriety.
Yeah, it was a weird thing. So 2013 was the Bigfoot rock, and then 2020. I mean, what happened to me in 2020 is what happened to everybody in 2020, right? Yeah. And I'm not saying this to frame it so that people, pandemicked wrong, right? I'm not saying that, but if you were going to choose an organic inflection point to change your behavior, it seemed like that's what I was being pointed towards.
Mm-hmm. Because everyone was angry, everyone was depressed.
And everybody started drinking more.
I certainly did.
Yeah, and when you start ideating about like checking into a hospital just to get a break, it's like, well, maybe I should actually check into a hospital just to get a break. There's some.
What was that decision? You woke up and you were like, "That's enough," or was it your wife?
I mean, look, it's sort of like.
I understand.
No, and I'm an open book about this. I'm just trying to find the right way to articulate it. I was obviously doing some stuff wrong. She was obviously doing some stuff wrong. We had twin boys the year before, and that was a weird time to be sort of cooped up with screaming toddlers.
Yeah.
And it was just like just now or never. I can't really put a pin in that moment. I have a friend I mentioned on the Patreon segment, so I don't know if I want to repeat myself here and delete that, but I have a friend who's working on a very interesting book who looked at my birth chart and thinks that it was always going to happen. Something was always going to happen on this particular day. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And basically I was due for a death rebirth narrative of some sort. And I could choose it or I could have it forced on me.
But it's happening either way.
It's happening either way. Mm-hmm. And so, a bunch of synchronicities clustered at the head of that,
Like,
it was
give us one.
Yeah. It was the feast day. It was August 28th, 2020. It was the feast day of St. Moses, which was one of the Desert Fathers who lived a life as a brigand until his sudden and instantaneous 180 conversion, which had some significance to me. And the fact that I also went to Mount Sinai, which was Moses' namesake, was the name of the rehab center. My therapist there was an extra. My therapist there grew up in Point Pleasant during the Mothman flap.
Wow.
During the collapse of the Silver Bridge.
When John Keel was there.
Yeah, so I got to have conversations with my rehab therapist about Jungian archetypes and which is not to be unexpected, but also we could go into the Silver Bridge and Keel, and it was just.
Did he meet Keel?
No, not to my knowledge. I mean, he was a boy at the time.
Sure.
But it just seemed really odd. I got home and there were, I don't know, I'd probably characterize it as light poltergeist effects. Things would be moved in some strange ways. And the most dramatic thing was this synchronicity that I still can't quite explain. But so having twin boys, I get concerned about the software, right?
I know this. I love this one.
The software to upload into their brain, yeah. And so I'm constantly revisiting what do I need to, what have I learned through cultural osmosis, and I need to teach them about entropy and the October Revolution and I don't know, the Battle of Midway and all this random stuff that I've accumulated. Where did I accumulate it from? So
because you're homeschooling.
Yeah, and and just even at the time they weren't in school per se, but it was just when did got to start, got to get on this, and am I fostering an environment where they're going to learn all this stuff? So I said, fine, we've got to start somewhere. Where do I start? And for whatever reason, I seized upon Aesop's Fables. So I was in my aftercare at the time, and I said, okay, I'm going to go home, and I'm going to go online, I'm going to order a book of Aesop's Fables, because I don't remember where I learned about Aesop's Fables. Do you remember where I learned about Aesop's? Cultural osmosis, what was that? But there's a lot of good lessons in Aesop's Fables. So whatever you do, go home, Josh, learn about Aesop's Fables. Go online, get a copy of Aesop's Fables. Whatever you do, Aesop's Fables. So I'm driving home, Aesop's Fables, Aesop's Fables, Aesop's Fables. And I get home, and my wife's like, well, you got to take the boys out for a walk. So it's okay. So I'm okay, so the entire time around the neighborhood, I'm going to go home, I'm going to get Aesop's Fables into their hands because you can learn a lot of foundational stuff and moral stuff and some ways to think is Aesop's. That's what Aesop's Fables is. Aesop's Fables. And I get into the garage, and I'm literally taking the boys out of their stroller, and I get a call from my mom. I'm like, I don't need this right now. I need to go in and order Aesop's Fables, right? And she says, hey, we're at the beach, which I knew that they were at the beach. And we're at that bookstore that you always loved. And I just got the boys something that I think they'll really enjoy. Do they have a copy of Aesop's Fables? Now,
we all have this story. Amazing.
Yeah, and you talk to Eric Wargo, and he'd say it was time loops. It was retrocausality. Yep. And I'm not denying that it could be that. But it's interesting to me that the trigger for one of those profound synchronicities, the trigger for all my profound synchronicities that I've had, has been, that emotional undercurrent, and that sort of, in this case, a down payment of some sort of life change, death and rebirth narrative, really, quite frankly. So, I admire To the Moon and Back Eric's work, because I think that regardless of where I depart with his perspective on things, something in there is bang on right. I
agree. So for people who don't know Eric's work, maybe explain time loops and where you stand on it.
Yeah, so the idea is that there is neither cause nor effect, but there is these things are embedded in a retrocausal loop, and that oftentimes it is accompanied by the trauma of that experience or the emotional investment, the emotional intention that causes that to manifest forward or backward. And that's a very poor way, if Eric's listening, it's a very poor way of framing it, but go back and watch the episode.
But you were pre-remembering Aesop's Fables.
Right. And you know, I've corresponded with Eric. I've known him for, since the beginning, really. And I think there's a lot to that. I just have some quibbles here and there, which is like what sits at the center of that time loop? You know, it's the idea of like, oh, I solved this great math equation because I came back and gave myself the answer, and you know, where did the answer come from?
Yeah, that's the working paradox.
That's the working paradox, and I would trust Eric's assessment on why that isn't a paradox and all these things.
And he explains it, and I'm in the same boat. I'm like,
the
work has to come from somewhere, though.
Right, and I think that ex nihilo space, as he's sort of been angling towards in his latest book, From Nowhere, I would argue that is where the metaphysical slips in, right? You know, and I would point to creation myths for that.
Wow.
And in creation myths, I would say creation myths are stories, and they are words, or they are sung. The world is sung into being in a lot of these indigenous cosmologies. These are themes that you see over and over and over again. So I think that there has to be, again, a both-and model where we are dealing with retrocausality, but we're dealing with some other forces that are not going to correspond to materialism or physicalism. The other thing is, you know, an example that I don't want to turn this into me beating up on Eric because I love his work so much. But
he doesn't watch this show.
I know, but I want to emphasize the amount of respect that I have for him.
Same. He's changed my thinking on how time works.
Yeah. But another thing that I would disagree with him on is that, you know, he was speaking of a patient coming to their analyst with a dream full of archetypes, and the analyst didn't know what it was. The analyst reads in a book the correspondences of these archetypes and informs the patient, and that's what the patient was reacting to, was that sort of fulfillment that their archetypes could be pinned down. But
that's Jung's Beetle story, beat for beat.
It is the Beetle story. I just feel like there are plenty of people who go through life and end up embodying archetypes without ever having that payoff, right? Like, I've met these people who are tricksters, or they fulfill the mother archetype, or any number of things, and they never read the red book. You know, they never have that moment where they're being confirmed in terms of how they're behaving, you know, where people have just sort of fallen into these patterns because the patterns pre-exist us all.
So they just exist as this archetype? What do you mean by it never gets paid off?
So I have a friend who has a late friend who was a biker, and he was a rough and tumble kind of fellow, but apparently a sweetheart. And he lost an eye in a scuffle with a gun. And by the time my friend got to know this gentleman, he would often wear a wide-brimmed hat and carry a walking staff because he had some leg problems. And had these two hounds that would sit on either side of him in his living room underneath a stuffed eagle. And he started volunteering at the VA doing therapeutic massage for veterans. That's Odin. Like I don't know.
It's Odin.
That's Odin. And finally, like, after he passed away, my friend approaches his wife and says, "Hey, did he ever say anything about this? Was this conscious? Did he ever know about it? Was this ever in your life?" And she's like, "What's Odin?" You know? So my point would be that if a lot of retrocausality is contingent upon pre-membering, upon that payoff that would have made him, oh, I'm being Odin, so that's what made me start acting like Odin.
Right.
That never happened.
No.
You know? And so that's what I would sort of quibble with, is that there's some force that seems to me, and again, if anybody isn't familiar with my work, I'm first and foremost probably a mystic. Like, there seems to be some sort of force that reaches down and seizes us. Or, you know, to use one of my favorite definitions of archetypes, as Jung would have put forward, you know, these are riverbeds that are carved through the landscape. These are furrows with little tributaries here and there. and they can go dry. But once you get a substantial enough rainfall, it's exactly where the water's going to go.
And it's exactly because the two meet is what causes it.
Right. Right. And so, I feel like we are constantly falling into these modes of being a lot more than we consciously realize.
I think you might be right. 2012, 2013. So I know that you're writing press releases, you're a substitute teacher, you're listening to paranormal
stuff.
You listen to paranormal podcasts. What was just like a Tuesday like for you before this all started?
Oh, before sobriety, it usually involved
sure
750 milliliters of vodka. Bottom shelf. No, it was just
what's your commute? You wake up in the morning, you have your flask.
Yeah, I mean, so to sort of summarize my journey, a lot of potential to be an orchestral tuba player in the world of classical music that probably is going to steer you towards higher ed professorship sort of thing, because orchestral jobs, I mean, there are 50 orchestral tuba player jobs. There's one person that fulfills that role in the orchestra, and they keep it till they die. So like you've got to sort of, anyway, long story short, I ended up having some performance injury issues that made it difficult for me to sustain some stuff, to sustain notes. Focal dystonia, it's run rampant through a lot of brass players. I've since recovered because I'm not spending 8 hours, playing all the time. I took time off, but at the time it was pretty devastating. So it's like, well, what do? Finished a master's in music literature, which is like a musicology light degree. It was supposed to be a performance degree. I pivoted, then got a second master's in journalism, and then again said, what do? The idea was to go into arts journalism. I worked as public affairs director for the University of Georgia School of Music for 3-ish years. And in the meantime, at a university in the summer, there's not a lot going on. So I had picked up a copy of J. Robert Alley's Raincoast Sasquatch, which is a great book. In it, he mentions that, among other things, Alley's perspective is that we are dealing with a hominid, but he pays a lot of attention and respect towards indigenous belief. And in the book, he mentions that the Bigfoot analog for the Kwakiutl in Alaska, the Bequas, is known to give people who are led astray, give them food. Usually it looks like dried salmon, but it's actually tree bark that's been disguised to look otherwise. And if you take this food from the Bequas, you're trapped with the Bequas forever. And I said, wait a minute. This is right out of Western European fairy folklore. If you take food in fairyland, you're trapped with the fairies forever. But Alaska's kind of far from Ireland. Even the cloaking of the bark to look like salmon is fairy glamour. Like there are numerous allusions in Western European traditions where once fairy glamour is removed, the food that they give you is like leaves and twigs and stuff. It's like, that's just so specific to me that I sat with that for a while and I said, look, there's one of three things happening here. Either there was an international civilization that was exchanging myths and legends at a level much deeper than we appreciate, or the collective unconscious is a thing, or people are describing objectively their interactions with the other world. Any three of those, which I think are kind of the only three options that I can figure out, any three of those blows apart your worldview. I said, this is really cool. Nick Redfern should write a book on that. And I sort of sat around and waited for Nick to write a book, because this was in the era when Nick was just pumping them out like every 6 months. I'm like, is it me? Like, is this what I'm supposed to be doing? So one summer I pulled all the resources together and wrote the book that became A Trojan Feast. And I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know what my wife was thinking, honestly. But I timed the release with my 2 weeks notice at the University of Georgia. And then it was a while of just playing gigs.
Well, how risky was that?
Well, my wife my wife worked for CDC. So we had a net, we had a safety net. But it was just, I mean, there were a lot of things that contributed to my alcoholism, but having 60 bosses in a university setting is one of them. So it was obviously unsustainable in that regard.
But being a musician author also sounds like a reason to drink to me.
Wow. Well, I mean, you don't know. I mean, musician, author, but also like low brass players have a reputation for knocking them back too.
Oh, is that
it's
right?
like, yeah, so it's like I'm getting Scots. I'm Scottish too, so it's like I've got all the risk factors. I went to school in Wisconsin. I mean, like, you know, it's like I'm set up for failure in terms of substance abuse. Anyway, so yeah, it was risky, but it was killing me. And so what I did was I pivoted and I built a pretty good little cottage industry of just gigging and teaching private lessons and doing a lot of like in-school clinics. And then we had our boys, and it became very apparent rather that I was spending all day out just to turn around and give money to someone to watch the kids. So I became Mr. Mom. That sort of brings us closer into 2020 when the Mr. Mom thing was kind of what was making me fall down that rabbit hole too.
Well, hang on a second. Music literature. So you're studying architecture, structure, motif, patterns. Is that informing your methodology with Trojan?
So you don't get out of 2 master's degrees without like kind of appreciating hunting down sources.
Sure,
that's the way I look at it. You know,
and your footnotes are ridiculous. It's half the book.
I got a new one coming out next month. That's like 1,300 endnotes, and I feel like I've kind of undershot my goal. But yeah, I try to. Well, that's the problem. That has been historically the problem in this space, that people will just say stuff and not say where to find it. And I could do a little bit better job of pinpointing actual page numbers, but I have my reasons for not doing that.
Yeah,
Kindle has made it difficult to do that.
Yes.
But anyway, so that's part of it. You know, part of it is you do end up reading things like Adorno and philosophers of different types that make you think in different ways. That's part of it too. Although, you know what, AJ, it's really kind of wild. I looked back on one of my earlier essays, and it was about taking a look at Strauss's Till Eulenspiegel, who was a trickster figure. And one of the books that I cracked open was Lewis Hyde's Trickster Makes This World, which is a book that I still use today. So, and like the trickster phenomena has influenced and informed so much of the way that I think about this stuff, that it's like, oh, were the seeds planted in that with that particular book? And it's probably the best bit of musical writing I've ever done. It's stuffed away in a binder somewhere, but yeah. So I think that all these things do sort of come together, and that's the thing. If you would go back 15 years and tell your younger self what you're doing today, you'd be like, what? Like, how did you get there? Why did you get there? You know, but you do kind of tend to get nudged in the right direction.
With the paranormal offering food, so that book comes out, and people in the space were saying, why didn't anyone think of this before?
It's kind of good that I had no idea what I was stepping into. Yeah. I had for whatever reason, I had a degree of familiarity with, or no, not parasocial relationship, I guess, with Micah Hanks. Because we both were from North Carolina, and I just sort of cold emailed Micah at one point and explained to him my project and like, do you know where I should shop this manuscript around?
And who's he?
Micah is a dear friend now. He just completed the audiobook of my novel, Them Old Ways Never Died, which should be coming out any day now. But he is a UFO researcher, Fortean par excellence, master of the endless comma, is sometimes what I say about Micah. But just a really sharp guy, very grounded. He runs the Debrief website.
Mm-hmm.
And Micah was just so warm and welcoming about it. And he not only, like, so he had me on his show, not even having this thing published, for whatever reason is beyond me. Somehow, I think he was really running with the Mysterious Universe guys at the time, and they had me on Mysterious Universe without having it published. I'm like, what is going on here?
Wow.
But with that sort of momentum, and again, just the grace of God, with that sort of momentum, it made Patrick Weege, an Anomalous book, sort of take an interest in the manuscript. And Patrick's first thing was, like all book publishing house heads of those sort of things, was like, well, you know, we reject most stuff that we get, but I'll take a look at it. And Patrick was over the moon about it, and I still have a great relationship with Patrick today. I don't publish with Anomalous anymore, but it has nothing to do with him as a person. He was just so supportive. And Patrick Weege, I read his books in middle school. Like, you know, I've got his copy of his guide to, you know, lake monsters and sea serpents that he did with Lauren Coleman. Like, and now he's my publisher.
How cool is that?
Yeah, and then, like, you know, there's a favorable review from Jerry Clark in Fortean Times, I think. And like it was just one of these things where it's like, what world have I stepped into? And now if I look at the contact list on my cell phone, it's like what is it's I'm so blessed and so happy, because it does feel like the kid who, ends up shooting hoops in his neighborhood and is playing with, Michael Jordan or something. It's the way it feels sometimes.
Can you give us some examples of the exchange of food? Because I hadn't heard that with abductees.
Well, that was sort of one of the things that I think people were overlooking. So one of my central contentions is that this phenomenon is everything and nothing at once, right? It wears a lot of different masks. My favorite depiction of the phenomenon is that reissue of Passport to Magonia, where it's got this
his valet.
Yeah, it's from, I believe it's Daily Grail Publishing. They've got a gray alien holding a fairy mask and a demon mask and a 50s sci-fi alien mask. The actual original painting showed that the gray alien itself was a puppet being puppeteered out of the frame, which is like the perfect summation of the phenomenon. Like there's something there, but it's always changing and adapting and adopting. So Valet had already made a lot of pointed comparisons to older European spirit belief in general, fairy belief more specifically in Passport to Magonia. It's like a foundational text for everything that I've done. And one of the things that you look at when you look at a lot of fairy folklore, and again, we know this mostly from Western Europe, but I can provide examples from pretty much every inhabited continent, is that if you go into fairyland and you are given something to eat or drink, you gotta refuse it because you're gonna be stuck there. At the time, I didn't know that this was a more pervasive myth. You'll find it in Oceania regarding the dead, the land of the dead, similarly in South America, but like whenever you're in that other space, you don't eat and don't drink. And so if Valet's comparisons between fairies and UFOs holds true, then do we see this sort of food taboo from fairy folklore manifesting itself in the UFO context? And you kind of do. The point that I tried to make in that first book was that a lot of these encounters are relatively brief. Like, you're being very hospitable with a nice spread out there. But I'm not sure that would have been necessary for an abduction or for a contactee, 2 or 3 hour meeting. But food and drink did get exchanged in these stories. They get exchanged in alien abduction accounts as well.
What kind of food?
Well, let me sort of put a pin in this other thought. They get exchanged in the abduction stuff as well, but they've also kind of changed, right? We're talking about how the phenomenon changes and how it adapts. I think an argument could be made that, injections and ointments and pills and things that feature all across abductions are sort of a variation on that.
That's true. I hadn't thought of that. That's true.
The sorts of food and drink that get exchanged roughly correspond to the character of the experiences, right? So contactees of the 1950s and 60s, people who met with space brothers voluntarily, those are voluntary, pleasant experiences. And the alien abductions, especially of the 70s and 80s, again, the phenomenon's changing. We can talk about that if you want to. Non-voluntary, non-consensual, unpleasant. And so the sort of food that you see in these experiences oftentimes aligns with that. You'll get references to milk and fruits in a lot of the contactee experiences, and you'll get references to, again, ointments and nasty tasting liquids. Obviously, these people came back, unlike in the fairy folklore. They consumed in the other world, but they were able to come back. But I still think that not being able to go home can mean a lot of things, right? It can mean you don't get to go back to the way it used to be. Your world is forever changed. Or you're going to be a recurring experiencer. But one of the interesting things is that if you look at the timing of a lot of these consumptive acts in the UFO literature, a lot of times they'll happen towards the end of the experience. And so you kind of have to sit back and say, okay, well, if I consume certain things in this space, I go there. If I take 5 dried grams of mushrooms in silent darkness, I go there, right?
You go there.
So is this then their way of sending us back sometimes, is to consume something over there? Because again, I'm not entirely sure. There's a physical component to this. I'm not entirely sure how physical it is all the time.
Could communion be related to this?
Yeah, I mean, Whitley talked about being given things to consume in communion. And I think just at the very heart of it, that the name itself speaks to what's going on there.
Right, so the body of Christ, I guess you become part.
Oh, you mean specific? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I went the Whitley route. Oh, yeah. Well, this is a whole nother. Yeah, I think this is 100% part of this. So yeah, the act of sitting and breaking bread historically is a type of communion, a type of commingling and accepting and being in and of that space. But yeah, I would argue that the act of Christian communion says a lot more than we really think about, because you're eating, in the tradition, flesh and drinking blood. And this ties back into some very ancient, very widespread ideas. In certain indigenous cosmologies, people are probably familiar with this, but you might vanquish your foe and eat part of them to take on their power.
Sure.
Or you might fashion a cup out of their skull. It's a similar idea. And so there's an ancient trope called eating the god. The idea that by the act of consuming the divine, you're internalizing it and communing with it, right?
Sure.
Similarly, if you look at the ayahuasca traditions and their analogs in South America, there is the assertion that the medicine is at once plant and vine and drink and deity as well. So you're literally consuming of the deity and internalizing it. And so I think that something similar, at least on the motivic level, is what we're seeing in some of these stories from experiencers.
There must be something to it because the experiences are so similar across cultures.
Yeah, it's the fairy UFO thing is the gift that keeps on giving.
Is it? In what
really
way?
Is. In the sense that
I always thought fairies were fun little things until I started researching.
Man.
It's like,
man.
Couldn't be more wrong.
Okay, let me go stretch for this one. No, it's so. What Dr. Valet did in Passport to Magonia was something that I think the best observations do, which it wasn't, hey, look at this similarity. That's all, bye. Well, that's a cool thing that he noticed. No, you can continue and keep unpacking it and keep unfurling it and finding other dimensions to it. There's plenty of stuff that he didn't mention about similarities between the Fey folk and aliens, but let's put a pin in that and sort of backtrack to what fairies are, right?
Yep.
It's tough sometimes. It really is, because I talk about being interested in fairies and people think I'm meaning something completely different. The fairies of folklore, the fairies that a lot of our ancestors, my ancestors in Scotland, might have interacted with, were never really depicted as tiny winged, effete, sprites. They were dark, chthonic, oftentimes sized like a proportion like an average human being. Great if they liked you and you treated them well. Did not want to get on their bad side. If you made a mistake, sometimes an innocent mistake, like whistling, you could get punished for whistling in the wrong place, or failing to leave out offerings, which is sort of where a lot of this fairy stuff comes into with a Trojan feast as well. But anyway, just very different class of character. The fairy that we know today is children's books and Shakespearean play stagings and stuff like that. There's a whole other conversation to have about what fairies look like in witness reports now and what that says about the phenomenon, but we can go there if you want to later. But the original sort of version of that was darker and stranger. And a lot of the things that Valet was pointing out really do seem to line up. I mean, you've got stature, you've got little men in green becoming little green men, powers of levitation, although fairies didn't have wings in terms of folklore, they were always granted powers of levitation, people being picked up and whisked away to other different spaces. Fairyland reads a lot like some of the descriptions of either the rooms aboard spaceships or sometimes in the contactee literature, these other planets that people went to.
Could they read a lot like Book of Enoch and Enoch traveling with Uriel to the ship?
Well, yeah, I think it's, again, part of this multiple masks sort of thing.
Or the djinn?
Oh, absolutely. And the djinn, there's reason to quibble with this statement, but the djinn could very easily be understood as Muslim fairy analogs, right? But all these different things, sort of add together, and I've completely lost track of what your initial question was.
About how fairies are misunderstood.
Yeah. So they're misunderstood, but then there are these other things that sort of Valet left out that I don't think he did intentionally, and he probably even saw them. But there's only so much you can put into a book. A lot of times in these older fairy stories, not fairy tales, fairy stories, which imply eyewitnesses and folk tales. You've got the smaller fairies all around, but there's a fairy king or fairy queen, and they're usually taller, much taller and lithe, and that sounds a lot like what we hear from David Jacobs. Your mileage may vary, but it's like a lot what we hear from David Jacobs about the taller supervising greys.
Yes.
There's a connection between fairies and the dead and UFOs and the dead, which I've explored recently. There's the fact that fairies came in all sorts of variety of shapes and sizes, like a Pokemon catalog, right? And similarly, that's what we see with the taxonomy of aliens today. That there's this endless variation. So it's just you can just keep on unpacking this and unpacking this and unpacking this.
There was one researcher, I forget her name, but I think she said at one point far in the past, every fairy was a dead person.
This is something that took me a long time to wrap my head around. Is how to make that work, right? So that's the one thing that you'll run into some people when they say, oh, they know what fairies are. It's like, nobody knows. I have plenty of friends who are fairy scholars. Check out Morgan Daimler's work. Check out Simon Young's work. Even they will say, we have no idea. There are arguments to be made, and there are better arguments and worse arguments to be made, but we really don't know for sure. There's the argument that they were demoted pagan deities. The Christians came along and said that they were the angels that were too good for hell and too bad for heaven that fell to the earth.
Mm-hmm.
But something that Dr. Simon Young has pointed out is that a lot of these cultures, when they talked about fairies, were trying to find some way to talk about the dead, because innumerable stories involving the food taboo. People will be at the fairy banquet, they walked by a fairy fort and they're invited inside because it's opened up this one day a year, and they go inside and and then they'll see somebody that they recognize, and it's a dead friend or a dead neighbor, and they're the one who says, don't eat or drink this because you're going to be trapped here. But that sort of mode of mechanism of metamorphosis is something that took me a long time to wrap my head around. And so the way that Claude Lécouteau, former professor at the Sorbonne, described it, he just passed away this past November. But great, he writes my favorite UFO books because he never uses the word UFO, but it's just great stuff. But he wrote a lot of books on household spirits and spirits of the land and such. And he described the process as you have someone who is revered by the community, a chieftain or a soldier or a priest or priestess, and then they're buried in a certain place, and that place becomes revered as their burial spot. But over time, as we are wont to do as a species, we sort of forget, and we sort of treat those connections more loosely, and it becomes sort of a spirit of the place. And from there, they sort of get syncretized with fairy beliefs as being these sort of spirits out in the wilderness. We see this really clearly, actually, in some cultures, even in the more modern era. Buryat shamans would be interred in one place and then later exhumed and then specifically buried in a new location to serve as the spirit of that place. So this genus loci idea, which is very closely related to spirits, that's a fairy glen, that's a fairy pond or whatever. These ideas sort of start to merge together. And
burial mounds and things like that.
Yeah, that's the other thing. It's so many of these sites that are associated with fairies, again, I feel like I say it all the time, but in Western Europe, but arguably worldwide, are sepulchral sites. They're sites that involve burials.
Let me check. How big are Charmander's claws actually? Because I feel like the pattern is wanting me to make them way too big. Let's see, they're so bulky looking. Let me see. Oh, hold on. Where's the thing at? Where is it? Link the picture. There it is. Huzzah! Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I should make that. I feel like I need to make triangles rather than the ball shape they have. But maybe I should look for a different, or just experiment on my own. See, I don't know if I like the way they're doing these.
Yellow?
Like they're so bulky looking. Maybe I'll just experiment on my own. These are a little long, but... I don't have a pattern. Nicer looking claws. Oh, that's already made. Maybe it's the same pattern though. Where can I purchase this? What does it go after? Oh, I wonder if one of my other patterns that I already bought has claws in it. What do these look like? What about this Bulbasaur one? They're kind of stubby, just like the ones I'm trying to avoid. I want more like triangular claws. Arrgh. Whoa, that's cool. I know those are a thing. They have like it's kind of like the eyes they snap in. Wee wee willy pal. Oh, that's a cute snake. I'll favorite it. Those are so bulky. I need something more precise. Maybe I can just wing it. I don't know. Make my own. We'll see. I don't know. I don't really like any of the options I see.
I mean, the Serpent Mound in Ohio, they see all kinds of stuff over there.
Yeah, and but thinking specifically to like, you know, Ireland and the British Isles, these burial mounds are unambiguously burial tumuli, you know, but they're also where the fairies are, just so happen to be. They're, you know, there are many traditions that say that the dead live inside hills. Not coincidentally, you know, it's where we put a lot of our underground alien bases in modern UFO mythology. But there's this strong connection through that even, does extend, especially in my part of America, with the Cherokee. There's a strong association between some of the burial tumuli and the tumuli down there and the Nunyahihi. They're fairy variant, one of their fairy variants. So, it's just, and that's what always gets me. That's what really keeps me going, is I take a look at, those Cherokee traditions, for example, and reading the association between fairy, what we would call fairies, very clearly, time dilation, missing time, taking people away into the forest, that sort of thing.
Yep. Sounds familiar.
Being associated with these earthworks. And people across the Atlantic saying the exact same thing. And look, I have to remain open to cultural contamination, right? That's always an ever-looming specter. But if not, that's what gets me going. Because it's like there's some strata of reality that we're interacting with where we're all coming to the same conclusions as a humanity.
No question about it. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, I want to talk about some more patterns that you found that nobody else did, specifically brimstone.
Okay. Yeah.
Be right back. So 1994, my dad has an operation, one of many. He dies on the table. They bring him back. When he comes back, he says he had a conversation with his mother and he smelled roses.
Mm.
And in brimstone, it's so funny because you would think, like, is there enough data to write a whole book about smells?
I got that a lot.
But there is.
It's one of those things, and this is sort of a lot of what I've done, is it's one of those things that people mention in passing in their own books, and they'll say, that's kind of interesting, kind of funny, I wonder what that's all about. Anyway, and they continue with the next story. And those are the details that always sort of make me go, well, hang on. Hang on, let's go back to that and revisit it. What can we learn by unpacking a lot of this stuff? I think this is a similar philosophy to what the late Carla Turner had, was that, some of these details might be holding the key to understanding a lot of this stuff. So after Trojan Feast, went on and wrote The Brimstone Deceit, which kind of sounds like a Joel Osteen book title, but
it does.
But what do you call a book about, paranormal smells, especially when sulfur appears so often? So that's what we went with, and I still see stuff today that I'm like, oh, that would have been great to have put in that book. It's just, it really is a pervasive set of observations that happen in this area.
What was the first one that made you go, wait a minute?
Well, it wasn't, I'm not sure if it was a specific account, but it was probably some of those observations that John Keel had made. Because, if I had a shrine in my house, it would probably be to John Keel and Jacques Vallée, right? Like, I feel like there's so much of what I do.
That's interesting because they fundamentally are completely opposite on what's going on.
Different hands on the elephant, different hands on the elephant.
That's right. That's a great way to put it.
And, the goal is to become the coincidentia oppositorum, right?
That's
the
right.
Union of opposites. But I think it was some of those observations that Keel had made very presciently that, people report brimstone or sulfur in these accounts. And there's this knee-jerk reaction, especially in, Christian America, to say, oh, it must mean demons. And it's like, well, have you ever really understood the origins of that smell or the history of the way that smell was identified and stuff? I mean, for example, if you go back all the way into antiquity, people in the classical traditions were misidentifying the smell of ozone as the smell of sulfur. They'd say, the lightning strike, and it was the smell of sulfur. And similarly, in more recent years, around the turn of the 20th century, people were being sent to convalesce by the seaside because of the great ozone vapors in the air. And it's like, no, you're probably talking about sulfur. Yeah, so there's
hydrogen sulfide.
There's that to consider.
How about the Oracle at Delphi? Same?
Yeah, and that's sort of so whenever you establish an area to look into, it sort of starts branching out like tributaries, and one of those is the idea of things like the Oracle at Delphi inhaling certain fumes, or the idea that burnt offerings are meant to they're meant to transmit the offerings themselves to the supernal realms through the smoke. That's a means of getting the offering from here to there. So there are all these things that you've just sort of got to sit with and say, well, what bearing, if any, does this have on a lot of these modern experiences? And so I really wanted to try and unpack that. And for a while, it kind of looked like I was going to get pigeonholed as the five senses guy. Like, I'm like, I don't want to write a book on paranormal touch. That sounds like
right.
That sounds like a dangerous place to go. But yeah.
What is it? What I find interesting about the smells is it's the one sense that bypasses thalamic altogether, goes directly to the amygdala, emotion center. There's no narrative structure at all, so it's culturally agnostic.
That's an excellent way to put it. And
doesn't that make it more real, the account?
Well, it not only makes it more real, I think it also makes it more ripe for hijacking, right? So there's actually an entire subset of like scent philosophy, olfactory philosophy, which was a surprise to me. But one of the things that they've sort of examined, some of these scholars, Guerrero, I think, is the one that I was looking into, talked about how we've oftentimes treated our noses as reliable witnesses, right? You know, it passes the smell test, the nose knows,
right.
Like all these things. If you smell it, like something's, so you can smell that something's off. And so the idea that you would be, I could make 1,000 different explanations for a trick of the light for me to see something strange. But when you've got that accompanied by something that you're smelling too, it really does put it in a place of authenticity, right? In addition to, like you said, just like jumping right to your emotional centers. Like if I have ex-girlfriends, sorry, Sarah, if you're watching this, I have ex-girlfriends that if I smelled their perfume, like I would immediately think of that person and those emotions associated with that. And if we are dealing with a phenomenon, as I've suspected, that really does like to traffic in meaning and quite frankly manipulation for good or for ill, what a tool to use.
Yes.
And
because your memory goes right there when you smell something. Childhood.
You can try not to think of it. Like you can not want to think of it.
Right.
And it'll override that completely. Which is kind of like, it's almost like even better than telepathy, or it's akin to telepathy, where it's like this is going straight in your head and there's no way you can not hear it or mishear it. And the smells, like a lot of my work proposes that there's a meta-position intelligence that's in control of how it's seen and when it's seen and what it does while it's seen, which is my logical exemption for why we don't have better evidence, right?
That's kind of a Valet-esque way to look at it.
Well, yeah.
That there's a structure.
Yeah, and that that if it doesn't want to be seen, it's not going to be seen. Or when it does get seen, it's a colossal fuck up. There we go. That's my F-bomb for
That's your
this
F-bomb?
show.
Now, hang on. That's George Hansen's trickster theory, is it can't be seen.
Yeah.
Is you try... And what I love about Hansen's work is he says the trickster, you try to observe it. As soon as you try to observe it, you can't. Like, that's quantum mechanics, man.
It really is. And it's not only that, but it's one of those things that it's almost like we as a species intuited that before we had the tools to sort of interrogate quantum mechanics. But yeah, it's so if the phenomenon can control how it's seen and how it presumably smells, like what a smell to choose. So
yeah, why roses and sulfur?
Well, roses and sulfur. Yeah, so the book is the Brimstone Deceit, and it talks about bad smells, but there's just all smells ended up in the book. And you do see rose smells in terms of saints and in terms of Blessed Virgin Mary sightings.
Of course.
And in select UFO encounters as well. I think it was either Dennis Kucinich who smelled a rose-scented UFO? I don't know.
There was one.
I could look it up. Yeah,
there was one.
Yeah, I believe that's what it was, and if not, I'm mistaken. But it's a smell that you get from time to time. But a lot of these do have some sort of sulfur smell, and then the task there is to sort of unpack what people mean, right? So, do they mean ozone, sulfur, that sort of conflation that we were talking about? Do they mean hydrogen sulfide, which is that rotten egg smell? Do they mean sulfur dioxide, which is that gunpowder smell?
Right.
And then even things that people make other comparisons to say, oh, it smelled like natural gas. Well, natural gas is odorless. We add methanothiols to it to make you more aware of when there's a gas leak. And guess what those contain? Those thiols contain sulfur. So there's something about this sulfur connection that I think is really fascinating. And we've so long associated with demons. But if you look at, like, for example, biblical sources, it's always been presented as a great thing, the cleansing breath of God's whenever God makes a point to cleanse something, he's using sulfur. And we know about this today, like acne medications often contain sulfur. Like sulfur is a fumigant, it's an antimicrobial. And so, like, the fact that the devil and demons smell like sulfur isn't the fact that they smell bad because they're evil. It's God trying to cleanse them, throwing them into the lake of fire. And you have to unpack all this stuff, but hydrogen sulfide specifically, this fact blows my mind every time I think about it. We are so sensitive to hydrogen sulfide that we can detect it at 0.5 parts per billion. To put that in perspective, if I had a semi that was carrying like an oil, like a liquid semi, like oil tanker or whatever, or a semi full of milk, whatever, and you took a medicine dropper and you put 1 drop of ink in there, that would be twice the concentration at which we can smell hydrogen sulfide. So if this phenomenon wishes to not be noticed and it's in control of how it smells, it's a poor choice. So it's almost like it's designed to be attention grabbing.
Well, I mean, astronomers are using spectrography to see if there's life on other planets, right? They're looking for oxygen. They're also looking for hydrogen sulfide.
Right. And there's some of the emissions on Venus. I don't know if this has been settled since, but some of the emissions on Venus of sulfur are so plentiful and not reacting the way that they should that there's been some speculation that there's some sort of artificial generator of some of these sulfur compounds on Venus. Even for me, who doesn't ascribe to the extraterrestrial hypothesis, that makes you go, okay, that's interesting. I don't know what to do with that, because you would think that chemistry would be a universal constant.
Right.
So yeah, and I think that these things, again, if we are to posit that this is deliberate, and it may well not be, then it might be to get our attention, because some of these experiences seem so tailor-made to people, relying on their personal lives and their personal symbolism and seeing sometimes dead loved ones and such. I'm also open to other ideas that, like, we're not smelling these things decaying. Like, maybe they enter our reality and they have a sort of half-life, right? They have a sort of half-life where as soon as they show up, they start literally entropying or decaying.
Mm-hmm. As a Christian, have your views changed at all, being in this space?
I mean, there's just so much cognitive dissonance every day.
Yeah.
it's weird.
Like sulfur's in the Bible.
Yeah, I mean, it's so my own sort of faith journey, where I've sort of landed with a lot of that, is that Christ was a meeting point of a lot of different archetypes. Maybe the most potent meeting point of archetypes that's ever been in existence. And I don't think that, because I do run into, well, number one.
Which archetypes would you attribute to Christ?
Well, obviously the Messiah, right? I mean,
yes.
But the redemptive Son, but also the Son and the Father. There's just so many different things coming to a head in that. But the thing that I would sort of come back to is that I think it behooves Christians to be interested in these topics and to think them through before.
Let me see how big this looks in comparison. This is too fat. I feel like it needs to be a little more narrow. Bleh. Unless I don't know. It's close, but I feel like it's just it's like one row too fat. Maybe I just need to like use when I sew it on, just use the thread to like refine the edge to flatten it down. Otherwise, it might not look triangular enough. So I feel like if I make it skinnier, it might look too curvy. It's not that bad, I guess. This foot's kind of fat. I think it'd be okay. 'Cause my foot's fatter than his, so maybe it needs to be a little fatter to compensate. Yeah, we'll try it. I'll just cut it. And tie it off here. See what happens. It's not bad. Let's see. Fasten off. Let's see if I can replicate it now. I wrote down what I was doing while I was doing it. So let's see if it looks the same when I replicate it.
Closures of any sort
I
happen.
don't know why toes are white. And
But I
feet is
also have
orange.
to say
it's
that
it's the way he is.
I also have to say that I've thought of the way that I look at these topics and what they might say about my own faith as sort of being like a kid taking apart a clock, right? So I want to understand how the clock works, right? And I want to get in there and take a look at the timing mechanisms and the cogs and the wheels and such and the pendulum. But even when I take apart the clock, and even if I understand how the clock works, the clock is the universe, it's not going to tell me what time is. It's not going to make me more punctual, you know. That layer of interfacing with reality is where my spirituality comes in.
This is a nice metaphor.
Yeah, I was really proud of it when I came up with it. Because, you know, I've had to think about this a lot. And so, yeah, I think that's sort of where I've been able to make peace with it. And it's so, I kind of wrestle with how much and how I speak about it, because when you say that, people start drawing conclusions about how exclusionary you are regarding these subjects, right? Or that at the end of the day, I must boil down and think that UFOs are demons, and that's not at all where I land. I'm sympathetic to people who think that because they're thinking outside of that extraterrestrial hypothesis framework, and then we can have a conversation about transpersonal psychology, we can have a conversation about trickster phenomena, we can have all those conversations if they're not automatically on that sort of orthodox ETH trajectory. But that's still not what I think. I think that everything is so much more complex than we give it credit for. And that's why I've always gravitated towards that ecology of souls phrasing, is because I love the idea of the diversity and the richness of a bunch of different weird things that maybe we can call spirits. I don't know. Like another dimension is synonymous with the other world, is synonymous with fairyland to me, maybe even synonymous with the afterlife. But like a rich ecosystem of different intelligences and presences all filling these niches, and oftentimes completely removed from this dichotomy of good versus evil that the Christian discussion always forces us into. You know, the example that I use is like a tornado or a shark could really ruin my day, but they're not evil, you know. And I think that might be a little bit more of what we're seeing rather than the sort of reductive binary that the UFOs or demons question always gets forced into whenever you start talking about these topics and Christianity.
Well, that the demons or just UFOs being spiritual, I'm hearing that more and more and more. And yet, and I think you might have even said this, the 2017 New York Times piece was probably a setback for UFO research.
I've thought that.
Because we're back to aerospace.
We're back to, yeah. Well, this is something that I've noticed throughout the UFO It's an interesting day to be talking about this, right?
Yeah.
The mediation of the conversation. My friend David Metcalf, brilliant fella, he's pointed to the fact that these narratives often get mediated. A good example that he likes to use is that in the Cold War in the 50s, I believe it was Project Moondust, was dedicated to retrieving space debris and ostensibly Soviet materials, but maybe if they came upon a UFO, they collected it too. But nobody was really talking about crash retrieval programs in the 50s when it was actually happening. And then, like a light switch in the 90s, that's all we can talk about. That's all we're talking about. And I think it would be in everyone's interest to really pay attention to what you're being told to talk about, right? So what I was perceiving prior to the release of the New York Times article, neophyte that I was, right, admittedly, had a lifelong interest, but I was only 2 books in at this point. I did see sort of a course correction in terms of the narrative, because people were talking about altered states of consciousness and all these things that like really get me going. Because that's the way I found myself to being interested in the UFO topic, was that I said, well, these don't have to be thousands of different types of craft and thousands of different civilizations. It can just be this one thing that's interacting with us in this never land, right? But that New York Times article drops and we're back, you're right, talking about propulsion systems and anti-gravity systems. And there's another form of real loss here that I think is happening, because this is a very Western European sort of way of thinking about the UFO question. There are all these cohorts from marginalized populations and from indigenous populations that don't think about this phenomenon in that way.
They wrap it in with spirituality and NDEs.
Right. So when you're talking about like hybrid programs or propulsion systems or any of this stuff, they just it doesn't, and so they feel like they're on the outside of it, when a lot of them are having these same experiences. They're just not framing them in the same way. A classic example of this is, if you look at the work of Cynthia Hind, who actually started asking the right questions in the right ways with people in, I believe it was Zimbabwe. She was finding that a lot of these people were framing this as ancestor phenomenon, and that there really wasn't a distinction between craft and occupant and any of this stuff. These things were amorphous categories where there was no real contradiction in the idea that you would have a craft come down and then turn into a human being, which is something that you honestly kind of do here in a lot of these indigenous stories. So I that's something that really makes me very hesitant towards the, friend of mine, Dr. Jeff Krapel, would call it the threat narrative that we're being fed constantly. And I'm not saying that all this stuff is sweetness and light. We know that it's not, right? My rehab trip was not all sweetness and light.
No.
But it needed to happen.
Yes.
It was necessary. And so I think that this sort of naivete of like, oh, these things are up in the sky and we need to shoot them down, we can shoot them down, I'm not sure that's the most mature way to take it. And that felt like one of those pivots and mediating of the narrative moments when that article dropped. But at the same time, it got people acknowledging the paranormal component, the idea that we were looking into things like Skinwalker Ranch.
True, but then when Luis Elizondo says this is an existential threat, I go, oh no, this is not helpful at all.
Yeah.
So is that narrative being constructed, or is that the trickster in the way?
It reminds me of that Simpsons episode where Mr. Burns is mistaken for an alien. They say it's bringing peace and love, break its legs, don't let it get away. Yes. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. That's what I've resonated so much with. If anybody listening to this picks up one book from this discussion, don't pick up my books. Pick up George P. Hansen's The Trickster and the Paranormal. And be gentle with yourself. Take time to read through it. Some of it reads like VCR instructions.
Yes.
I think that comparison is especially more apt now that VCRs aren't a thing, because it's even more inscrutable. But it's the only book that I've run into that has predictive power in this space.
Yes, it really does.
And that's something remarkable. And in case anybody doesn't know, George is making the argument that the trickster archetype hovers over all these phenomena. Do not make the mistake that we're talking about like a capital T trickster god or anything. Archetypes, remember, they're those dry riverbeds. They're the way that things tend to go when things happen.
So this isn't a consciousness or sentience?
I mean, you can never say never, right? But I think because of the way that he frames it, it's just if paranormal events and phenomena seem to be governed by these archetypes and these tendencies, down to, as we were alluding to with Lou, down to the organizations that study them. So the trickster archetype is liminal, guardian of the threshold boundaries. It upends the status quo. It's social leveling, so the higher brought low and the lower brought high. It's transgressive. It is playful. It is mischievous. It encodes wisdom in the grossest of spaces. P.K. Dick's insight from the trash stratum, or the philosopher's stone in the head of a toad, right? From the dross of society, you'll find wisdom and insight. Trickster figures, Hermes, Loki, Till Eulenspiegel that I mentioned earlier, Reynard the Fox, Rabbit from African cosmologies, Coyote from Indigenous American cosmologies.
Brer Rabbit.
Yeah, Brer Rabbit, yep. And
so this isn't evil. This is just.
Gosh, come on.
This is necessary chaos.
It's rehab.
It's rehab.
It's rehab.
I hadn't thought of that, but that works.
Yeah, and so what it does is it fulfills this necessary role, and that's one of the things that Hansen points to is the fact that trickster phenomena, the trickster archetype, loves to self-negate. So it'll show you one thing, maybe a predictable pattern of behavior, and just when you think you've got it, it'll pull the rug out from underneath you.
Right.
It will set you up. It relishes in absurdity, which is arguably what high strangeness is, right? It's anti-structural. That's the big thing. To the Stars Academy of Arts and Science. I always thought this sounded like a Montessori school. But,
it kind of does.
Yeah, but like this, it's the same thing. And like, the late Jeff Ritzmann, who was an incredible thinker, sort of saw that when that announcement was made. He's like, this is going to fall apart because that's what trickster theory says it does, and of course it did. So I don't think you can ever get out in front of this thing. That sort of anti-structural, self-negating aspect, I think, is best exemplified in the contactees or some people who've had poltergeist interactions. Something genuinely anomalous will happen to someone, then they'll be asked to perform. And they'll have to start faking it. And eventually that leads to, it was fake all along, right?
Right.
Yeah,
but that's
Uri Geller and spoon bending, or as my friend Soraya Azkath on Where Did the Road Go says, like, just because I can fake a punch in a movie doesn't mean that all punches are fake, but neither here nor there. But this idea that, like, Greg Bishop, my mentor, says these phenomena are repeatable but not on demand.
That's right. Where Hansen said you can't photograph it.
Right. You can't, and if you, or you can photograph it, but you're going to get something back that's going to make you seem even less reputable, right?
That makes me think of the epigraph from Swedenborg.
Right, you shouldn't trust spirits, and
because
spirits will lie to you. Spirits always
lie
to you, yeah. And again, we're using these terms loosely, like spirits means the other, whatever that is. Like, but these phenomena seem to lie to you. It's the reason that we always have that punchline of UFOs only abducting rednecks, right? Which isn't true, but it's that idea of that sort of marginalization and disreputability that we sort of have associated with the phenomenon. So yeah, these groups to study it always fall apart. Attempts to study it always fall apart. Again, it's partially because it's not reliable, and I again am proposing a meta-position intelligence. But it's also due to the fact that, like, you're never going to get IRB approval to put someone through a near-death experience.
No.
These sort of things happen. They're associated with trauma. Like, they really are. And so you're not going to do that in the lab. You're just not going to. It's like saying, let's measure tidal fluctuations in a bathtub or something. Like, it's just not going to happen. Or as Jeff Kripal says, going to Antarctica and saying, where are the zebras? It's like this. It's not. You're looking in the wrong place.
Right, because there's no zebras here, so zebras don't exist.
Right, and it's also Christ in the wilderness with Satan. Right, Satan's like, do this. And he's like, no, because that's not the environment in which this happens. Like, you can't be asked to do that. It's why maybe if a psychic needed to predict lottery numbers to save their life, they could do it, but that's why you don't get psychics predicting lottery numbers.
That's right.
And I'm doing George's work such a disservice because it's such a profound book. It is dense and it's difficult to read through, but once you start to see that, you're like, I can kind of see the way that the shape of a lot of these things, I think.
Why does the act of dying seem to be, or the nexus of dying, seem to be at the center of all of this? What is it about death? Death and UFOs.
Yeah, I joke that the things that you can't talk about are what used to be sex and religion, right? Or sex and politics, sex, religion, and politics, sex, religion, and politics, and UFOs. But I repeat myself, right? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, is this where we're going to segue into ecology of souls? Because once you draw back the string on that, the arrow goes flying. And
Let her fly.
Okay.
Ecology of Souls is worth. I mean, it's 1,000. It's 2 volumes.
It's 250,000 words. Yeah, and it's got a separate volume just for appendices and endnotes and the bibliography. And I hate that it's that long, but the idea was to write a quaint little book on UFOs and death, and then it was like, to explain that I have to have all this preamble, and it just seemed like I needed to do the topic justice. I think that, to your original question, that death keeps on cropping up because we're kind of misinterpreting what that moment is, what that NDE moment is. I just think it's one expression of these threshold moments, right? What I mean by that is, and this is why I asked if we're going to go off into ecology of souls territory. I had always been haunted by...
It's not working like the first one was.
A statement from Anne Strieber,
I wrote
Whitley
it
Strieber's
down.
wife.
Why is it
They were
so
collecting
different?
correspondence in the wake of communion, probably one of the only places that you could write at the time if you were an experiencer. And Anne was making some notes from the correspondence, and one of the things that she noted that Whitley later related was this has something to do with what we call death.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what we call death, I think, is a great little haunting phrase in and of itself.
It is.
But I heard that and I was like, well, what do you do with that? Because again, there's what I want the phenomena to be, right? I really do want there to be fairies at the bottom of the garden. Like, I think that's cool, yeah.
But you don't want there to be little green men from Zeta Reticuli.
Well, I mean, yeah. I just want it to be numinous and weird. But I guess what I'm saying is, like, there's what I want it to be and there's what I think the evidence is pointing towards. And there's a part of me inside that doesn't want this to be about death and about all just us and projections of us and drawing us into it. But there's a lot of evidence in that regard. So I thought about Anne's statement, and a lot of people have talked about this in passing. And I also thought about some other researchers who I thought have done impeccable work. Somebody who doesn't get nearly enough attention is Thomas Bullard, Eddie Bullard.
Mm-hmm.
Wrote UFO's Measure of a Mystery back in the 80s, which at the time was like the most comprehensive collection of alien abductions. Made extensive comparisons between UFO experiences and shamanic initiation. Now we can unpack the problematism behind that term. Shamanism is specific to, Siberia, et cetera, but just shamanic figures in their communities, in their respective communities, which we might call medicine men or women or
early religions.
Yeah, just let's substitute any culture-specific term for that intercessor with the spirit world.
Sure.
He drew a lot of comparisons between UFO experiences and shamanic experiences in terms of the symbolism, in terms of the spaces that they were going to, most notably in terms of the dismemberment that people would have in shamanic initiations.
Dismemberment?
Yeah, so there was this idea that you would go to the spirit world and you would be taken apart and put back together again better, and then come back to serve your people. Similarly, one of the scholars of shamanism that is historically the most looked at, Mircea Eliade, talked about certain traditions talking about the shamanic initiation being given by the spirits a crystal in their head to facilitate communication. You see where this is going.
Mm-hmm.
All very salient points. So we've got Anne and the death, and we've got Bullard and the shamanic initiation, and then you enter Kenneth Ring into the equation, who wrote the Project Omega, which talked about the similarity between UFO experiences and near-death experiences. And
I have this reading list for everybody, by the way.
Okay, yes, it's a long
Bullard,
list.
Ring, it's all here.
Why is it not working?
And that's undeniable too in a lot of ways. They're narratives of ascent, as Diana Pasolka would call them.
Does DMT experience track with this? The ego death?
Well, we can put a pin in that for a moment.
Copy that.
I'll get there. That's part of this equation too. This is part of my cork board. My cork board with the red yarn.
A jazz guy's riffing. I let him riff.
I'm not. I usually lose my way before the solo's done. But so tunnel. Oops, sorry. So tunnel experience, themes of ascension, of lifting up.
Get out of here.
Going to certain spaces, like there are a lot of descriptions of alien worlds that sound like afterlife meadows and such. People have seen aliens in near-death experiences. More often than not, they see beings of light, but that's been revealed as one of the more common yet underreported entities seen aboard craft in alien experiences are beings of light. So that's transferable there.
That's absolutely true.
It's Ray Hernandez's free study, his stuff that he did on that. They showed that beings of light were really common. So, like, all these things are starting to play well together. Then you do enter, see, I told you I'd get there. You do enter into the DMT and the altered states of consciousness space.
Scripture has quite a few passages about beings of light.
I'm sorry?
Scripture has beings of light.
Yeah, well, the light imagery is everywhere, all over it. My good friend and editor, Barbara Fisher, who runs the 6 Degrees of John Keel podcast, is making me work on a book about lights, and it's like the toughest thing I've ever done, but...
I love it.
Love you, Barbara, but it's tough. But yeah, that's one of the things, like, you look through Scripture, and it's just like, allusions to light, no light... Yeah, exactly.
It's like a UFO story.
But the DMT entheogen sort of space, a lot of those were interpreted or thought of as being vectors for talking with the dead, right? To the extent that, you could translate ayahuasca as vine of the spirits or vine of the dead. And that's just one example among many. Iboga, you see similar descriptions about accessing the spirit world. Terrence McKenna said that, he thought of DMT as bungee cording into the bardo.
Have you ever tried it?
Me? Mm-hmm. No, I'm too chicken shit to do it. I
can't break through.
Well, and on the backside of recovery, I'm like, is this a really good idea? I don't know.
I wouldn't call it recreation.
No, I wouldn't either.
It's not fun.
But I'm sort of, again, I think it does come to me just being too scared to do it, because I have some friends who have been like, I never see fairies. And they're like, well, I can fix that for you if you really want me to. And it's like, well, maybe not. And then I start thinking about blood pressure and all sorts of different things, that comorbidities. Anyway,
but the wood elves, and I mean, it's all the same story.
Yeah, and there are allusions to people being taken apart and put together under ayahuasca by little beings. So it all starts to sound the same. And then you say, okay, well, the shamanic initiations oftentimes take you to the land of the ancestors, or at least to or past the point of death, a near-death experience, and bring you back with powers. Near-death experiencers come back with supposedly abilities of clairvoyance and precognition and all sorts of things. UFO experiencers have this happen too. People don't talk about it enough.
True. Joe McMoneagle.
These people all experience poltergeist effects. Valet said it was the rule rather than the exception that experiencers had poltergeist effects in their lives after their sightings. So we're checking the shamanic initiation box, we're checking the near-death experience box, we're checking the UFO box, we're kind of checking the DMT box to a degree. Mario Kitness and David Lukes did a study that showed that a lot of people who have used psychoactive substances have reported an uptick in things like spontaneous out-of-body experiences and poltergeist effects and such like that. And trips to fairyland. A tunnel. Like, if you go to... I had the privilege of... The second honeymoon. The first honeymoon was to Blue Ridge, where I drunkenly summoned Bigfoot. The second honeymoon was to Ireland. And just to have a sense of place and to go there and to go these places and really be like, oh, that's what this is all about. A lot of these fairy forts include these subterranean passages called souterrains, which are these... It's not really known entirely what they were used for, perhaps storage, perhaps for hiding, but some of them stretch for miles underground. And so it's very similar to the idea of you reading a lot of these fairy stories, like, oh, the person went through a tunnel to fairyland. Tunnel experience to a pastoral locale. That's the near-death experience. The tunnel experience is the beam of light that the UFO takes you on. The tunnel experience is prefigured in some of the shamanic stuff as well. So it all starts to kind of play together, but then you've got to say, okay, well, are these all crossing over to the afterlife, depending on your spiritual tradition, and coming back? Because it doesn't... I have a hard time... I can do that with the shamanic thing, right? I can say that initiates are taken past the point of death and brought back, because that stretches back into classical traditions. And I can do that, obviously, with near-death experiences. It's baked right there into the name. I can do that with fairyland, because fairies have this association with the dead. I have trouble doing that with the UFO thing, and I have trouble doing that with all the altered states of consciousness entheogen thing. So I would posit, rather, that we have these threshold events, thresholds, tricksters. Mm-hmm. We have these threshold events where we go and we come back different. And I don't know what that other space is. If you really are still in 2026 holding on to materialism, that's fine. Whatever. We'll wait it out. And you really want to say that these are other dimensions, that's fine. I can meet you there. But we've been talking about it for thousands of years. It's the other world. It's Tir na Nog. It's Oz. It's Middle Earth. It's the imagination. I think it's all these things. And if you go there and you come back, you survive that ordeal, it's the hero's journey, right? You come back with these abilities that I can't explain. But if you do spend time with this cohort, we were talking about this a little bit earlier, you do start to notice these strange things happening around them that you're like, that, you know, as someone who hasn't had, I've had my death and rebirth experience, I guess, but as someone who's never had an alien abduction or a near-death experience per se, or any of these things, it's like, this doesn't happen to me all the time, and this happens to you, and it really does seem to, I'm observing this cloud of strangeness around you. And so that's sort of what I tried to do with Ecology of Souls, to answer your question 30 minutes later, is to put all these things in dialogue with each other and to make them play together, because all true narratives must reconcile, right?
They must.
And I see too much worth preserving in the work of Bullard and the work of Ring. Too many similarities to the fairy stuff in the work of Villay. I'm like, okay, well, how do these things all have to play together? I think it's the death thing. I really do. I just don't think we know what death is.
We don't know what death is.
Yeah.
And why wouldn't it be birth instead?
Well, that's an interesting idea that, you know, is sort of alluded to. If you look at, I believe it's the work of Croft and Croker, some of those old dusty fairy folklore volumes, they'll make allusions to things like the fairies would laugh at funerals and cry at births. Or there are also allusions to fairyland being summer when it's winter over here. It's the place of inversions. You see inversions. Again, that's trickster, topsy-turvy sort of stuff again. But this illusion of inversion. So that's an idea that, I mean...
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion project.
Even Charles Fort played with this idea. You know, we are the ones who are truly dead. And
right.
He's so eloquent, and I can't even paraphrase him, but he was just like, we are the ones who are truly dead. We've emerged from this, you know, we will someday emerge from this cloudy pseudo existence into, you know, the true light of our actual lives.
I hope he's right.
I hope he's right too, and I think that he's even if I didn't have my own faith background, I think I would still say that he's right. Right. I think that there are certain hills that I will and won't die on. The psi phenomena hill is one that I will die on. I wasn't aware until I watched your interview with, I guess it was Eric, that the Daryl Bem stuff had been replicated.
Yep.
So you've got that. You've got some of Dean Radin's work.
But there's some tricksters with Bem as well.
Yeah, I mean...
Because,
well, okay.
Because initially it couldn't be replicated.
Right.
And they couldn't really understand it, but it has been since.
Well, and that's where you sort of invite in Rupert Sheldrake through the back door, right? With morphic resonance. So Rupert Sheldrake, biologist and parapsychologist.
That's the episode that I'm releasing tomorrow.
Oh, okay, then I'll keep my mouth shut. Just watch that episode.
No.
But yeah, but yeah, it's
exciting because...
So was this possible? Was this possible until Daryl Bem broke the seal? Right?
I don't know.
For the pre-sentiment studies.
Well, now you have to talk about Sheldrake.
Well, okay, so Sheldrake's idea was that, among his many ideas, because he's done some really interesting work on pet telepathy and whatnot, but the idea that there's a thing that he coined as morphic resonance, which is basically the first time something gets done, it's easier to get done later. Rats in a maze on the West Coast, running the maze first, will have a more difficult time than rats on the West Coast, because something about the collective, unconscious maybe, of that species has learned how to maze well, right?
Yes.
So...
Nature has memory.
Yeah. And if you look at, like, sports, that seems to be the case, right? Because records are broken. It's like, nobody's ever going to break this record, and then that record's broken, and the bar keeps on getting raised higher, and people keep on meeting it. But I will die on the... because of people like Sheldrake, and like Bem, and like Dean Radin, who have been, especially Radin, trying to play by the rules of laboratory experiments. That's a hill I'll die on. But the near-death stuff is I'm close to, I don't know if I'm dying on that hill, but I'm definitely being, like, mortally wounded on that hill.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay,
like,
that's fair. What about the reincarnation hill?
Well, that's a good one too. I mean, you know,
Because there's good research.
There's great research on it. There's University of Virginia, is it Jeffrey Long, I believe? I used to be able to spout this name off the top of my head, but there's really compelling stuff. You know, with my boys, I was kind of hoping that they would say something to me about a past life before age 7. Also, they're identical twins, so I kind of like wanted to do those twin experiments, but no twin telepathy either. But yeah, I mean, the reincarnation thing, I think, is part of it too. You know, that's where I break with traditional Christianity, although I think there are ways you can sort of blur the lines to make it fit. But I think you can. I think you can. I mean, and just I get so tired of. I mean, I'm probably rambling, so I apologize, but I find the reincarnation stuff to be much more compelling than the criticisms of it. So I get so tired of these low-resolution interpretations. It's like, well, why are there more people on Earth now than there ever have been? I'm like, well, how many waves can be on the ocean? You know? How come 5 people said that they were Napoleon at my dinner party in their past life? Well, I don't know, maybe they'll have a 5th of Napoleon. Like, I don't know. Mm-hmm. Like, I like the idea of using the water cycle as an analog for the reincarnation process. But like, you all get dumped into a soup and then you get spread around. Yeah.
And researchers like Raymond Moody have addressed that, is that soul energy could be broken off into pieces.
Yeah. You know? I think so.
I think so, too.
And that, you know, that might be what we experience when we meet soulmates. You know, as we see a spark of that other thing that's inside of us, or even people that you just get along with. You know, there's some people that you get along with right from the start. There's some people that you kind of don't want to be around. You know, like you.
But that's Moody's work as well. Is these soul groups, and you just hit it off with somebody.
Yeah, 100%.
And you're just going through the experience together.
I mean, you've had these experiences with people where, like, no matter what you say, they're not picking up any of your references. And, like, you have to explain all your aside jokes. And you're like, well, I should have never made that joke because now I'm having to explain it. And it's just, you know, awkward all the way down. There are a couple musicians that I work with and I love them. But it's the same way. It's like, well, you know, maybe we are... Our Venn diagram of soul pieces does not mean...
That's true. As a former stand-up, I've played to rooms where nobody was in my soul group.
That's very true, I bet. Yeah. Say that to College of Souls. I mean, so... So the idea, but see, you see all that you have to get to before you can have that UFO conversation, right?
And we're not really connecting it with death.
I'm sorry?
We're not really connecting UFOs with death yet.
No, I mean, this is just the preamble, which is why it got split into 2 things. And you mean we as a culture, or we in this room?
Really, all of it.
I mean, yeah, it's.
I can't make the connection, but I feel like there's something to it.
I mean,
well, let me expand a little bit more. We've got the narrative, the nuts and bolts, the aerospace, but I think you have even brought to everyone's attention that we're seeing more experiences that are spiritual and less that are abduction.
Right.
Like the narrative is changing culturally.
That's what the phenomenon does, I think. The late Earl Grey Anderson, head of SoCal MUFON, said that, before he passed away, said that he was noticing that a lot of these narratives in the UFO phenomenon are shifting more towards, like, downloads, astral traveling, consciousness excursions. Structured craft are shifting a lot towards more lights in the sky.
Yes.
And I have multiple thoughts about this. One of them is that as we globalize and we lose our cultural idiosyncrasies, we're seeing a truer, more stripped down version of the phenomenon, right? So instead of seeing, I don't know, a flying chariot or a flying saucer, we just see the light that was there all along, right?
Just an orb.
Because culture is not as distinct as it once was in a globalized era.
Right. I mean, before Kenneth Arnold said saucers, it's misinterpreted. He didn't see any saucers.
Yeah, they're like bat-wing chevron sort of things. Yeah. But then now we're in fourth wall Phantoms territory.
Oh, we can't get there. We're not there yet. We got to
people ended up seeing saucers, but
hang on.
So
we'll go to break. We'll come back to fourth wall. But if you want to make a point, do it.
Yeah, I would just say that so the phenomenon seems to change and adapt. It seems to continue to be changing and adapting. Even disclosure, for better or worse, has changed and adapted. There are people talking about things, aspects of the phenomenon that you didn't used to hear. The people in that audience in those hearings read some very strange books. Mm-hmm. Let's just say that. Mm-hmm. it's almost as if the front-facing effort to get people to acknowledge UFOs is giving them the most palatable version. Here are the nutsy-boltsy things. We won't quite talk about the psionics and the extended consciousness and the death connection, because you want to talk about something that would really be catastrophic disclosure, it would be the death connection.
Of course,
right?
But you know they're tracking that and researching it. Always have been.
100%. Some stuff that I'm not. I hate it when people talk about insider knowledge, but I just don't want to be gauche or anything and say something. But anyway, people are reading weird books on this stuff. People are authoring weird books on this stuff who are at the forefront of the disclosure movement, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that we're going to continue to see this get weirder and weirder and weirder if this current disclosure effort takes root. And look, it's gotten farther than I ever thought it would this time. So we'll see.
By the time this comes out, I think everyone's going to be disappointed with what
They probably are. Yeah, but I'm trying to be optimistic. I mean, like, there was a time when I would have said nothing would happen, but opinions like that age like milk. So
true.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back. We'll talk about fiction bleeding into reality. Fourth Wall. Jeffrey Kripal said that book saved your life.
Yeah.
How does that work?
The gateway and the sort of germ of what became Fourth Wall Phantoms is part of what saved my life. And the lessons that grew into Fourth Wall were what saved my life. So it was during that rehab stint. I had no idea what I was getting into. I'm a little child of privilege. These are not my people in rehab. They are my people, by the way. But how do you find your way to navigate through this? Because they're guys, they're guys who are. I learned this. They're crunching up goldfish and putting hot sauce on them. So it's like, oh, you've done time. Apparently, that's a thing. That's a thing.
So that was your first stint.
Yeah.
And your last, God willing.
Yeah. Knock on wood.
Mm-hmm.
But how does a Josh Cutchin, in all of his fart sniffing, hoity-toity sort of way, how does he navigate that, and how does he survive that after acknowledging that these are your people? In comes Carl Jung and Joseph Campbell.
Really?
To save my, yeah. So I journal. I filled up like 2 journals in the time that I was there. Just writing. I got known as the writing guy.
How long did you do? 30?
I did like 12.
Okay.
I should have done 30, but okay. I should have done 30, but we're also 6 years later, so I don't know. But what really helped me was trying to pinpoint where I was at in the hero's journey, because this is not the way life is supposed to go, right? You're not supposed to wind up in a sort of prison-esque sort of vibe,
So you're in the cave searching for the elixir?
Yeah. Well, it was the belly of the whale.
Okay.
It was the belly of the whale. And then what do you do after you get out of that? Like, what does slaying the dragon mean? Does it? Because this isn't a dragon that you slay, right? You don't. It's got to look different than that.
Mm-hmm.
So it was by leaning into archetypes and leading into that sort of hero's journey thing, and finding strength in those synchronicities with Saint Moses and all that stuff. It really felt like something was plugged in and saying, this matters. This is the way out if you do it right. And to, quite frankly, toss aside that connection to whatever this other thing is, which was so tangible. Weeping up and weeping back. Like, that was to toss aside everything that you learned from interacting with the divine, to go back out there and do your thing back the way you were. It just seemed like it wasn't just bad for me, it wasn't just bad for my family, it wasn't just disappointing, it was blasphemous, is really what it felt like.
You felt like you turned your back on God?
It felt like it would have. Or rather, more to the point of the lessons that evolved into Fourth Wall Phantoms, it would have been making a shitty story, right? It would have been going against that narrative direction, that empty riverbed, that dried riverbed that Jung talked about.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been like not following that. Like, I think that God, the universe, if you're more inclined, wants you to follow some of these paths. They're paths of least resistance that are sometimes the best paths for you.
Totally agree.
And if you can learn and listen and lean in those moments, then things will turn out for the better. So the entire introduction to Fourth Wall Phantoms is me navel gazing and sharing my rehab experience. But just to show that these ideas have real stakes. And I think when you expand those up to the macro level, to the societal level, I think they have even deeper stakes about the stories that we tell ourselves, about the cynicism and dystopia that we've sort of been reveling in. I mean, honestly, like, don't get me wrong, I love irony and, you know, that Robert Downey Jr.-esque snark as much as the next person. But there's something inauthentic about it, I think.
Well, then this is a detour I want to take.
Yeah.
Usually an author's first novel, they can't help but reveal a lot of themselves. So Them Old Ways Never Died, 2023, is a musician in rural Georgia having experiences, difficult relationships, and struggling with alcoholism.
Yeah. A musician in North Georgia. Yeah, I call it my Appalachian addiction goblin trauma drama.
Yeah. So are you... was it Robert Coulter?
Yeah, Rick Coulter.
Rick Coulter.
Robert Coulter is actually the name of a tuba player in Atlanta.
Oh.
He wrote me as like, oh, that was me. And I'm like, no, it wasn't you. It's Rick Coulter. It's Rick Coulter.
So what are you working out in that novel?
Well, so the pre and post rehab experience was sort of trending towards looking at fiction in general. So during the pandemic.
So many paths.
I was putting together a collection of essays that I was editing and contributing to, but editing of people whom I admired about fairies in film and how certain films talk about fairy folklore in authentic ways. And then after rehab, it was the novel, which was me processing, which sort of pointed me in the direction towards Fourth Wall Phantoms, which is nonfiction about fiction, right? And in the novel, sometimes I feel kind of sheepish about it because it's like, thank you for attending and reading my therapy session, everyone. But, you know, I always wanted to.
But you needed to do that.
I absolutely needed to. I mean, I wanted to. So much of that book is pulled straight out of my rehab journals. It really is. Phrases and stuff that people said to me and stuff like that. I also wanted to see if I could write a novel. You know, my favorite fiction is there's the monster, but the monster also symbolizes something. You know, there's something going on under the hood, so to speak, with the monster. I thought that, you know, a generational fairy curse kind of looks a lot like addiction. You know, and alien abductions kind of look like hangovers. You know, post-alien, you wake up in your dry mouth and you don't know where your pants are and you can't remember what happened last night after a certain point. And,
well, how does Rick Coulter change at the end of the novel?
He realizes that he doesn't have to be perfect. He makes peace with who he is, in terms of who he was told he was versus who he truly is. And he's not as self-centered as he is at the start. But to do that, he has to give up something that's very important to him, which is the same thing that I gave up that was very important to me. And, you know, I just got done going through the audiobook version of it with Micah Hanks, and, you know, there's some stuff I'd probably change, but at the end of the day, it really does encapsulate. I say that Ecology of Souls has my head in it, and Fourth Wall has my soul in it. but I think Them Old Ways Never Died has my heart in it, in terms of the relationship that I developed with those characters and how they have taken me through my journey in the time since. Now, look, another aspect of writing the novel was sort of pragmatic. I'd heard these stories, even from like real straight-laced atheist materialist friends of mine who are authors, that it's like, yeah, you know, you're writing a book, and if you have really well-developed character, they won't let you do stuff. And I'm like,
that's true.
Can you say that again for the people in the back? Like, what are you...
That's
like,
true.
It's true.
You have
It's
to follow
totally
them,
true.
Follow them where they go.
And I started wondering what that was, and I wanted to experience a little bit of that. I did get a little bit of that, not too much, but I got a little bit of that. So it was, again, part of this journey that I was progressing on towards what would end up becoming Fourth Wall Phantoms. But
Well, you've heard Stephen King, same methodology, PKD.
Mm-hmm.
Did you feel like you were writing inspired?
Channeled. There was one chapter especially that needed substantive revisions. And it wasn't the sense of like, oh, Josh, you messed this up. You didn't do it. It was like, because when I rewrote it, it was like, oh no, just the transmission was garbled. Like it was that sense. It was like, no, this is coming in a much more fluid way. This is the way it always should have been, right? So there was very much that sort of sense. And it you know, back to what you were talking about, like, you know, it's one of my favorite things that Stephen King has said. I think he originally said it in Bag of Bones, but I think character's an author, saying like, you know, the real work happens with the boys in the basement. The blue collar work in the boiler room, in the deep of your subconscious. That's where the story really takes place and takes form. And I have my own version of that, which is I do the best writing between the desk and the fridge. Which is so true. The number of times I've been like, I can't figure out how to say this. And then I go up and it's not necessarily the desk and the fridge, right? But like, what the point is, like, whenever I go and do something else for like, even if it's getting them to go to the bathroom or do something with one of the boys that they need, or to say something to my wife, that's when it's like I get so frustrated because as I'm about to accomplish the thing that I got up to do, that's when the perfect phrase enters my head. I'm like, just hold on, and like rush back and write it down, and then come back.
The muse fighting with the trickster.
Yeah, very similar.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute.
That's okay.
There you go.
From everything I've read about it,
yeah.
It felt like a story of forgiveness and you forgiving yourself.
Yeah, it definitely is a big... There's a lot of stuff that I ended up working out in myself. There's some relationships, some father-son dynamics that weren't father-son dynamics. They were grandfather-grandson dynamics in that book. But yeah, a lot of it was that, and just trying to find a way to commemorate not only my time struggling with what I struggled with, and I guess continue to struggle with, but also, quite frankly, to commemorate what a lot of musicians went through during the pandemic. I was fortunate enough to have music and my writing, which to this day, I'm so glad that I can switch back and forth between the two, because I used completely different parts of my brain.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, a lot of my friends who were just performers didn't really have that. And it was a painful thing to watch happen. It really was.
To come to Fourth Wall Phantoms, it's you've got all this nonfiction, which essentially is not provable.
Right. Speculative nonfiction. There used to be a spot in Borders, back when Borders bookstores were a thing, that said speculative nonfiction, and I love that.
I did too. So it's this nonfiction, so it's true, but it can't be proved. And then we've got your fiction novel, which is heavily researched.
Yeah, well, it's part of it was trying to say what would happen if you were faithful to fairy folklore in fiction, because that doesn't happen very often.
Right.
So that was part of that attempt. Yeah.
So Fourth Wall is born from the novel. It feels like this sort of meta commentary.
It was that trajectory that I was talking about. So looking at let's kind of say how loyal some fictions are. Okay, let's kind of write your own fiction, and then this was like, we know how the phenomenon affects fiction. How does fiction affect the phenomenon? And I think that it plays nicely with some of the ideas in Ecology of Souls. You know, one of the biggest bits of pushback that I get to some of the ideas in ecology is that we have crash retrievals, we have bodies, et cetera, et cetera.
And you don't buy that?
Not necessarily. I just think that I'm just not entirely sure that, well, I always have to leave the door open to not buying that, right? Because
You do.
mediated narratives and stuff.
You're open to it, but something smells.
Something smells. And I think that there might be a way of looking at this that both scratches that crash retrieval itch and takes a look at how weird and slippery the phenomenon can be. So, to sort of launch into that, there is that idea that I mentioned to you about authors saying that their characters tell them what they can and can't do. And I really want to sort of explore that. And as it turns out, it's not an outlier. A lot of authors have had this happen to varying degrees of corporeality, let's say. Heinrich Ibsen said that he met Nora from A Doll's House. Dickens had some experiences like this. Most famously, Alan Moore and John Constantine. He was sitting in a sandwich shop in London and says that somebody walked through the door that looked just like John, and they sort of acknowledge each other. Other people who've worked on the Hellblazer title have also supposedly interacted with John Constantine.
So this is fiction starting to bleed over.
Fiction bleeding over into life. There's an entire wonderful book called Embodied Imaginations by Chidambaram Ramesh on this, and it goes into like stats and statistics on authors that have experienced this. But there are some, I've got them on the iPad, but
well, when Alan Moore's Constantine walks through the door, is it from the 80s? Is it the 2014 is there a canonical character?
He said that it looked, in the interview, which was originally in Wizard magazine, he said it looked just like Sting. Actually, that's not true. It looked like Constantine, because he based Constantine off Sting.
Right.
But he says it looked like him. And so I guess it was the full trench coat garb. And it wasn't too far after his introduction in Swamp Thing, if memory serves. But this is something that tons of people, I mean, Alice Walker, Color Purple, had some experiences too, where her characters, like, actually, as she put it, would sit down and sit on the couch and talk with her. So these go all the way from intuited senses of what your characters would and wouldn't like to do, through oral hallucinations, to visual, quote-unquote, hallucinations. And apparently it's very common. There was a study that was conducted at the Edinburgh Book Festival that found that, indeed, it's some pretty staggering numbers. I don't have the stats on the top of my head. But this is something that authors experience quite a bit, and creatives in general will tend to experience. And so it occurred to me, like, what happens when you put that in dialogue with the UFO phenomenon or with these other things? And it has been done. And I'll get back around to the crash retrieval bit that I mentioned earlier. But it has been done. Two people who I think have done great work in this regard are Bertrand Mayust and Martin Kottmeyer. Mayust took a look at pre-Kenneth Arnold sighting sci-fi pulps and saw that, especially even when there was a division between the pulps in France and the pulps in America, the UFO sightings and what would become alien abductions all featured elements from these that apparently first appeared in these pulp magazines, right? Martin Kottmeyer has done the same thing. Classic example that I think he did really good work on is that the first instance of a UFO stopping a vehicle or interfering with electronics was actually, again, in science fiction short stories. Mad scientist from another planet plunges the New York City power grid into a blackout for ransom or something like that. That appears before any of that other stuff. So there seems to be some sort of interplay between, I would call it a dialogue loop between the phenomenon and our expectations and our fictions that feeds into itself and actually appears in these experiences, then goes round and round and around and around and around we go. I think you could probably follow that sort of dance all the way back to petroglyphs, and at which point, like, what is a petroglyph? Is it art? Is it life? I really don't know. But people have seen aliens that look like they're out of movies, like describing, like, oh, I saw Jawas. It's like, what do you do with that? Or craft that look like, my favorite Martian spaceship. And like the knee-jerk reaction is to throw those in the waste bin. But as we sort of talked about in the beginning of our conversation, like I hate that. And look, I'm not saying that we're not dealing with mental illness and we're not dealing with hoaxers, but I've also talked to some people, some experiences with whom I'm very close, who have said that, yeah, my own personal fictions that I was writing as a kid showed up during the time of my my UFO experiences.
Is this the trickster changing costume to be culturally acceptable?
Is it the trickster? Is it screen memories? I don't really know what a screen memory is, even after all this time in this field. Like, it's just sort of thrown out there. It's like, oh, it's screen memory. Fairy glamour,
Right.
But yeah, it's adapting to our expectations. I think there's a good part of that. I mean,
well, people will see something and like, did you see that? I didn't see anything.
I did see the Disclosure
but
movie.
Well, and that gets to this sort of weirder way that reality seems to pick up.
Disappointment date.
Seems to pick up our fictions in general. I mean, Kottmeyer at one point was talking about how he threw out a UFO report because it featured lithium crystals, and that sounded too much like dilithium crystals. But now we have lithium batteries. So, like, I don't know where these lines intersect, but obviously you can see where this starts to interface with Eric's retrocausality.
I was just thinking of that.
Yeah. So the question is,
thinking of Bob Lazar.
Retrocausality or manifestation?
Mm-hmm.
That's at the root of it. Which I have this great anecdote in Fourth Wall Phantoms where I was playing a video game, Alan Wake 2, because the Remedy studio does great stuff, and the entire one of the main thrusts of that video game is retrocausality or manifestation. This was
really?
In the middle of writing this book. I'm reading like a collectible in the game that's talking about this.
If this happens, how do you bring up Sheldrake where nobody's heard of Sheldrake while I'm writing that episode?
There's something.
Come on.
There's something in the So another weird thing that happened to me was like, I was like, okay, this is weird that I'm playing this game as I started writing this book. And I'm brushing my teeth a couple of days later, and for some reason, this sort of inversion of a common phrase pops into my head, and it says, if you can't join them, beat them. I'm like, I don't know why that popped into my head, but I tried to is that insightful at all? If you can't join them, beat them? I guess maybe. And then literally that same night, I sit down to play some of the DLC, and one of the characters says, if you can't join them, beat them. And I'm like, what the? So that was like, for me, that was reality saying, okay, look, Josh, sometimes it is retrocausality. It's got to be. But I think that if you look at, I think that I would prefer that there be a version of this that is manifestation. Because
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where you...
Because this is all manifestation, right? I mean, somebody decided to design this, and it was in their head at some point, and they carved it and they molded it, and now it literally is made manifest. This is like, occultism 101.
Sure.
And so, you put that alongside of all the creatives who talk about ideas coming to them as opposed to them coming up with ideas. Quote apocryphally attributed to Jung, also attributed to Hillman, was people don't have ideas, ideas have people.
Mm-hmm.
If you've ever been involved in a creative process, you know that this has happened to you at some point.
Very much so.
Yeah.
In fact, I wait for it.
That's a great idea. To sort of set, not a trap or an ambush, but to sort of put yourself... I mean, that might be what the use of drugs in these situations is, right? It's just making yourself receptive to these ideas that come floating along.
Like some writers want to smoke pot when they write. I can't do that.
Right.
But that just makes them open to the muse, which I
100%
totally believe in.
Yeah, I totally believe in it too. Tolkien thought that he exhumed Middle Earth more than inventing it. P.L. Travers, who wrote Mary Poppins, who was a mentor of Whitley's, actually, talked about ideas coming along as these little balloon ideas, these free-floating balloons that you sometimes grabbed hold of. Excuse me.
Where do those ideas come from? Do they come from the collective consciousness, or is that retrocausality?
That's the eternal debate, right? That's the eternal debate.
Because Eric will say that's just you giving yourself a pat on the back.
And so I think that retrocausality is in there, but that's when I would invoke the sort of earlier discussion that we had about the center of that time loop is the ex nihilo. And for me, ex nihilo is the creative act.
I'm with you there.
It is the spoken word. It is a narrative. And I think narrative and sacrifice runs everything. It really starts to feel that way the older I get.
The muse doesn't feel like me when it's there. It feels very different. I don't know if you experienced that.
Look.
You said channeling.
The best thing that I've ever composed was when I was, shit-faced. So, which is sure. Tom Waits wrestled with this because he's like, you get to a certain point because he got sober, and he's like, you get to a certain point, and you're like, well, what if, how much of this is me and how much is the sauce,
Right.
So again, I think it's not an either-or proposition, but yeah, there is this sense that it's more akin to possession. Yes. And if you've ever been in a flow state, it's kind of the same way. Like, I listen back to me, like, look, don't get me wrong. I got plenty of bad solos that are all across the internet, okay? Bad bass lines, bad all sorts of stuff. But every now and then I'll listen to something and I'll be like, that was not me. Like, it's me playing it, but that was not me, you know, and sports figures will talk about the same thing. So there seems to be an interplay. I want to talk about Predator and Bigfoot here in a minute, but let's put a pin in that. Because I opened this whole conversation with trying to find a logical exemption for crash retrievals. In a reality where this possibly is what's going on, where the phenomenon is listening to us and adopting aspects of our fictions, and there are plenty that I list in the book. I'm not going to go through them right now, but in a reality where the phenomenon is adopting aspects of our fictions, what do we make of crash retrievals? Like, what would you make of a blood sample from John Constantine, right?
Right.
or a bit of Mjolnir. If you know that, like, what would that look like? Would it come back with like, oh, isotopes we can't make, materials we can't create on Earth? Is that what it would look like? I don't know, but it gives me some wiggle room, I think. And I'm more of the opinion now. There's a great book called Illuminations, I believe it is, by Eric Wallet, that talks about, among other things, the possibility that some UFO phenomena are mass formation poltergeist events. As we've alluded to, poltergeists seem to be as much a product of the human psyche as they are ghosts, right?
And that's kind of a Keel interpretation.
It is. Wallet makes a great point that a lot of that falling leaf motion that you see in UFO accounts again and again is exactly the way that apports fall from the ceiling in poltergeist events. And there's already, as we've sort of mentioned, as Dr. Vele said, a connection between poltergeists and UFOs. Poltergeist supports this, that, the other. I'm not sure that crash retrieval isn't, and even bodies, maybe. I'm not sure that they're not more akin to apports. By which I mean, how do we distinguish these things that come from somewhere else, another dimension, and manifest fully formed? How do we distinguish those from something that just wasn't in our reality? There's this great bit of research by Dr. Steve Mira, who was working on a longitudinal poltergeist case.
What's longitudinal poltergeist?
It's just over time.
Okay.
Not like a one-off, right?
Okay.
And there was a mug from a set that had apported. Now we have to sort of go into this with some expectations that there is a control group and that the mugs hadn't been microwaved. Whatever. I'm acknowledging that. But he did some tests on the mug that was apported, or disapported rather, the mug that vanished and came back. And he compared them to the control that had not been reported to do that. And he noticed changes in the molecular composition.
No.
Now, I know the audience is wanting me to be more specific. I'm crap at chemistry and crap at science. It's in fourth wall phantoms, but changes in the millisieverts and changes in... It was slightly more radioactive and had been subjected to heat, if memory serves. Okay.
Wow.
The point is, again, those details, I know I'm fudging on them, but the point is that he studied an apport at the molecular level and said that it looked different. It had somehow changed, which to him brought up a couple questions. Did the mug change when it came back, or is it even the same mug? Is this an imposter mug, right?
Right.
And yet we see things when we do these analyses of metamaterials, right? Where there's molecular compositions and isotopes that we can't explain.
Right.
So are we in apport territory? I don't know. The other thing that really gets to me and that I think is really worth commenting on is, are you familiar with the phenomenon of angel hair?
Yes.
So for anybody who doesn't know...
Ectoplasm.
It's ectoplasm. It's ectoplasm. I don't know. Thank you for making that connection. Mm-hmm. So angel hair used to hear about it a lot in the aftermath of sightings and the UFO sightings in the 50s and 60s. This wispy kind of stuff that would fall to the ground or be found at landing sites. You put it in a jar and it would evaporate. And if you look into reports of ectoplasm from mediums and seances, it would supposedly this gauzy, wispy material that would come out of orifices, and if it was collected in a jar, it would evaporate. Is it the same thing? I don't know. And I don't have a jar of either one on my desk, and if I did, apparently it would have evaporated. But
it won't let you measure it. It won't let you.
Right. What is that? There's another great example too. The saga of the Green Stone, which is it was basically like LARPing.
Yep.
Where they would get these dreams about having this this fabled philosopher's stone, basically that was a green stone, and they would get into this giant mythology about the gunpowder plot and ahistorical facts about how this green stone and this small sword and this casket all featured into it. But then people who were tangentially associated with it were having dreams about the locations for these things, and they followed up on them. They actually found, like, they can show you the green stone and the sword and stuff. And I don't know what that is, because I'm listening to the historians and they're saying, like, none of this ever happened. And it sounds like it's a whole rabbit hole that I encourage people to check out, this British phenomenon of psychic questing.
Could this be the Philip experiment?
Well, I think it's souvenirs of the imaginal, right? I think it's souvenirs from that other space. And
well, it's the Philip experiment is they create a character.
Well, right, it's something being created from whole cloth, right?
And they know it's fake, and yet they still they do a seance, and
the thing about the green stone stuff, though, is that, like, we've got the actual thing, we've got the actual object that you can see and hold and handle, which is like saints' relics, fairy boots, fairy flags, and yet we put the UFO crash material over here. We separate it from all that. Do we have bodies? I don't know, and that would be a very extreme version of what I'm talking about.
Yes,
but if reality is getting this weird, I don't know that that's not the case. Now, to your point, the Philip experiment, which I think is really important. A group of Toronto psychologists decided to create a ghost from whole cloth. And they came up with a believable backstory for him. Philip Aylesford, a spy in the English Civil War, gave him all the things that you would expect from someone in that time period, highlights and lowlights of his life. And then they started asking questions and asking for responses back in the form of raps and such. And whatever they were asking questions of was correctly answering questions about Philip's fictional backstory. Did they actually create something? Tulpa thought form? I don't know. Was it another spirit that was listening in, that was being a trickster and, being like, oh yeah, I'm Philip? Or was it a part of them that was projected out? I don't know. But this is sort of the message behind so much occultism, is that you can, if you play act stuff enough, you can kind of make things happen.
Like moving the Ouija board around.
Yeah, like moving the Ouija board, or if you look at like a lot of ceremonial magic, they're dressing up in a robe and they're saying to the spirits that they are Solomon, and they got props. It's theater, right? It's theater. And people get results. If you look at like
ceremonies are theater.
Dr. John Sabal has been doing work with recreating period dress and period customs and period props and period phrases and talking to sort of coax out ghosts, reenactors and ghosts. And he's gotten some success with that as well. It's almost like the act of like pretending gets this thing on the other side of the veil to respond.
You mentioned tulpas. Could you get into that real fast? Because it's important. Because that's foundation.
It is, and I have to sort of. It's one of those things. You ever run into these things that you're like, yeah, it could be that, but I really don't like it as much as I feel like I should. So the idea of the tulpa is supposedly the idea that through enough concentrated dedication and thought, you can make manifest a thought, right? The famous example comes from Alexander David Neal, who in Tibet claimed that she manifested a mischievous monk. And for a while she thought just she could see it, but there was some physical contact, and eventually others started seeing it as well. She alluded to the fact that it possibly got out of her control. And she had to, again, through extensive concentration, make it dissipate. The idea of a thought form or an egregore, I would think of egregores as that at the more collective level, right?
Yeah, that's Jungian thought?
No, it's more of a, it's actually sort of, egregory is derived out of the Watchers.
Yes.
Is what that is. But I think that you could make some real strong comparisons. I don't know if Jung ever really mentioned the word egregore. He might have. But you can draw some comparisons between that sort of collective expression. I don't know if I believe in tulpas or not. I wish I could remember who said this to me. I had a friend tell me one time. Friend of a friend, right? Friend of a friend got an appointment with a high-ranking lama and goes in to this private meeting and is so excited to ask about tulpas. And he sits down. He asks the question, "Can you tell me more about the creation of tulpas?" Goes through the translator. Answer comes back. And he says, he doesn't know what you're talking about.
Oh no!
So it's like, and there's some allusions to this that the tulpa, the idea of the tulpa is, while the idea of thought forms you see everywhere, it's obviously the driving mechanism behind occultism, right? The idea, there's some indications that tulpa is just cultural appropriation all the way down. It's just theosophy. Right. I mean, like so much of what you talk about on the Y-Files is theosophy. You know that, right? Like
I do.
So much is theosophy. It's influenced.
I should have a picture of
seances.
Blavatsky.
I mean, yeah, it's. I make the joke that that paranormal studies nowadays are just theosophy and James Shelby Downard. So much of that is downstream from that. So yeah, I don't know, but I think that ties into this idea. I think if the trappings of it, like, oh, this mystical Eastern secret, if the trappings aren't accurate, the idea is something that has been talked about a lot.
Well, the reason I wanted to talk about it is tulpas are manifestation through concentration. You scale that up to global, and now you've got John Keel's interpretation of manifestation. Right. And then the bodies in the crash retrieval, is that just manifestation?
Yeah, well, and the other thing, I'm going to come back to that. The other thing I want to say about tulpas that doesn't sit well with me is, like, I prefer to think that, like, you didn't make that monk, Alexandra. Like, that monk was always there, right, waiting for you to, yeah. I think that you're onto something with that. This idea of, and again, it's not saying that this is necessarily all even us. It's there's something that's interacting with us and listening, and it's in this. There are time loops. There are culture loops. You know, there are culture influence loops in the phenomenon too. But you know, we see a ghost train, and we don't try to, like, get a cog from the ghost train. But if you did, what would it look like? Right. You know, you smell ghost perfume, and you're not like, well, I'm going to bottle the ghost perfume. So, you know, I really don't know. So where I've landed with a lot of this stuff, is that when I wake up in the morning, I guess some part of me is psychic. I've thought that I'm dead as a doornail, but when I wake up in the morning, I'm not thinking about astral traveling or any of this stuff. Like, I want breakfast. You know, I want to go to the bathroom and get breakfast. So, like, how much of me is psychic? 20%, 80%. But there's a part of me. We can say, like, you know, let's playfully agree that sure, a part of us is psychic. 80-20. What if these other phenomena are 20-80, right? So they have that physical, just as I can step into that psychic space and do things in that psychic space, or I could if I actually had an aptitude or the time and training. Maybe these things are mostly in that psychic space, but can step over into this physical space and then leave burn marks in the ground and leave scoop marks in your hands. You know, and one of the things when I wrote Where the Footprints, and we started our conversation about Bigfoot, one of the biggest pushbacks that Tim...
My 7-year-old son, Daniel, was shot to death in his first grade classroom in Sandy Hook, Alabama.
Renner and I got was, oh, well, ghosts don't leave footprints. It's like, did you ever read your early parapsychology? Because that was like one of the first ghost hunting methods, was to spread talcum powder on the floor and wait for footprints to manifest. So we have something backwards about this physical, non-physical thing, right? And I think that we shouldn't be thinking in terms of, well, Jung would say we shouldn't be thinking about that in terms of physical, non-physical at all, because at the psychoid level, you go deep enough, like material and psyche are not distinguishable. It's only they sort of, as they ascend that chain, that they become distinguished. But the thing that I would say is that we should stop looking at these questions as physical, psychic, as internal, external, as mental, embodied, and honestly, maybe even fact fiction. Like, maybe that's that same dichotomy that we see. The psychic physical dichotomy is that fiction fact thing. And
does that mean Constantine was always there?
Maybe. You know, maybe. I would say what it definitely would mean to me is that just as, well, let me think about this. Because I had a thought and I completely lost it.
I thought he was psychic.
I would have to say that maybe
psychics
Constantine
lose
was
their
always
train of
there.
thought.
I don't know. I mean, I don't want to deprive too much of our agency, because I just push back against Tulpas being,
My gut goes there, though.
both and, and it sounds like wiggle room, or sounds like I'm being Weasley, right? Both and, but
creative people understand this.
A lot of things in life are both and.
Yes.
I mean, like I wound up in my worst situations in my life because I wasn't both ending. I was either oring.
Mm-hmm.
So that might be part of what we're
we're
seeing here.
So Valet says something's controlling it. Keel says we're controlling it. Who's right?
Both and.
We are the other. I mean,
it's the only answer, I guess.
I started by saying I was a mystic, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, but that's really what you do sort of trace back into. I mentioned that sort of psychoid layer, but that's also the lesson of something like monism. The idea that the internal and the external are two sides of the same coin. It's also the idea, I would argue, idealism. Panpsychism is the idea that consciousness is in everything. And idealism would be the idea that everything is in consciousness. And if everything's in consciousness, then there really aren't distinctions between us and the other. And I don't know how literal we can take any of this. It's always speculative.
Ignoring your research, not an academic answer. I just want to know what you think happens when we die.
A very simple question that you've thrown my way. I would have to say that I have a very distinct memory of growing up in a church where there was a Sunday school lesson that really terrified someone. And part of the lesson was, it evolved into a place where the Sunday school teacher basically said, I think when you get to heaven, you might not even recognize your family. Which for a child is a terrifying thing to say. Like, you might as well be saying that there's nothing, right?
Yep.
But I'm not sure that that's not the case now, 41 years into my life. I think that if you look at how so many of these experiences point towards things like ego death, point towards, again, that idea of monism that I just mentioned, that idea of oneness. You can go through
maybe I should
experience
attach
your accounts
the body
with
first before I
UFOs,
line the
and you'll read
toes.
things like, I am one with the one that is all.
So I'll
and
just
I am the thee with me. I am the me within thee, and like these weird
make them more precise.
spiritual phrases, but they do point back to that sort of like lack of distinction between things. And I think that does mean that points to, suggests, raises the possibility that when you die, it is like a river going to the sea, and you end up mixing up and matching, and you don't really care. Just like I don't care about, like, my sons are obsessed with Legos. If I took away their Legos, they'd be distraught. But are they going to feel that way in 30 or 40 years? I mean, they might, but you take my point. Like, the things that I care about now and place value on now at this point in my life are so different than as a child. I can only imagine how differently I would treat the stuff on the other side of the veil compared to the things that are important to me now.
I had never considered heaven as the same as oblivion before, but that's what it sounds like.
Yeah, and that's terrifying, but would you care once you reach that point?
No. But is this compatible with soul groups?
I don't know.
Compatible
Compared to Earth, sometimes Oblivion do be sounding nice.
Carnation.
Well, that's why I like sort of invoking the water cycle. It's because,
sometimes.
After the river goes to the sea.
That sounds peaceful.
Some of that evaporates from the top, and you get bits of a molecule that fell in Bangladesh, and you get bits of a molecule that fell in Perth, and you get bits of a molecule that fell off in Ecuador, and they all come together in one raindrop that falls back to the earth as it becomes individuated again. It falls back to earth, and eventually it's going to hit that river and come back to the ocean because the water cycle is, a closed loop.
I tend to agree.
Yeah, but so that's how you get pieces of people, and maybe even, for the longest, a lot of my work has been pushing into areas where I'm really uncomfortable.
Me
my
too.
toes curl in my shoes in all the bad ways. When I hear people talking about pre-birth memories with the ETs and reincarnation in these narratives, it's like, oh, I don't know what to do with that. But because I felt that way, I wanted to go there. And, if let's have our cake and eat it too. Yeah, there are ETs. And yeah, their souls mix up in that same cosmic soup to evaporate and fall back down with us. So you could be part Zebulganubian,
I'm uncomfortable with it, but I can't disprove it.
Again, it's all speculative. I mean, anybody who ever listens to me for hard facts, despite all my end notes, everything at the end of the day that I talk about is speculative. And I think there's so much that's rewarding in the speculation about these topics. Like the binary of does this exist or not, as you can tell, I just blew right past it. Like that's just because we've been at this in the UFO question. I mean, obviously arguably for a lot longer, but in the UFO case, we've been doing this for coming up on 80 years, and we still haven't settled that binary question. So let's go ahead and say, okay, let's assume that they are. What can we learn? Like what is this pointing us towards? And I think that's such a more interesting place to go. And I think that's also a place where we can meet the skeptics. I have so many skeptic friends who will still say to me, even if this stuff is bunk, it's important because it tells us about the way that we metabolize perceived contact with the other. It tells us about humanity. It tells us about ourselves. And that's valuable no matter who you are, I think. It tells you something about what it is to be a human being.
You mentioned that it's fascinating that you're drawn to these ideas that are on the threshold of comfort. And I'm thinking that as we get more comfortable with certain notions, we keep pushing it, meaning we've got flying saucers we're uncomfortable with. Then we got grays, and then it's like they're just grays, and we keep moving. Now it's just retrieval. We get it. But now we're into AI, and now we're scared.
Yeah.
Is AI the new trickster?
Well, it's kind of the Sheldrake thing, right?
Yes.
Or it's, addiction has been a theme running through this. It's like developing a new tolerance,
Exactly, tolerance.
I mean, you've experienced this, I'm sure, in this space where it's like, you're like, yeah, okay, you're taken by aliens. Yeah, you saw a Bigfoot. Whatever. Give me more.
Right. Been there.
Yeah, and so I think that just makes perfect sense that would happen on the societal level too. And I think it's a really interesting time to be into these topics for a lot of different reasons. I mean, again, I've been eating a lot of crow about the way that I've talked about the disclosure movement historically because nothing's going to happen. Well, something's happening. I'm not sure of how useful it is. I'm not sure of how revealing it is,
wonder.
but this is different than other
if we say there is an afterlife, and at that point you just download all knowledge of how everything works, will we be bored? I don't know. Just be like, it is what it is. I don't know.
Seasons because they come.
Maybe not. Mm-hmm. Maybe it'll just feel finally satisfying.
It's also been interesting to be alive when the UFO phenomenon has gone through another one of these costume changes. And I promise I'll get back to the AI question. But, for years we had signs and wonders in the sky and chariots and such. And then as Dr. Villegas pointed out, you'll end up with airships in the early 20th century and flying saucers and the black triangles. And I said, as soon as the 2017 Red Pill Junkie, if you're watching this, I said this. I said, as soon as the Tic Tac video dropped, I said, okay, we're going to start seeing a conflation. Drones are the new UFO shape, right?
Yep.
And he said, yeah, but people aren't really reporting drones. And I said, nope, it's going to happen. And then the New Jersey drone flap happened. And I'm not saying that any of that was necessarily anomalous. It might have been. I really don't know. I'm agnostic on it. But the point is, how many news stories have you seen since then that conflate drones and UFOs? Mystery drones seen over this Air Force. So I think we have been present for something that is a generational thing, where the UFO has said, "Oh, okay, that's a cool one. I'm gonna start wearing that now." Having said that, that's the case with craft shapes.
Mm-hmm.
But the occupants seem to have done that over the years as well. It's that passport to Magonia drawing I was talking about, the demons and the fairies and the aliens. We're way overdue for a mass change.
Yeah.
And I wonder if we have this conversation in the next 15 or 20 years, if we wouldn't be saying, the AI robots came out of their underground server farms to harvest my genetic code, and then took it back in their drones back to their server farm. Like, is AI going to be the new mask that this
5149? It goes down like that.
I think so. Well, 5149, it goes down literally like that.
Literally like that.
But yeah.
AI hallucinations sound like lies, where you can ask the AI a question and it will just tell you with fully confidently the answer that's totally false.
Did you see the goblin bit?
No.
Some of these LLMs have been specifically asked multiple times on the back end to not bring up goblins unless specifically directed.
What?
Yeah. And for someone like me, I love that because it's like, does a sufficiently complex system invite in goblins? Like does it sufficiently, and goblin as a metaphor, and goblin also as like maybe the metaphor made manifest is what we're dealing with when we see actual goblins, right? But I just found that to be absolutely fascinating. Because that's an idea that some of my friends have talked about. It's like, does any sort of sufficiently complex system invite in consciousness in this sort of Promethean, Frankensteinian sort of way? I don't know, but it seems to invite in goblins because apparently there's some of these large language models that love bringing up goblins, even when you don't, to the extent that they had to like repeat numerous times, don't bring up goblins.
That's
yeah.
Wow. And why goblins? Frankenstein and Prometheus, those aren't happy endings. Those stories.
Never is.
No. Before we go, for anyone who's new to your work, what do you want them to take away from it? It's very personal, even though it's well researched. It's very personal. Not the book, the idea.
No. Yeah, I got it. I would encourage people to be comfortable with ambiguity. So I had a therapist one time who was talking about the triangle being the most stable shape, right? And how we like to think of things being settled on one plane, so it's nice and stable and we have nice foundations. And if you flip a triangle up on its point, it's not stable at all, but there's the most chance to change, chance to pivot, right? And inevitably, it has to happen. And I would encourage people to be more comfortable with sitting in that space, with not having what my mentor Greg Bishop calls a certainty fetish, with being able to look at things and be like, interesting if true. I have a big interesting if true basket in my head. The true basket is small and the false basket is small, but that interesting if true basket is just overflowing.
Yes.
And you file stuff away and
Patricia Heaton. This is how to tell if your olive oil is fake.
Did you hear about the TikTok olive oil test? Well, it's really easy, so just watch me. This is real olive oil. This one, not so much.
60% of all.
Thanks so much.
You say, okay, maybe something will come of this someday, and maybe it won't. But I think what that does is that puts the things in your... It really places value on the things in your true basket, right? Because so many things default to interesting if true. The things that are in your true basket are the things that you just know in the marrow of your bones. It's the relationships. I know it sounds cheesy, but it's the relationships.
It is.
It's the importance of who you are. And what's really interesting is when stuff spills out of that interesting if true basket and winds up in the true basket. And for me, the thing that I walk away with after doing all this stuff is that the fact that the map is not the territory in life is firmly in that true basket. And I don't know what collective story we're telling ourselves, but there is a better story to be told. And we have to start telling it, or else it's never going to happen.
What?
Well said. Josh Cutchin will link to all your goodies down below. This has been fun.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming in.
It's been a blast.
Bye, everybody.
That was Joshua Cutchin, We covered Ecology of Souls, the fairy UFO connection, fictional characters bleeding into reality, and why ChatGPT keeps generating goblins. So let's dig in. Here's what checks out. Jacques Vallée laid out the food exchange pattern in Passport to Magonia in 1969. Fairies and UFO occupants offering food. The same structure across hundreds of cases spanning centuries. He didn't theorize it, he cataloged it. The Joe Simonton pancake case, Eagle River, Wisconsin, 1961.
What are you yapping about? I thought that would be a lot more talk about fairies and less talk about whatever he was yapping about. I don't know. It was okay. Parts of it were okay.
Fairy godparents of fairy godparents! Fairy godparents! Fairy godparents! Fairy godparents! Fairy godparents!
That's what I
Fairy
expected.
godparents! Fairy godparents! Fairy godparents! Fairy godparents! Fairy godparents! Fairy godparents! Fairy godparents!
Hell
Fairy
yeah.
godparents!
That's what I'm talking about.
Fairy godparents! Fairy godparents! Fairy godparents! Fairy godparents! Fairy godparents! Fairy godparents!
I expected more of that, to be honest. That kind of, you know, that level of enthusiasm. But unfortunately, we did not get that. There, that looks starting to look more triangular. Yeah. Let me cut this. Let me tie it off. It's already 2? Jeez. Where did the time go? The goblins took the time. You know, you're probably right. True. I think that looks pretty good, right? For the middle one. The middle one's gonna be bigger, and then the side two are gonna be a little smaller. Mm. Those are those side ones. All right. I guess if anyone's still down to play, we can play, and I'll do this in between hiding. The mecha whatever the fucks.
Yo.
Hello.
Hello. You made me fight with my daughter.
I did? Over what?
She was upset that we played Mecha Chameleon without her.
You said she was playing with the boy.
Yeah, but nonetheless, you know, women.
The necessary evil.
Exactly. Mecha Chameleon.
So what is this shit, Drew?
Hide and seek.
Oh yeah.
Them still not.
Here, let me declutter the area a little bit.
Is Charmander finished?
Almost. I just have the toes and the claws,
Show.
like the handed finger things to do, and then I sew it all together.
Can you show me the situation?
Well, it looks the same as before because I haven't attached anything new to it.
Oh, you didn't attach arms and legs?
No, not yet.
Okay.
I'm going to, as like, probably tomorrow. I'm trying to refine the little claw toe things I made. No, I'm gonna attach the legs before I attach the claws, so it's lined up better.
Let me go to the bathroom real quick.
Okay.
I'll be back.
All right.
I took a nap. Amazing.
Oh no, I must change the password. Are you trying to talk, Joe Streaks? We can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Daddy Joe.
Ew, don't call me
I
Daddy Joe.
I wasn't saying nothing. I
Okay,
wasn't
well
saying anything.
your circle is lit up, so I'm sure.
Oh, I'm sorry. What are you doing?
Gonna play Mecha Chameleon game.
Nice.
I sent you the new password, Druga. I don't know where Vortex went. He was playing earlier. Maybe he went to bed.
Who knows?
Sir. Sure. Did you find anything new? Options?
No, it's the same. I thought he would be joining, so maybe we should do a public lobby. I don't know.
Creating.
Should I just make it public?
Oh, if you want to.
Okay. Let me go back to the title, I guess.
Oh. No.
Dude,
Okay, the daughter is sleeping.
I don't need private.
I want a wake. I want a
You
wake.
can just make it public this time. I'm gonna call it Bob Ross.
I joined the
Bob
thing
Ross
you
fans is the server name. That way people aren't like, and I'm gonna be Bob Ross. Great.
Search public. How do I search?
I'm inviting you.
Ah, okay. Join. That's excellent. This is empty.
Yeah, I just made it, so we gotta wait for people to join.
Oh fuck.
Let's see if they join. I don't know how many people are active right now.
You played with somebody named Wendy?
Not they're not in here right now, so.
I just saw that list.
So. The fuck? Why do I hear myself?
I just saw that list.
Also. The fuck? Why do I hear myself?
I just saw that list.
Mute the
Okay,
stream.
we are in a fucking loop here.
I just saw that list.
I'm muting them until they figure out their shit.
Yeah, that's...
Figure out your shit. Mute the game, Enox.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, mute my stream, I mean.
Woohoo.
Oops.
Did
Puppies.
They didn't. Fuck.
They didn't.
Fuck.
Did you figure? Hello. He fixed it. Maybe.
No, I can't.
Hello. No,
Hello?
now there's an echo. He fixed it. No, he did not fix it. All right, I'm muting him again.
Man alive, Minga.
I cannot paint you then. Was it R? This. Ooh. Do sexy poses like these. How is that? I mean, the wrong. Fuck. How is?
Here's your sign.
Okay. So much.
If fucking Kick Chat was a person, I would like literally put some dog shit in a paper sack and light it on fire
Look from the side.
on their front door.
Let's
And ring the doorbell. and
Stop
hide.
it. Stop. I surrender. I surrender. How do you do?
What, this?
That's what he was needing.
Yeah. How?
Oh, I'm just looking up with my mouse.
Oh. No, because I see. Do you see me doing the same?
I see you with your hands up. Like this.
Oh.
Doesn't work like
okay,
that. You have to be in
Okay.
default position.
Okay. In the headbanging. Graphic.
Oh, did you fix your mic, Enox? Don't have the stream playing. Only listen to Discord.
Mute the stream or use that.
What is? I can invite you. I mean, my world is called Bob Ross fans. But if you have Steam friend request, I can send you a friend request link. It's probably easier. Here, I'll copy the link, and I will put it in the in your I guess DMs. Okay. There you go. I messaged it to you on Discord.
Can you hear me?
Barely. You're very quiet.
What's going on with my headset?
You are so quiet.
That voice sounds familiar.
What's the lobby called?
Barbara something.
I sent you my friend request. I can just invite you straight to it. You go to your DMs. I sent you my friend link. If you add me,
Oh,
I can invite you.
Someone joined it.
Yeah.
Where have I heard this guy's voice before?
Your dreams.
No, he sounds like that Wendy's beat off from Cappuccino's stream. That kid that said he wanted to shoot at the hollow point. Oh, man.
I didn't get any friend requests that I can see.
No, I sent you the link. You have to click the link in your messages. You might have to go to message requests on Discord. Also, I still hear myself through your microphone. You need to mute the stream. Only listen through Discord. I still hear myself through your microphone.
Mute.
Never mind.
Okay, muted the stream.
Thank God.
Thank God.
Oh Lord Jesus, it's a fuck.
But when I mute the stream, I can't hear you.
Listen through Discord. What the fuck are you in Discord for? My God.
But
You can't have any pudding unless you eat your meat.
I'm a beautiful mermaid.
How can you have any pudding? It's a solid Mario outfit, Drugo.
Yes, I'm trying.
It's like Bizarro Mario.
Shut the fuck up. How do I do the brown? Yes.
Brown beard. I don't know how.
I could
I
just
have a
go on with
starfish in my
for
hair.
now.
Oh my gosh! Listen through Discord! You're pissing me off, man!
It's like talking with my father, but he's 78. You have to push the button. Which button? I don't see any button. Ah! Oh my god!
Did he ever accept me on here? Because I don't see him unless his name isn't Enox on here or whatever. This is amateur hour. I'm just gonna start a game. Fuck this.
Just, yeah, that's what
No, I just finished my Mario. Woohoo.
Okay, this is fine. Start the game. I should have given us more time to hide. My bad. I forgot to dress up.
Okay. Uh-huh. Red. No! God, hide. Where? Where? How do I... Just 40 seconds?
I'll change it again next time. That's my bad.
Okay.
My body's big.
What do you mean your body's bullied?
Nothing.
Oh my god. Yes. Stop rotating.
This game is already giving me Dead by Daylight vibes.
Okay. Is this better now?
Yes. Thank God.
Alright, there we go. Sorry, I'm new to this whole Steam
It's okay. It's alright. Did you get my friend link in your Discord DMs?
I think I did. So yeah, but when I click this link, it takes me to the Steam site to sign in.
How are you not? How are the game is
Like,
on Steam though.
I know I'm already on Steam, but when I click this link that you sent me, it takes me to the Steam
The
login
fuck? It
page.
should automatically add me to your friends list.
Let me see here. How many people are in the party?
4.
3?
4?
Yeah, there's 4 of us.
Alright, I'm gonna just roll the dice here on this one and see.
It's called Bob Ross Fans.
Oh no, this isn't the right one. So yeah, I mean, I'll go to this link and sign in, I guess.
Yeah, might be the best way. Oh, I didn't put the automatic taunts on? Whoops. Sorry. Here, let me...
It's cool. You guys can just play. I don't want to hold you up.
Well,
I'll
we're in
get
a
all
game
this
right
stuff
now. You're
figured
not
out.
slowing us down.
Okay, good. Now it's making me click fucking shapes and shit. It's like,
You gotta verify.
yeah. Can you not just add me in game?
I don't know, when I go to friends list, it like, you know, pulls up Steam friends
Oh,
list.
there we go. Yeah, that's true. I added you on Steam, and then
Okay.
yeah, it's pending.
I'll... Oh, they found me.
So how you been, Amaranth? I saw you're knitting a Charmander.
Yeah, pretty good. Just been working on
Look pretty cool.
Charmy Warmy.
Right on. Was it complicated to learn how to do that? It looks
Yeah,
like
a little
pretty
bit.
intricate.
But I got it. That looks like a person's head. Whistle at me. I don't have the automatic whistles on. Oh. Oh, they found you.
Is anybody else there?
Drugo, we can't hear. I don't know. Are you muted, Drugo?
Oh fuck yes, sorry.
Oh, okay.
No. Because my daughter has wake up and now she's seeing me watch Joe play.
Oh.
Oh, here she is.
I have to reset my Steam password.
You wanna play?
Okay, let me...
Sai come si chiama iniziare?
I play like World of Warcraft mainly. I'm not too hip to Steam yet.
What's your Steam name?
My Steam name is Nose Job.
Yeah, let me see. I should have automatically added you, but let me check my friends list.
Vuoi giocare sul PC di mamma? Okay.
I think I added you, or you added me, and then I added you back, and it like resent you a request.
I don't see a request from you.
It says friend
No,
request.
you have to redraw the Mario? Oh no.
Okay,
Hmm.
let's see.
Alright, what's your friend code?
What is this friend code?
On Steam? Go to Friends tab on the Steam window.
Okay,
You
there
do
we go.
add a friend.
Okay.
Shakespeare.
There's an error communicating with Steam servers. Please try again. Okay, my friend code.
Yeah.
117-089-5337.
Okay,
Thanks for
I've sent invite, so see if you got the invite for a friend.
Okay. Thanks for helping me out with this. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Invite Talita.
Oh, okay.
She's my daughter,
There
so
we
she's
go.
not coming to this. You should have been Bulbros, not Bobros. Okay, partecipe. Okay, she's in.
Let's see.
Yeah.
I think 90 seconds was pretty good last time.
Auto whistle.
That's a good idea, 90. That one server was like 30
Hey, I'm
seconds
the
or some shit.
Credo sia pubblico.
I see you now on my Steam's friend list, but it's not updating in the game. Let me see. Invite to game. I sent you through Steam. See if that works.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay, how do I see that?
There should be an alert thing on your Steam somewhere, like a notifications or something. You can try again.
Join game. There we go.
Let's see if it puts you in here. Unless... When you say there we go, did it do anything?
It said Amouranth invited you to play Mecha Chameleon. You accepted an invitation to play. Let's see here.
I'll just start a game.
There we go. There we go.
Are you in it?
I should be fucking in it.
Do you see a lot of people in the lobby? All right, I'll just start it. I don't know.
I feel bad. Just go ahead.
I'm a hunter. Damn.
This game looks interesting. I don't know why my fucking Steam is acting all weird. I might just be nervous.
Okay. Okay. I should die. Quick.
Okay, here we go. This is your in-game.
Yeah, now we are.
I'm watching the game though. Okay, I'll be ready for the next one.
Okay.
So what is this game about?
Hide and seek.
Hide and seek.
That sounds fun. Is it random who like hides and who seeks?
Yeah. And if you get found, you join the seeking side.
I want to hide.
Well,
It's random. I'm unfindable.
Oh no.
Yeah. Oh
All right, bitches. Let's see.
A posto. Okay, Lita is already number one.
On the run.
Number one.
Oh.
She's the only one.
So how do you guys all know each other?
Stream.
I hear them.
Oh, you are the only hunter?
Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah, you can change that.
If I find someone, I can change it.
I feel like those balloons would be good to hide in.
I agree. Oh, is this like that one game where you can change into objects?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Fortnite.
Okay.
That's on Fortnite.
They're like, they must be like, literally, Zord. I don't see anybody.
Like it could be anywhere.
Well, the shape is the same though.
So how do you indicate if it's someone?
Oh, you look at the shape.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you can kinda
They're
tell by-
trolling me.
Only the color change.
Are you like crouched?
Yeah. I don't know where they are.
Can you like change shapes mid-match, or once you pick a spot, you're there?
You should probably, you can, but it's risky to change. My gosh.
Why are you crow? Oh no. You crashed.
I crashed?
Lita crashed.
Oh, Galita crashed.
Lita.
Dang, that sucks.
My daughter crashed.
Ugh.
See, that's how I felt.
Oh, it turned red. It turned red.
Barbara,
Did you see
Barbara.
that?
What turned red?
There's like a there's like a light I saw when you jumped on it.
Oh, ti faccio rinvitare.
Wait, how did
Yeah,
I
something
Bob
like that.
Ross
You see
found
that?
who? Who did Bob Ross find? Dang, this one's hard. There's just so many places to go.
Uh-oh. Move. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Move.
Oh.
Move along.
Hello?
Hello.
What's up?
What's up?
Dang it! Ah!
There is one behind me.
Oh, it's Pete.
I'm down where there are the washer machines.
So I didn't even come in
It
this
is
room.
Pete. Y'all got
There
room
are
for one
three
more?
people. There are
Yeah,
three
we do.
people.
I think. I can start a new lobby, I think, actually. Might be better.
Yeah, invite Alita back.
Okay, let me return the title.
Let me get this pulled up here.
Create a server.
We need maybe 2 or 3 hunters.
Just name the server something like
Okay, hold on.
that I can. Bob Ross fans, yeah.
I'll put the
Bob Ross
password
must
in the Discord chat.
It's private server or public server?
I'll do private.
Okay, private.
And what's the name?
I'm gonna
Bob
Bob
Ross
Ross fans, but I'll probably invite people if you're on the friends list.
Made the friends list. I can't believe it.
Privato. Ti ha invitato? Let's go.
Man.
Okay.
I don't see it.
Which color I'll be?
Hold on. Let me send the invite again through Steam.
Can you stop?
Invite to
Yeah.
game.
Got it.
Green.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's 3 a.m.
Did you get the invite? Hello?
Yeah, it says I
Yeah,
joined.
I'm in.
Like I clicked the link, and I'm just logged into the game. Just DM me the password.
I put it in the voice chat, like the text channel of the voice chat.
How do I get to that?
Click. You see, you're in game matchups right now. There's a little open chat dialogue icon next to it.
Oh, I see it.
Okay.
Clever password.
Ah!
Okay, 2 seconds.
We are 4 right now. Oh.
Yeah, we have a 5th coming.
Who is the car?
Today, Junior.
There we go. All right, we made it.
You made it.
We made it.
Thank God.
Pete.
Thank you for waiting.
Yo.
Yeah, learn how to
Yo.
paint yourself real quick with the F.
Final.
It has
Actually-
the controls on screen.
I actually just got into painting recently, like 6 months ago.
Nice.
It's been fun.
Pete, where you been, man?
Working. Cool.
Nice.
Recovering. I had a surgery not too long ago.
Right on.
Got your like dick enhanced or something?
Now he's
Do
a
what?
female.
Yeah, I had a boob job.
Oh man.
I'm not lying. I did have a boob job.
Dang.
I saw it. I saw it. It's beautiful now.
I can like moonwalk in this game.
You don't.
How do you sit down?
Press R. You can do the emote.
I see.
Ooh, hamaka.
Take a nap, do some stretching.
Ooh, I'm Jesus Christ.
Ah,
Some
I
yoga.
poked myself. Give me a sec. Tying off this knot, and then we can start.
I'm a cactus. Ah.
Oh, did you see the Legend of Zelda trailer yet?
Nope.
They are officially remaking Ocarina.
Who cares? They've already done that like twice. They
No,
did
I
it
mean,
for
like,
the
this is
3DS,
not
and they
like
did the remaster already for the Wii or whatever. They're gonna do it again. Like, how much better can it get? You know? How much remastery can we do? You fucking cheap ass cash grab company.
I get it, but like this is a full blown remake, not a remaster. Like the 3DS was a remaster with like a
Well,
little
then
bit better graphics.
are they using like actual good graphics, or is it just like smoother polygons of the original graphics, or like what is this?
Oh, it looks like completely like overhauled, full blown remake.
Is it on console or PC?
It's on
It's on
Nintendo.
It's a Nintendo game.
Are you cross-checking?
I was tying off a knot, yes. Sorry. Alright. Let me make sure we got our force taunt going on.
The graphics are better than Tears. So like if that tells you anything.
Are they better than this graphic?
These graphics are legend.
Do 1 or 2 hunters.
2.
Okay.
I just want them to make the map bigger. I want Hyrule to be just like way bigger than it was in the original.
Woo!
Me and Leader hunters.
It's Andrea.
Okay, so I'm hiding. Okay, so how do I? Let's see. How do I turn into an object?
You don't.
You don't.
You
You
just paint
pose with
yourself.
R, whatever pose
Oh,
you
shit.
want, and then you paint yourself.
I see. Oh no.
Oh yes.
No. Can you not turn like a
Ooh, I
360?
like that ammo.
You use your like click the scroll button on your mouse to rotate.
Okay.
Oh.
Gotta get the colors right here.
You can press, if you point at something and you press spacebar, you get that color.
Okay. That's very helpful. Alright.
Yeah, dude, that new Zelda remake is gonna make so much money. It's gonna be crazy.
Oh, the original Zelda on N64, I never beat it the whole way through.
Oh wow.
I think I might have to go back and try to finish that one.
Oh yeah.
Vabbè, mica stai a guardarmi, ma.
What's it say? Read front. What's the front say?
Just a smiley face.
Hmm?
We're just talking about your. Oh, it's a different one. Oh,
Yeah, what does the front say?
We'll probably read the back.
like,
No. Oh, dead if
super
lame.
curious.
Yeah, read.
What's it say?
It says
Dead
read
if
front, and then the
lame.
front says read if lame.
Oh, shit.
read. I thought it said dead.
Oh no. I got
Been found.
I got distracted.
I'm following P.
Are you like spectating?
Yeah. You can jump from character to character.
Okay.
Even if you are still in the game. Uh-huh. Oh, it's infection?
Yeah.
Why is my score 66? What does that mean?
Because someone was near you but didn't notice you. If you have people, if you are hunters near you, you get points. Inox is just for the carpet bombing strategy. To shoot everything. Uh-oh. Non te lo dico. Son of a bitch!
Oh damn! He found you.
Pete and Lita and Andrea. What is it?
I like this game.
Where are you? Where are you, Kate?
Nowhere.
Activating hacking. Activating
This
Strike
way.
Sniper.
No
This
way.
way.
She's the only one left.
Yeah.
Activating gamma ray projection.
We should split up. No.
Maybe. I don't hear any whistle. Oh, I hear one. I hear.
Ah! Found me.
Oh, ow! Oh, okay. You find her?
Yes. It's under the desk.
Lita found her.
You found her?
My daughter. Woohoo! I have more points.
Woohoo!
Can you change the level?
Yeah. Let me put on random. Or let's do.
Random. Let's become red.
Okay. I'll just keep it random.
Are you Lita?
No, my daughter is Lita.
Who's Bob Ross?
That's me.
Oh, I'm a hunter again, dang.
I'm a hunter
Hide that.
too.
Okay, I'm hiding. I like it.
Me too. I'm hiding. Oh no!
Is there a way to run?
Shift, but it's not that fast.
Okay, it's still much better. Okay.
No, I don't see myself. Oh my god.
What's it mean if I'm lighting up red?
Your body had glitched somewhere. You want?
I'll be revealed.
Yes. Oh my god.
Doing some painting here.
I have a shit place.
Okay, how do I rotate? There we go.
Oh my god, go away! Jesus Christ.
It was a shit place, you were right.
It was a shit place.
Only one person left.
Can you like lock yourself into a place? Because I was moving my mouse and it keeps rotating.
I don't know, actually. It's a good question. A rotation
That's
lock, it looks like it says right click on the controls.
But I think that's just if you're like looking around, like it
Oh.
it holds you in place.
Yeah. Oh, where was he?
Found me.
Where was he?
He was over like in the tea party room, I guess, where the two stuffed animals are having it. The windows.
Okay. Next update. Takes it. Oh no, I'm a hunter. No, I'm a hunter.
Finally, I get to hide.
Oh, I can paint myself. Full black.
Oh my gosh. That's epic. Holy shit.
Oh, too much.
Fucking hilarious.
Whatever, it's fine.
Ready or not, here I come.
Here we
Oh
come.
my god. Always this level.
That's what the one it chooses.
Try choosing manually.
There we go. It's better color.
It's like hard to move around in this game, kind of.
right?
You're never gonna find me. You're never gonna find me.
Bruh. If they find Kate, I'm calling cheats.
He's here by the horses. Fucking wonky moving around in this.
I'm not in those. I'm not in the vase.
Where the fuck? You already know all the spots, huh?
This is the only spot I know.
Huh? I'm already blind. Then I go away so I don't give you points. Fuck you.
I'm not getting any points because you weren't looking at me.
Oh, yes? Aye. Do we see the pointers, Hunter?
It should update on the left side every like 30
Oh,
seconds.
no one has points.
I have a few.
Bob Ross has 88.
Oh, I had to press 6. Bob Ross 88. Where? How?
You haven't been spotting me, Drugo. You haven't
have?
come near me. It was the other guy.
I'm the camo one. This room. Okay. Inside the lamp.
I was just gonna say, are we not allowed to look at stream?
No, you can't look at my stream.
No.
Cheater.
That's cheating.
Yeah. Activating.
I
stretch
just
magic.
realized that. I thought she was spectating other people, though. I really didn't realize. Here, I'll not look at the stream. The crazy part is
the
I'm
fuck?
looking at it and I still can't find her.
You're getting warmer, warmer, warmer. Hot. You're on fire. You're on fire.
Talking to me?
Oh, colder. Cold. Warmer, warmer. Hot. Hot. Cold. Hot. Oh, on fire. On fire.
What?
Who are you talking to?
Are you talking to me?
Better Drugo.
What the fuck are you?
Yeah. You're on fire. You're on fire.
You can go behind the books? No way. No way. You can go behind the books?
Huzzah!
No.
That
Where
was
the
good,
fuck
right?
is
That was good,
Where the
right?
fuck is Where are you?
I'm in the main room with the staircases.
Oh
The
no.
horse cock.
No.
Honestly, I
Oh,
was
no.
right there, and
Really?
I was looking all around it. I could not
Oh
see
my
it.
god.
That was good. That was good.
Like, can you become part of the image, or can you only paint yourself?
You
we do the
cannot
farm
merge
map?
into the image, but you can.
What's that?
You cannot merge. You cannot glitch into the image, but you can become an attachment, like a weird attachment.
Let's see.
You still are limited by your emotes. Whee!
God, I was looking all around there. Where were you?
What is this? Oh my god.
I have the best hiding spot on this map.
Oh no, I'm a seeker again.
Okay. I'm unfindable.
How did you first get into streaming?
Cosplay. I was making costumes like 10 years ago, and I decided to make them live.
I thought about doing cosplay. I think it would be fun.
It's fun. It's just, I don't know. It's a lot of work. I think I just got old. I got over like the crowded convention scene.
Well, it's like a creative thing too, and you get to dress up as like old characters and stuff. But I wouldn't be able to make like whole outfit and everything. Okay, so you did cosplaying and then you decided, hey, I'm gonna do Twitch,
Yeah.
and the rest is history, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Don't
Have a good
shoot me!
spot.
Oh, wow.
Good
I was
one.
gonna get him first.
A good spot, but I'm not getting points. No. Okay, new tactic.
Oh, found some. Come here. Come here. Come here.
New tactic. I got some points. Okay, who's left? Rita. Let me pick your monitor to see where you are. No, don't worry, don't worry. I'm joking. Whistle. Okay, there is it. Okay, right. Where is she?
There's one left. Let's see.
She's here somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
She's in here. She's in here somewhere. That's for sure.
Not this location, I mean.
You found her? Where was she?
She was here. Up here.
Ah.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Perché sono alti? Capito perché sono alti?
Lol.
Can I change the brush size?
Yes. Hold the right mouse and drag left or right.
Hold the right mouse, drag it
And
left
drag.
or right.
Yeah, drag the mouse.
Okay.
Going full white.
I haven't done this map yet. I don't know if it'll be hard though. Good or bad. When did Amouranth last play at a fun putt-putt golf course? I don't think I've ever experienced a fun one, but the last time I played at a putt-putt golf course was probably like a year or two ago. I find them hard to have fun in. They're kind of too slow.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've done putt-putt. You always just get the impulse to just like crank the ball. You ever play real golf?
Ever play what?
Real golf?
No.
Just golf with friends?
Yeah.
We play the super battle.
What vegetable would you be?
Don't stop asking me dumb questions.
That's a good question.
Just trying to imitate.
I would be a zucchini.
He's just like interviewing you right now, and I just felt like chiming in. Just laying in bed. No, but Emma, what vegetable would you be?
Oh my god.
What would you be?
I'd be an eggplant.
Okay. Why?
Because I like eggplant.
Right on.
I feel like she'd be a carrot.
Fuck! I was still finishing.
Actually, I
it
saw
was,
you painting yourself.
It was perfect. Fuck you.
I also hate the fact that eggplant is like now signifying a dick because it didn't used to be that way. You could just eat eggplant and you not have to worry about like people referring it as a penis.
That was good. That was good. You look like you belong there. Part of the
Those were the days.
Then how did
Who's
you
that?
know?
Oh, okay. Mine was a masterpiece. You ruined that.
I don't know. I think cases of this.
I
In
didn't see
addition to
it.
the chair. It's over here. It's an addition to the chair.
I will look at about later.
Do any of you guys take creatine?
I was painting all the signs.
No. I don't lift anymore.
There is like a Minecraft level or something. So, like.
You have to download the mods for it, but yeah.
Ah, with the mod. Okay.
Much easier. Just send you to a Steam page and you press subscribe and then it goes back to the game.
No, I'm on them.
I'm a hunter again. Never able to find anyone.
Just
I
look.
gotta get used to these controls, man.
Yeah, I mean. Call me father. It's weird. Oh, father. I am your father. Oh, wait. Oh, no. 25 seconds. Ready or not. That's me. This is my son. My glasses. I think I only find the person once. No, it's not. Wait for a whistle. Whistle, whistle, whistle. Whistle, whistle. Okay. Fuck you! Fuck you. Lol. Good job, good job, good job. Where are the others?
What do you guys do?
I'm searching.
You said what?
What do you guys do?
Like, that's vague. What do you mean?
Like for work or for fun?
Those are two very different things.
Huh?
I work in a bank.
You work at a bank? I worked at a bank once.
I just left Academy Sports a few weeks ago.
What's that?
It's like Dick's Sporting Goods, but better.
Okay.
See, I get to sit around and pour beers all day. It's pretty fun.
Nice.
Where are you guys?
What's your favorite sport?
Are you in the main room?
No? Yeah. No, he found me.
Which was?
She was under a chair.
Oh my god.
I was just like crouching and happened to see it.
Okay, there's someone.
Somewhere to the left, yeah. Under the chair.
Okay, everyone is under a chair.
Dang.
Not me. Not me.
Not you. You were over the chair. Over the couch.
I was a penguin.
Oh, look at where you were.
One sec. We can do the well, the Minecraft one's actually really hard. It's not. It's like it's almost not even fun. It's so
Should we go to One Hunter?
No, this is nice. This is this is good.
This is quick.
Yeah, let's see if y'all can download this. Just like click the screen, it'll lead you to Steam. Just press subscribe and then click back on the game.
Bikini Bottom.
I like how it works with the mods in this. How it just pops up for everyone.
Yeah, it's easier.
Okay, go back to the game.
Okay, the mod must be downloaded to start the game. Click here to download it. No restart required.
Okay, I downloaded it. Just Inox.
It says players waiting to download.
Yeah, it's you. Click the thing that says download.
Click subscribe.
Click here to download it.
Mm-hmm.
And then it takes me to a community page.
Yeah, press subscribe on the page.
I
Is
did.
a green
And then
button.
go back to the game.
Okay. I did that.
Did it say you're subscribed to the thing on the page?
Oh, hold on.
There you
Okay,
go.
there we go.
Okay.
Wow! Dov'è? Ma che sta Oh, Hunter. Why we are always Hunter?
Oh, we need to hide somewhere. I was zoned out. I'm just running around.
Seems like a pretty big map.
Yeah.
Oh no. Okay.
Alright, let's see if I can find someone this time.
Okay. Oh, is this SpongeBob?
SpongeBob.
Yeah,
Maybe?
SpongeBob.
Probably the best cartoon of all time. Objectively.
No fucking shot.
Yeah.
Objectively, though?
No fucking shot.
Okay. I'm not saying it's the best, but what do you have in mind?
Just say this about. No!
I mean, Ren and Stimpy was better, but fucking Split.
Oh no!
Yeah, Ren and Stimpy. Ren and Stimpy destroyed SpongeBob.
I do have to agree with that.
Good enough.
But as far as like broad appeal and like,
Yeah, I mean, definitely had
You know what I
appeal. Like, you know, yeah, SpongeBob was huge, but like,
Ren and Stimpy was good though.
it
Stampy.
was more raunchy. See, like before Adult Swim, like Nickelodeon was Adult Swim, pretty much. Like they had like the raunchy cartoons, like Ren and Stimpy and Rocko's Modern Life, and Real Monsters.
Can I enter?
So you're from the 90s, I'm guessing, yeah?
Yeah, I was born in '89. Yeah.
Okay, 95 here. But I remember most
Yeah,
of it.
you probably remember Hey Arnold then.
Oh yeah, Hey Arnold. I remember Rocko's Modern Life.
Cat Dog.
Cat Dog, Rocket Power.
I didn't
Dog.
fuck with Rocket, but I
Like-
fucked with Wild Berry.
Found you! No,
Like I didn't fuck with rocket power, but at the same time, like if it was on, I'd watch it.
Why I can shoot?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I can
Then
shoot you.
I stopped with Nickelodeon because Toonami came out in like '99, and that I was all about that. Like nothing beat that.
Was that the one with like the second?
Why am I flashing?
Because you are glitched into something. Where
Oh,
are
I
you? Where are
found
you?
you.
I'm not It didn't say I was.
her.
It didn't say I was in a bad
You were
spot.
blinking. You were blinking.
You're a time
Why?
bomb.
Boo!
No, I can't.
I was
Inox,
winning.
Come here. Behind you. There is lead. I cannot shoot her.
Boo.
Yeah, Toonami dropped, and it had like
Can you even
Sailor
see it?
Moon and
How did you get
Gundam
that?
Wing and Dragon Ball Z and shit like that.
Dragon Ball Z, of course, is up there.
There is
Yeah,
lead here,
action
but I cannot
shooter?
shoot her. Do you see it?
I
See
can't,
what?
I'm not a hunter. I can't. I'm just free camming it. But can you
What am I?
crouch?
What am I looking for here? Hold on.
Behind you. She's right there.
Oh, I see.
Can you shoot her?
She's like obstructed.
Oh my god.
She's glitched in there. I swear I can't shoot her.
Rip.
But Nickelodeon had like those live action shows too, like Pete and Pete and like Hey Dude and Space Cases.
This map is broken.
I don't remember those ones. This is bug abuse here. Wait, hold on. Maybe if I crouch or something. Oh, wait.
Wait, no. Are You Afraid of the
Oh, I
Dark?
got you.
Gotcha.
That was really good too.
Yeah, I just had to use my brain for a second. I'm not familiar with any of those shows.
You never watched Are You Afraid of the Dark? Oh fuck, that was where it was at.
Dude, that was a
Sounds good,
banger
though.
ass show.
Wasn't it? So good.
Oh fuck yeah, dude.
That's some '90s gold.
'90s. I like the '90s.
Yeah, it was a simpler time.
Okay, we need one more. There's
Yeah.
one more out there.
What the fuck? Oh my god.
Look at Squidward's house. He's up there yelling at us.
I blend in, right?
Yeah. Man, this map was awful.
Okay.
Yeah, the few modded maps I've done haven't been too crazy. They all seem very big.
So what do you
What
think of
is
the
this?
Nephilims and like the giants and stuff? Do you think that is actually like a thing?
Yeah,
Why?
because it has been found a lot of giant evidence that they just whisk away conveniently.
So they found the evidence, but it just disappeared
It doesn't fit their
somehow.
narrative, so they
It doesn't fit into the narrative.
yeah, they get rid of it.
That just validates it's true.
Mm-hmm.
I'm honestly skeptical.
It's fine.
As you should be. You should question everything.
I question a lot of things, and I do speculate. I just question that one.
No, she is right. They have found evidence of giants. It's just
Bullshit.
you know,
Bullshit.
I mean,
It's not bullshit.
It's possible.
Bullshit.
no, they were you know, they're
I
still
mean,
giants to this day.
it is written about in the Bible. I mean,
Which is bullshit by per se. It's a fiction book from 3,000 years ago.
There's some validity.
2,000 years from now, the Lord of the Rings is gonna be.
It's not fiction
center
if they're actual archaeological sites that show evidence of the stories it tells. It's not fiction.
Nothing is proven. Nothing.
Yeah, lots of it's proven, Drew. The fuck? What do you mean?
There's been a lot proven.
That book has been changed so many fucking times, and it's been rewritten by other people.
But it doesn't mean that the things in it didn't happen.
Well, no, there are certain things in the book. Like, I believe Jesus was an actual guy. You know, like Thomas Jefferson wrote a version of the Bible, and he just took out all the miracles. That was his version. He just like it was like the exact same thing. It's just like no miracles.
This is not God.
They've taken things out. They've put things in.
Yeah, I mean,
And if you
I
listen
don't know.
to Chad,
All I'm saying is there is some evidence-based stuff in there. That's all I'm gonna say.
I think that, like I've said plenty of times before when we've discussed this, is I think that book should be taken mainly as metaphor because I know that the intentions are in the right place.
Why should it be
Because
taken
that
as
there-
metaphor if the stories it tells people have actually uncovered the archaeological evidence that yes, it did occur in the time
Because I
period
don't
roughly
really-
it said?
I don't think there was a talking snake, and I don't think there was a person who actually lived in a fish. But I think there's a metaphor behind those things. That
So you may be onto something with that. There's like
Yeah.
a lot of parables, you know,
yes,
in it. So there may be something to that. But there is also, I mean, it's the most documented research story in the world.
yeah.
So there's some like.
But all religions that
hard
exist
evidence.
today came from ones that came before, because history repeats itself, and it always has repeated itself.
I think the snake thing just probably happened in a different dimension as, you know, we were finding out about interdimensional whatevers. You know.
It's possible.
I don't think it.
I mean,
don't think
theoretically,
anything would
it's
be on there.
possible.
Theoretically, everything is possible.
Mm.
So it doesn't mean anything.
If you jump off a building, you die. That's not theoretical. It's fucking fact.
Or
I mean,
are you
theoretically,
born?
it depends how
Finally.
high the building is. Right?
Exactly.
Or maybe I discovered I'm Superman.
Oh man. Yeah, there's certain things that are just straight fact.
How come I'm still alive?
See, I like that episode of Ancient Aliens where they talked about Noah's Ark, and the theory was that the extraterrestrials intervened and they took DNA samples of all of the creatures instead of putting them on a giant fucking ship that Noah built. They just took the DNA, which makes more sense. Because how the fuck are you gonna fit all those animals on a fucking boat? You know?
How are you gonna create the flood in the first place?
Yeah.
Why
They say
can't
that
why can't both
they-
be true? Maybe Noah took some animals and the people that were getting smited took DNA.
Like the flood, for example, never happened. There has never been
I think it's proven there was a flood.
a world flood and a world encompassing like all the world. A flood in all the world is never happened.
Then why do so many cultures have
happened.
global flood from different parts of the world? In their history?
Yeah, probably there was a huge flood in like Babylon, Mesopotamia, places. And this was so big that they thought it would be all the world like that. That's probably what.
All around the
Science
same
is really-
time, every culture thought it was going to be the whole world. Seems like it was the whole world.
This whole planet was all like water on the outside at one point. It was just one big blue fucking ball, and then it just started evaporating.
No, that's not.
I'm glad you mentioned that because so science says like what the Earth is like.
That's what science says. And then
Yeah, it's like
Pangea,
6
and then
billion years old, right, or something.
4.6, I think.
Something like that.
Yeah.
But then you go like, spiritual.
Look at me, I'm
and
perfect.
It gets a little tricky there.
Yeah, the whole outside of the planet was supposedly water, and then Pangea separated, and then yeah.
Yes, listen to the science story because that's been proven.
Well, you can hold science in your hand.
Can you hold Pangea in your hand?
You know how long ago that was,
No.
woman?
At the end of the day, I don't think it matters either way. It's just very opposing information. I still agree with the entire
She doesn't believe in carbon dating.
I've heard that I've heard
It's
heard
flawed.
that it's not always accurate.
It is flawed.
Why?
They're carbon dating the dirt.
The giant is not flawed itself. Less flawed than the giant.
How dare you call giants flawed? They were perfect
They got wiped
specimens.
out.
Huge cock. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh my God. Well, if they were, they are extinct now, so they were not so perfect.
Imagine the blood flow. Jeez.
Giant, yes.
I don't know what type of giant. I mean, like they found like the ones that, like in the Native American caves, and they
No,
found.
they found nothing.
No, I've seen it, Drew. I've seen the skeleton.
Yeah,
they
they
found.
seem to They found some bones of God knows which animal, and they put it together like they did with the Tyrannosaurus Rex. And they, oh, it's giant!
Yeah, that's what they did with the dinosaurs too.
See? I knew it.
Oh, look at these
Wait.
giants! Oh,
Giant!
they're giant!
Every time we talk about dinosaurs, it reminds me of the song "Pillow Talk" by Lil Dicky when he's just like, "God made the earth,"
It's the same map.
and he's like, then he
Well,
said, "This shit is
I'm
done.
sorry.
It needs more shit." God said, "I'm gonna put dinosaurs on this bitch. Dinosaurs on this bitch." Then he said, "Why'd I put dinosaurs on this shit?"
So it does reference dinosaurs.
What?
They used to be
Why
called
would God do that?
dragons.
Why would God be like, "Yo, I created the earth. There ain't shit here. I'm gonna put something on it. How about these big ass lizards?"
Why
And
not?
then he's just like, "You know what? Fuck it. I changed my mind. I'm just gonna kill them all."
You start with the first premise that God is it.
I mean, maybe he was bored.
I
He
mean,
was
they
just like,
they
"Yeah."
realize they're mistaken Jurassic Park as well. Why can't it be the same thing? Like, we really didn't think this one through, did we?
What's your point?
God ain't perfect. God ain't perfect.
God is perfect by definition.
Have you seen a platypus? Have you seen a porcupine? I mean, what the fuck?
Have you seen?
You know, like, what did he do? What was he thinking?
Yeah, have you looked in the mirror? What was he thinking?
Nice.
Well, that's where I was going.
Nice.
Like, you see all that stuff, but then you see a whole bunch of other like really good stuff.
Pain in the ass.
What was he thinking?
Pain in the ass.
Yeah, I think
I'm
the
a beautiful
platypus
man.
was an escaped laboratory experiment. I don't believe that shit really happened. That shit's gotta be. That's just an abomination.
Perfection.
What's wrong with
Porcupines are worse. Can't fucking hold it. They fucking stink. Like,
I think the Hylicine was also an escaped government experiment.
the what?
The Hylicine, the Tasmanian tiger.
Not familiar with that one.
Exactly. Shit looks like a hybridized version of a bunch of different animals.
We didn't see anyone.
Where's everybody hiding?
So what is your all-time favorite conspiracy theory?
There's reptilians on the moon collecting souls and recycling them into reincarnation. It's a fun one.
I came to the conclusion that flat Earth is the most logical.
Is
the best conspiracy.
The most logical, yeah.
Yes.
It's true.
Scientologists believe that aliens crash landed in a volcano, and the souls of the aliens that died in the volcano left their body and then became humans somehow.
More
What the
complex.
fuck are you? I hear the whistling. Are you hiding in the damn shell?
Shit. Human beings are comprised of dead alien souls. Like, what the fuck?
Seems logical.
Logical.
Where are you?
I think that if I was going to take a piece of fictional media and try to compare it to reality, I would say Assassin's Creed is like the closest thing to what I believe. Because like their mantra, like nothing is true, everything is permitted, and like the meaning behind that is just like how I feel like human beings should be. We should be our own shepherds because
Am I
we're
fucking
smart
blind?
enough. We're
Me
smart enough to
too.
know what's right and wrong. We don't need to be shepherded by anybody anymore. We can figure that. We know what the fuck we need to do now. Like there was a time when we didn't, but we do now.
I hear it so loud.
There's still some crazy motherfuckers out there.
Yeah, there's always gonna be, people doing bad shit.
I don't
but
see him.
Ah,
when
there he
religion
is. Fucker.
Yeah,
Where?
Who's on the ceiling?
Huh?
It was like right in this area where I'm shooting.
When religion was established, like we were probably like all like it was completely animalistic, raping and murdering each other, and like somebody had to do something about it. So they were just like, let's create this whatever. Stop.
I'm not coming to you. Don't
We're
worry.
gonna tell them they're not gonna go to Sky Heaven to get sky cake, and they're like, well, fuck, we like cake. I think we're gonna stop raping and murdering each other. Boom.
Who's the last
Where are
one?
they? Elita, where are you?
Behind the house up here.
Fuck. You are dissolved. Let's found a new religion.
Yeah, we could call it the Church of I Don't Know. Because we have no fucking clue.
Oh, I am. And
we can preach uncertainty. You already do that anyway. You already do that anyway.
How do you type in chat?
It's okay to not know shit. Like, but we just, as a civilization, we just act like we know so much about shit we really don't. It is what it is.
Yeah, but it's fun to speculate.
Yeah, and I believe that the things that have been put in place fictionally, like, were based off of some sort of reality. Like, there had to be some sort of origin that the ideas came from. It's like when Sam Jackson's character was the guy with, I think it was Glass in the Unbreakable trilogy. He was talking about how superhero suits are like they look the way they look.
On your pants, right? Oh
What
my.
Drago?
No.
What did you say, Drago?
Nothing. I'm amazed.
All right.
I don't know if
Well,
I
anyway.
made in a good sense or in a bad sense.
No, it's like the old strongmen from like the early 1900s, the ones that like lifted those big ass weights that were like circle looking, like, and they had the mustaches and the bald heads, and they wore those like tight spandex outfits. Like he was talking about how like the superhero outfit is based off of them.
I mean, I think inspiration comes from what's happened before, for sure.
Yeah. Like I said, history repeats itself.
My mouse is glitching. Ugh.
That's not good.
There we go.
You moved?
What's your DPI at?
No, it's fine now.
Why is always Pete?
Because he hasn't been around for a while, man.
Leave me alone.
I don't know where you are. This way, maybe? No, this is where I came from. Oh my god, I'm lost. Here? Here, maybe? No? Here? No?
Dang.
You got him? Thank. Good job. Oh. There is Bob Ross here. Where is she? Where are you? What the fuck?
Enox, what other Discord servers do you hang out in? Because your voice does sound familiar.
I don't hang out in many. I joined you guys once not long ago with the golf game.
Oh, okay. That's where. Got it.
Yeah. Took me like an hour and a half to get on that too.
Where the fuck is she? Where are you?
Hey, there's 2 people left. You don't have to find me.
Maybe here? No? Okay, let's wait. The next whistle is the last chance. Wait, where? Okay, she's here. Somewhere. Now it's a matter of...
Did I win? Oh no.
Who kill? Where?
Oh no, I fucking dropped the game.
Lol.
Oh, I can join again.
Okay. I'm not...
You were so
Where?
close.
Jesus! Oh my god.
That's good. That's good.
Oh my god.
So close.
I'm getting too old for these games. I don't see anything. Ow.
Was this one your idea, Drugo?
Oh yes, because it's fun.
You always pick these obscure games.
Not obscure. It's the game of the moment on TikTok.
That sledding game was good too.
No, that was bullshit.
You didn't like
Sledding
it?
game is fun.
Hold on.
The golf game is good.
Yeah, the golf game is solid for
The golf
sure.
game's solid. I like this one. It's a little obscure.
I just said that.
The sliding
I
game.
know. I've been using that.
Slide.
I've been using that word a lot lately. I've been enjoying it.
Just slide.
Okay.
Okay, what?
I'd finished my thing, so I can choose the next map.
Go back to the farm.
You want to go back to the
Peter,
farm?
How do you?
We could do the farm.
How do you do that? Pete, how do you do that?
Click paint.
Paint. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, I'm a hunter. Dang it.
Oh, this game is Mecha Chameleon. Chat, for those asking.
We don't see the other people hiding. Only
No.
us.
What'd you say?
I see only myself when I'm hiding.
Let's toss him a bone.
I'm unfindable.
I'm doing abstract art on myself. Is it like inverted? It like just fucking moving around in here. It's just driving me nuts.
Yeah, it's a bit clunky. Peter, what are you doing?
I heard someone over here.
You are glitching.
I'm glitching?
I see you on the ceiling. Oh, you can fly?
If you can stick to the walls.
Oh. Fuck! Okay. The cow? Where? Oh, there is a treasure. I don't see any whistle. I don't hear any whistle. Uh-huh. No, wait, this is where I was. Okay. Oh, multiple here. Finally! Finally! Put your hand behind your back. Put your hand behind your back.
I decided to throw you a bone. I didn't want to make it too hard.
Speedy. This is Speedy. Fuck you. Fuck. Oh my god. You were just behind that. Yeah.
It's a pity hide.
Oh no.
Right next to Kate over here.
Oh, where? LOL.
Y'all didn't get to see my hiding spot on this one last time. It was good. It was a good spot.
Okay, I sacrifice as one of the ant.
Which map do you want?
Can we do the same one so I can hide?
Okay.
You can show us your spot.
Appreciate it.
Maybe you're the second hunter. No.
Thankfully, no.
It's Bob Ross. At least you can paint yourself, Bob Ross.
True.
Let me try. Oh, you can't paint other people. So brown is a combination of red and...
My side bowl melty. Let's see if it still tastes okay, melt. I think I'll freeze it for tomorrow instead.
What is it?
The side bowl I had earlier. I had put it in the fridge and now it's melty. Put it in the freezer.
The freezer.
It doesn't hit the same when it's juice versus
Like what's
icy.
in it?
Okay, I am Bob Ross now.
Here we go.
Lol. Okay. Okay, Peter. Whistles. Okay, we can come out at least near you.
You want me to whistle?
You don't make any points if we don't come near you.
You killed me.
Was that the
didn't
one?
Even let Drew go see. Didn't even let Drew see my costume.
That was it? The bullshit already dead?
You didn't even see. You didn't get to see it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait. I go to the stream and go a little bit. Not 20 minutes. It wasn't that good, huh?
No, it was really good.
She found you in like 10 seconds.
But it's a good spot.
Oh, and she's eating gelato. What's that?
Oh, no, it was a side bowl, but I put it back in the freezer. It wasn't cold enough.
Is that now? Is that no? This is now. Oh my god!
I sent a screenshot when I hid there last time. In the video chat.
Oh no! Now I see.
Check that. It's the same thing.
No, you were a cow. Oh, fuck you.
Did I blend in? Was it good? Was it a good spot?
No. Oh my god. A cow on 2 legs.
It's good.
Yeah,
Don't
good.
judge it.
Who's left? In. Okay, here somewhere. Me?
Oh no, who found me? Pete.
I did find it.
Nice.
Where is Lita? Yeah, somewhere.
Ah, ma che bella. Wow. No, stavo leggendo una vita però.
Ah, ok.
Oddio, sono visto.
I feel retarded. Nothing different from normal, but
Do you hear the whistle?
I hear the whistle here in this corner, but I don't see it.
I see. I got it. Oh wait, no, that's you.
Is here, right?
I think it's here somewhere.
Where?
Oddio, qualcuno mi ha dato 45 punti. Oh, grazie.
We're all retarded. I don't know.
Oh my god, this game makes me feel old. This is the game where I don't understand. Oh, fuck, found it!
Nice.
There in the corner.
Oh my gosh, that's so hard to see.
With the shadow and everything.
When you see it, I'm blind. The shadow. Good job. And
Damn.
we got pound. Forward.
Hmm.
Guarda qui.
They need more maps, though. That's my only complaint.
They sold 3 million copies in 6 days.
That's crazy.
I think it's one guy. Like
Was
or
that
something.
like 15 million bucks that they've made off this? That's crazy.
How much?
think
I wonder how much
that,
Steam takes.
30%.
Steam takes 30. They made
Yeah.
15 million off this game.
It's $5. It was $5, and they've sold 3 million copies.
So he has
That's
at least 10.
It was 2 people that made the game.
Oh, 2 people.
That's so
5
life
million.
changing,
these two right here.
probably. That's crazy.
5 million each. Because like that. Just like that.
Let's create a game.
Let's do a stupid game. Yes. Oh, now we're rich.
Yeah, just some silly game.
Except we're gonna make our game $10 instead of $5.
Yeah.
No, make it like $7.99.
True.
Should we undercut them like $4.99 or something?
No, because if you make it too low, people will think it's a shit
No,
game.
yeah.
Oh. Wait, what? We don't have a game.
Fuck that. Make it free with microtransactions.
Okay,
That too.
that's how you get rich.
All the microtransactions are just booby anime girls.
Of course.
No, it's like cool outfits for like
Oh god.
character, like swords and shit.
Nah.
Yep.
Perverts have more money. Like we have the example here of this reasoning.
Alright, I don't know what place to do.
Just do random. Pick a random.
Let's do one last random, then we
Random
call
one.
it a day, maybe. Oh yes, high time. Oh no, here. Oh no. Wait. Oh, I know exactly where to.
Keeping
No, I can't go here. Push it.
There's a lot of questions I want to ask, but I don't want to come across nosy.
You already started the interview. You might as
Okay,
well
my
finish
favorite
it.
color is red.
Identify
I usually
as a
work
man.
weekends. What else?
What's your favorite car?
Ammo, he wants to know your favorite color.
And R32 and an R34. I can't. Those are my
Oh, you
two
weren't asking
favorites.
her?
No, I was asking Pete, was it?
Oh, Pete.
I'm a sucker for Skylines.
Yeah, GTR is amazing.
I just went to Japan and like did the whole EDM thing. Like they took us on the Tokyo Skyline to the like place where they had all the cars in Tokyo Drift. It was kind of sick.
I grew up with those movies. So like the Supra, the
Sylvia,
Challenger.
Pete, the Sylvia. Come on now.
Oh yeah, the Sylvias too. I use that in Rocket League.
Yeah, Sylvia's great.
No, that
Nissan makes a good engine. They really do. I will admit.
The Skylines are sick.
Yeah.
No, but dude, like it was a tour. Like I was with my mom and everything. He was like going like it was literally like the movie. Like they were fucking racing around the street. Like, he was
Yeah, it's
going-
true. Like if you go fast enough, like the cops don't even try.
Like he had his license plate like fucking blacked out and like the cars make a shit ton of noise too. He just fucking like smoked it right by a cop. Like fuck it. I thought my mom was gonna be tripping out, but it didn't seem to phase her.
I hear
It's cool.
They also have used women's panties and vending machines in Japan too.
So they said that? I didn't come across one.
Were you actively looking
You have
for
to be
one?
in like the red light district.
There's probably a
Something
certain
to actively look for.
I know, I was
Yeah.
like there's a lot of vending machines and I heard that, so I would like, you know, I would look, but no, I never saw any ones with used panties in there. I went to a
Maybe they stopped making
speed somewhere.
because when somebody told me they had those were like that was like 10 years ago that they said.
How
they
did
stopped.
you see him?
Japan's like, I don't know, they're it's so clean there. Like,
I feel like people in Japan like the idea of sex, but they don't. They're not that sexual, actually sexual. Like they're very perverted, but they don't have any game because their morals and their values and the way that they conduct themselves inhibit them from being full blown sexual.
now I will say, I was kind of surprised. So yeah, like there's a lot of corporate people, but
Ah, they got me.
a lot of
That was good. I was hiding in this spot the last time we were on this.
Oh, were you?
Up top. Yeah,
That's
I was up
good.
top, like with the yellow, green, black, and orange up here.
That's good.
All right.
but yeah, a lot of the younger generation.
I think it's time for me to go to bed.
Indeed.
It's 4 a.m.
4:20.
420? Oh yeah, 420.
It's 4:20.
Time for you. Good.
Good
Time for
night.
me.
I'll talk to you later.
All right. Bye, chat. See you tomorrow.
See you
Goodbye.
guys.
Bye.
Night, everyone.